Chapter 14. Nadine. I couldn't say I was surprised to hear Professor Damon was behind the kidnappings, but the evidence was circumstantial at best. Though the story of the house fire fit, Lucas had no way to prove any of it. "That pin I found would have proven it," Lucas told me when I brought it up at lunch the following Thursday. "It was a mistake to let the Thomases turn over the pin. I contacted them, and they said it must have gotten lost in evidence, but they're lying. I know they never handed it over in the first place." "Can't you go to the police?" I asked. "At least tell them of your suspicions and have them look into it." He shook his head. "Not without hard evidence. He's a highly respected professor. If I have nothing to back up my claim, no one will believe me. You have to remember that our coven lived through the witch trials. Accusations without basis aren't tolerated around here." Lucas made it sound worse than I could imagine. Though once he mentioned the witch trials, it made a lot of sense. He couldn't go starting a witch hunt of his own. He'd be burned at the stake himself. Writing this story really seemed to be helping him. I think he was starting to feel like he had a purpose again, and I wasn't about to ruin that by pushing him too far. "As far as motive, I promised the Bennetts I wouldn't share their secret with the police," he added. "It's the only reason they confided with me in the first place. I wouldn't be a journalist if I went tattletaling on my sources." "I'm glad you're getting into this journalism thing, but we have to do something," I urged. "I'm trying. I've been following Damon around. I'll find my evidence," Lucas stated confidently. "You need to focus on your curse-breaking practice. Don't worry about this case." I glanced at the clock on the wall and realized how late it was. Crap. I promised Talia I'd meet up with her for the career fair. Lucas smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. I could tell the whole thing was still on his mind. "Have fun." "Thanks." I dumped my tray, then hurried to meet up with Talia. She was waiting for me in the main foyer. "You ready?" she asked when she saw me. "Yep." We made our way to the ballroom, where the school was hosting a career fair for undeclared freshmen and sophomores. I had a bag of mixed feelings hanging on my shoulders when we walked down the hall. On one hand, the ballroom brought back fun memories of the midnight formal. On the other, the room had starred in my nightmares ever since I'd trapped dark Nadine in there in my mind. The ballroom didn't feel like the dark, lonely place I'd trapped her, though. Today, the chandeliers were ablaze with flickering flames, and the room buzzed with chatter. Booths had been set up in endless rows, with various professionals behind them, talking to students about possible career paths. Talia and I started at one end of the ballroom. Most of the booths looked like normal jobs, like mechanics, nurses, and sales agents. But the closer I looked, the more I noticed a magical aspect to each of the jobs. At the mechanic booth, a warlock showed off his telekinesis by rebuilding a car engine quicker than I thought possible. The students around him stood slack-jawed in awe before he quickly disassembled it and the pieces lay neatly organized on his table again. I overheard a nurse talking to a group of girls in my alchemy class about magical plants and how medical botany was an in-demand job right now. The sales agent demonstrated his mind-reading abilities to students to show them how he could sell them anything, even a pen. Beside that booth was one for the Miriamic Police Department. They had all kinds of flyers lying out, and one of the officers stood behind the booth. I nudged Talia. "Oh, this looks interesting." We walked up to the booth, and I started taking all the flyers I could carry. "Are you interested in law enforcement?" the officer asked kindly. He wasn't much older than me, but he was taller and wore his police uniform. "I almost got into a police academy," I explained. "I wanted to become a detective. How does the training work in the coven, since we're all required to take 4 years at the college?" His eyes brightened. I got the sense that I was one of the first people all day to show interest. He quickly shoved a flyer in my direction. "Here's the information on our program and the steps it takes to become a detective. Of course, you'll have to complete your officer training first, and a promotion to detective is possible after at least 5 years on the force. Unlike other police academies, our officer training takes place right here at Miriam College. It's a 2-year program taken in your 3rd and 4th years, alongside your magic classes. The coursework involves criminal law, human relations, forensic science, and more." "Those classes sound amazing," I said, waving my flyer at him. "Well, thanks for the info. I'll take these and come back if I have any more questions." He nodded politely as Talia and I walked away from the table. "Do you think you'll major in criminal justice?" Talia asked. I skimmed through the flyers as we walked. "I want to. I didn't know the school offered it. Have you declared a major yet?" "Not yet," she said. "I'm definitely doing something with music, but there are a couple of different majors for it." "Oh? Which ones are you thinking about?" "I could go the teaching route," Talia mused, her eyes roaming over the various booths. I caught sight of a funeral home sign, an obvious job for the Mortana. "I think it'd be fun to work with young kids, but I don't think that'd give me much time for composing. The school has a more general course of study, so I could do something like producing, but there aren't any jobs like that around here. I'd have to leave Octavia Falls, and I don't really want to do that." My eyes fell upon a booth that advertised a local therapist's office. Avery Mitchell, a seer from my thoughtography class, stood there with a couple of her friends, listening to the woman's speech. "Psychology is an excellent field for seers," the therapist was saying. "As we are very empathetic and intuitive, we can often help others uncover problems patients weren't even aware of themselves. Some seers are especially gifted in the field of therapy." I turned to Talia. "Have you considered therapy?" Her gaze flickered to the booth. "I want to major in music, not psychology." "I mean combining the two," I suggested. "Music therapy is a thing, right? Like helping people with their emotional trauma through music?" Talia's eyes lit up. "Yeah, it is. It's not a major offered by the school, but maybe I could double major. I don't know if anyone around here does that." I shrugged. "So, open your own practice." "That's a really good idea," she said. "I'll have to consider it." Talia stopped at the therapist's booth to listen to her spiel. I wasn't that into it, since it seemed like a seer-dominated field, so I turned to the neighboring booth. I recognized it immediately. The table was decorated with a brown tablecloth the color of gingerbread, tinsel that looked like frosting, and various cardboard cutouts of candies. A chocolate fountain flowed as the centerpiece, and all sorts of suckers were laid out for sampling. The 3 ladies from the Gingerbread House candy shop down on the catwalk stood behind the booth. 2 of them were occupied with other students, but the 3rd caught my eye. She was an older woman with a long nose and salt and pepper hair piled atop her head. She wore her uniform from the shop, with a name tag that read Betty. "An alchemist?" she cried, looking down at the tattoo on my arm. I pushed my hair behind my ear and approached. "Yep, that's me." "Come, come," she said, gesturing me forward. "Learn the secrets of our trade." I stepped forward, even though I was already certain I wouldn't be going into candy making. "We combine culinary expertise with alchemy magic to produce a wide variety of sweets," Betty explained. "Do you like to cook?" I shrugged. I'd cook if I had to, but I wasn't into it like my grandmother was. "Occasionally." "Ah, then you might consider majoring in culinary alchemy," she encouraged. "There are many benefits to the job, apart from taste testing the sweets." Betty gave a loud laugh, but it came out sounding more like a cackle. It kind of gave me the creeps, until her features returned to normal. I glanced over to Talia, who looked like she was about done listening to the therapist. "Well, thanks," I told Betty. "Wait!" she cried. She reached across the table and held up one of the suckers. "Don't forget your complimentary lollipop." I took it from her, but she stared at me expectantly. The woman next to her finished talking to other students and turned her attention to me. She must have been older than the other two women by a couple of years, with short cropped hair and cat-eye glasses. Her skin, however, was impeccably smooth. In fact, all three women shared a youthful look, though they were obviously past retirement age. "Go ahead and try it, dear," she said. I glanced at her name tag to see it read Agnes. "It's a luck lollipop. If your tongue turns blue when you eat it, you'll have luck for the rest of the day." "Oh, well, how could I pass that up?" I said kindly. I opened the lollipop and licked it. What color did I get? I stuck out my tongue for the ladies to see. Agnes and Betty shared a quick glance I couldn't read. The third woman, Sandy, caught sight of me, and she quickly shut down her conversation with other students to turn my way. "It's blue!" Sandy cried, elated. Her excitement seemed a little over the top for a minor party trick. "You are very lucky indeed." "Awesome! I could really use it," I said before sticking the sucker back in my mouth. "Don't act so special," a sinister voice came from beside me. I turned to see Chloe standing there, one hand on her hip. I hadn't noticed her before in the sea of students, but she must have been standing at the booth the whole time, because she too held a sucker in her hand. She wore all black today, with a sleeveless dress, long tights, and black boots. I thought it was supposed to look intimidating, but I was indifferent to it. It matched her black soul. I got blue too. She stuck her tongue out to prove it. All I could think of was how childish she looked. "Two lucky students at once," Betty beamed. "You two are very fortunate." Chloe looked like she was about to roll her eyes, but resisted. "I'd be fortunate if I managed to avoid her for the rest of the day." "Same," I sneered, never once taking my eyes off her. She stared me down, but we were both distracted a moment later. "Free candy!" Mandy cried, rushing up behind me. She was alone, as Amy had already declared her history major and didn't need the career fair to decide. Mandy poked me in the side when she approached, but her face fell when she noticed Chloe standing there. Mandy narrowed her eyes and draped an arm around my shoulder. Her voice came out sounding harsh. "Am I interrupting something?" Chloe looked her up and down. "Nothing to see here. Though a word of warning, Mandy, you might want to lay off the sweets." Mandy dropped her arm from around me. My eyebrows shot up, but it was Mandy who responded. "Excuse me?" Chloe's eyes roamed up and down Mandy's form. "You should start watching your weight. You know, the freshman 15 and all. Or, in your case, the freshman 50. My initial shock morphed quickly into anger. I tried to hold it back, but I shook with rage. "Bitch, you did not just say that," Mandy snarled. Chloe smiled sardonically and brought the lollipop back up to her lips. "Oh, I didn't mean anything by it," she lied in a fake-ass tone. "It'll only do you good. Everyone knows you're too fat for guys. Isn't that why you hang out with Amy, hoping she'll give you a chance?" A wave of heat billowed up from my belly, and I was done for. I couldn't control the urge to lash out at the insult. "You rotten piece of grave dirt!" I shouted. I drew my arm back to slam my fist into Chloe's face, but a wide smile had formed across her lips. I realized a second later that this was what she wanted. She was hoping to get a rise out of me. She wanted to get me in trouble, to paint herself as the victim. Instead of punching her pretty little nose as I would have liked, I opened my fist and swatted the lollipop out of her hand. It went flying through the air, narrowly missing the 3 witches who owned the gingerbread house. Chloe looked slightly shocked, but not because she'd lost her lollipop. She'd wanted me to punch her. "What are you waiting for? Don't you want to punch me?" "To the abyss and back," I snarled. "But you're not worth it." The red-hot anger coursing through me didn't cool down. Telling Chloe she wasn't worth it was a bigger blow to her ego than physically retaliating would ever be. I turned on my heel. Mandy smirked proudly at me, while Talia looked on with raised eyebrows. Apparently, turning away from Chloe was the biggest insult of all, because she lunged at me. Her fingers tangled in my hair, and pain shot through my skull as several strands broke free. "Ow!" I cried. My hand shot to the back of my head, and I turned to glare at her. People along the whole row had turned to watch us, but I barely noticed them. "What the hell was that for?" Chloe didn't seem to hear the question. Instead, she narrowed her gaze at me and reached into her purse. "I believe I have something that belongs to you." She pulled out 3 small objects, then tossed them at my feet. "Next time, get a little more creative." It took me a moment to process it, until I realized what she'd thrown at me were the cursed objects: the earring, thimble, and compass. Chloe stood there just long enough to take in my gaping features, then turned away. She swayed her hips as she left, and the crowd quickly lost interest in us. Soon, the room was buzzing with chatter again. Mandy and Talia were at my side in a second. "Are you okay?" Mandy asked. "I'm fine," I told her. "Are you?" "Pfft, Chloe can't mess with me." I reached down to pick up the cursed objects, but Talia got there before I did. She quickly picked them up and subconjured them. Almost instantly, she began itching the back of her hand. I frowned. "You didn't have to do that." "They need to be put somewhere safe until we can get back to our room," she said. The enchanted box that kept the curses from influencing us was still under my bed. "Fair enough," I said. "Should we get back?" We barely made it through a portion of the career fair, but it didn't look like any of us were interested in continuing on. Talia turned to Mandy. "You up for hanging out?" Mandy smiled. "Absolutely." We headed back to our dorm room, but we only got halfway there when Mandy stopped me. "Nadine, what is going on with your—" She trailed off as she reached out to touch my hair. A huge chunk fell out of her fingers and fluttered to the floor. My hand shot to my scalp. "What the—" It took me a second to process it. My heart sank, and I quickly ran my fingers through my hair. Chunk after chunk came out, until a pile started forming at my feet. "Goddess!" I cried out in horror. "What's happening?" I stared down at my shaking hands, where strands of hair were now tangled around my fingers. Talia's jaw dropped. "Chloe grabbed a few strands of your hair. She must have gotten Camille or Gwen to hex you." "Hex me?" I balked, though it wasn't far-fetched at all. In fact, it was to be expected. "But my hair?" "Come on," Mandy said quickly. She looped her arm through mine and rushed me down the hall to the dorms. She glanced up and down the hall, while I tried to hold back my devastation. Gus and Issa had been out hunting mice earlier. They were waiting at the door for us, and they rushed inside the second Talia opened it. My whole body shook as Mandy led me across the room into the bed. I sank into it hopelessly, as strands of hair continued to fall to the ground around me. "It's falling out so fast!" I cried. "I'm going to go bald!" "I'll get a towel," Talia said as she rushed to the bathroom. "What's that going to do?" I asked. I couldn't decide whether to be angry or start crying. I was too shocked to even move. Talia came back into the room carrying a purple towel. "If we wrap it around your head, maybe it will slow the effects, until we can find a solution." Mandy yanked her phone out of her pocket. "I'm calling Amy. There has to be some sort of antidote." "But this is a hex. Like some sort of curse, right?" My voice cracked. "There's no cure." Talia started wrapping the towel around my head. I was still as a statue and barely noticed. "Hexes are a lower form of ill-intended spells. They aren't as dangerous as full-blown curses. This one will run its course. Your hair won't be gone forever." Talia's words should have been reassuring, but there was uncertainty in her tone. I knew what she wanted to say, but didn't. A curse like this depended on how potent it was. If the curse was strong enough, I might never grow my hair back. Talia was just hoping this was one weak-ass curse. I was too. I began to sob. As my hair fell out in clumps around me, I was taken back to my pre-diagnosis days. Back when I was really sick, before I started my meds, I'd wake up to clumps of hair on my pillow. My hair had thinned so badly I had to brush it a certain way to hide the bald spots. I recalled how hard it had been to grow it back. My hair had become a part of me, the way I styled it, the shampoo I used that smelled like roses. Chloe hadn't just cursed my hair. She'd cursed my whole damn identity. "Amy's on her way," Mandy stated as she pressed a button on her phone. I hadn't even heard her talking. I was too devastated to hear much of anything. Tears sprang to my eyes and poured over my lids. "Is she going to be able to fix it?" "She'll try her best," Mandy assured me. I wiped at my nose. Issa noticed my unease and settled herself in my lap, purring loudly. The towel helped to keep the hair from falling down around me, but my head itched under it, like it was still falling out. Mandy sat next to me, whispering words of encouragement, while Talia worked on cleaning up some of the hair. A knock came at the door several minutes later, and Talia rushed to answer. "I came as fast as I heard." Amy breathed heavily. "Come in," Talia said. Amy rushed into the room, her cat trotting along behind her. She stopped in her tracks when she saw me. "It's going to be okay. I just aced an assignment in hair regrowth last week." She spoke so calmly I didn't have a choice but to believe her. I wiped the tears from my eyes. "Are you sure this is going to work?" Amy hesitated a moment. "Well, we're going to try. Let's see the damage." Mandy reached up and unwrapped the towel from around my head. I gasped when I caught sight of the clumps of hair in the towel. Mandy quickly folded it up and stashed it out of view. All three girls looked at me with wide eyes. "Is it that bad?" I asked in a shaky tone. I reached up to touch my head, but Mandy caught my hand. "Best if you don't think about it." "Do you still have the crystal we gave you?" Amy asked me. "The one that wards off curses?" I pulled it out from under my shirt, where it hung off the necklace Mandy had made me. "I wear it all the time. I thought it was supposed to keep this stuff from happening." "Not completely," Amy admitted. "But it will help. We'll get this fixed. I promise." "What do we have to do, Amy?" Talia asked. "We'll have to let the hex run its course." "I'm going to go completely bald?" I cried. "Temporarily," Amy admitted. "Tal, if you could grab Nadine's hairbrush from the bathroom, that might help speed things up." I started to stand. "I'll get it." "No," Talia said quickly. "Believe me, you don't want to see this." I hadn't even thought about the mirror in the bathroom. I sank back into the bed, pressing my face into my hands. "It's not the end of the world. It's just hair," I told myself. Hair that I freaking loved. To anyone else, it might just be hair. But to me, it meant a lot more than that. I'd already lost my hair once, and growing it back had been the one thing that made me feel and look normal, when the rest of my body had already broken down. Chloe was taking that from me, again. I was a complete, sobbing mess. Amy conjured tons of alchemy supplies. She set up a portable burner on my nightstand, along with a miniature cauldron that fit perfectly on top of it. She placed various herbs next to it. I only recognized ginseng, though she conjured vials filled with different colors of oils. "How is this going to work?" I asked, sniffling. "While we wait for the spell to pass, I'll work on brewing a hair growth potion," she explained. "It will take a few hours until it's done, if that's okay." "I don't see any alternative," I replied. Talia returned with my hairbrush and sat next to me on the bed. She began brushing out what was left of my hair. My scalp was sensitive with every stroke, and I could feel the strands falling away. Some broke free and tickled my arm as they fell to the bed. I shuddered. Mandy placed a hand on my back while Amy got to work brewing the potion. "What are you going to do, Nadine? Curse Chloe back?" "Hell yeah," I answered automatically. My tears dried as stone-cold resolve washed over me. "You can't stoop to Chloe's level," Talia protested. "Well, I can't sit around and do nothing," I insisted. "Chloe has framed me for vandalism, beaten me to a pulp, painted half-blood on my door, and hexed my hair. All I've done is dump a few minor curse objects on her. I'd spent most of the semester trying to learn how to break this curse. Meanwhile, Chloe had found endless ways to torment me." "She can't get away with this," I said. "It's time she sees what I'm capable of." I shot to my feet and went to my dresser, where I rifled through my drawers until I found a scarf to wrap around my head. "What are you going to do?" Talia asked curiously. "Do you even know any hexes?" I draped the scarf over my head and tucked in the ends, then squared my shoulders. "No, but either way, she's going to get what's coming to her. Aren't you pissed?" "Of course I am," Talia cried. I eyed each of my friends. "Look, I'm not going to ask you to cast spells for me the way Chloe is using her friends. I don't want any of you to become a target. But I'm going to kick Chloe's ass, and the only thing I ask is that you don't stop me. So, are you with me or not?" "Well, if I can't stop you, then I'm in," Talia offered. "I'm not letting the Lucky Three touch you again." "Thanks, Tal," I said. "I'm in too," Mandy added. "And me," Amy said. "Then let's get this bitch." I stomped out of the room, and my friends followed. As I headed down the hall, I conjured a small box I'd been collecting dead insects in, just in case they ever came in handy. Now seemed like the perfect time to use them. I gathered a handful of insects, their tiny dead bodies crunching in my hand, and subconjured the box again. With my hands curled into fists, I pounded on Chloe's door. No answer came. "Where the hell is she?" I growled under my breath. She couldn't have gone too far. We'd only just left the career fair, so she still had to be in the school. I whirled around and started down the hall toward a nearby staircase. Before I could make it there, Mandy grabbed me by the arm. "Not that way," she warned. "That's the vanishing stairwell." I'd heard of it before and had nearly forgotten about it. The vanishing stairwell was the product of a spell gone wrong, and it appeared and disappeared at random intervals. No one went down there anymore, not since a student had died after being trapped in there years ago. It was a magical version of Russian roulette, one you didn't want to test out. "Then we'll go this way," I decided, turning in the direction of the main stairs. I barely made it a few steps before I heard a door swing open from behind us and the sound of Chloe's cackle echoing down the hall. A smirk crossed my face as I turned to glare at her. Chloe stepped out of a nearby dorm room, waving goodbye to whoever was inside. It's going to be fantastic. I can't wait to see it. Thanks for the help, Gwen. The door clicked behind her, and she turned. Chloe stopped dead in her tracks when she saw me standing there. After a moment, her lips curled into a sneer. Nice scarf, she mocked. My hair will grow back, but you'll always be a raging bitch, I snapped. Chloe only laughed. What are you going to do about it? You're a weak-ass witch. That's why no one wants you here. She has us, Talia said, stepping forward. Mandy and Amy did the same, and my chest filled with confidence. Like I'm scared of you losers, Chloe scoffed. You should be! My fist tightened, and the insects crushed in my hand. I drew their energy into me, then blasted a defensive spell out of my other palm. A purple orb whizzed through the air and slammed straight into Chloe's chest. It hit so hard her feet left the ground, and she went flying backward, landing flat on her back next to the vanishing stairwell. Talia gasped and threw her hands over her mouth. Oh my gosh! When you said you were going to kick her ass, I thought you were going to throw a few punches and pull her hair! I didn't think you'd knock her out! I froze as I waited for Chloe to move, but she'd gone completely still. I hadn't meant to do anything but leave a few bruises. Had my spell been that powerful? I uncurled my fist to see the bodies of the insects had turned to ash. I let the ash slip through my fingers, and I cautiously approached Chloe. She was still breathing. I stopped beside her and was caught off guard when she swung her foot out. It connected with my ankle, and I was knocked off my feet. I caught myself, but it was a hard landing. Pain radiated up my wrists, and I realized Chloe wasn't knocked out at all. She'd been pretending. Chloe was on me in under a second. Her fingers tangled in my scarf, and she pressed my face into the carpet. Like I said, she snarled, your magic is weak. And it's 4 against 1, Talia snapped. I heard the battle orb crackling in her palm, though I couldn't see with Chloe holding me down. Step away from her, or you're going to regret it. Chloe was momentarily distracted, and I used the opportunity to thrust my elbow up into her face. Ow, you bitch! She cried, covering her nose. I scrambled to get to my feet, but Chloe grabbed for my scarf and yanked it off my head. Strands of hair fell around me, and all Chloe could do was stare at her handiwork and laugh. A battle orb whizzed between us. I didn't see which of my friends had fired it, but confidence swelled in my chest, knowing I had them to back me up. Chloe jumped backward, looking shocked that my friends had the balls to try attacking her. Who's the weak one now? I taunted, shoving her. She stumbled a few steps backward. You don't even have magic! I shoved her again, and she tripped over the edge of an open doorway, landing on her ass. Her eyes went wide in horror, and I was pleased I was getting through to her. You don't realize who you're messing with, because I'll... Without warning, Chloe vanished from sight, along with the doorway. Where there was an open archway only moments ago, now there was nothing but a wall. Holy shit! I hadn't realized what I'd done until it was too late. I'd shoved Chloe into the vanishing stairwell. Dear goddess! My hands shot over my mouth, and I slowly turned to my friends. They all shared a matching look of horror. Please tell me this isn't as serious as I think it is. Talia's voice shook. There's no telling when the stairwell will reappear. It could be minutes or months. I didn't want to kill her, I cried. I whirled back to the wall and pounded on it. Chloe, can you hear me? She can't, Talia said. It's a space-bending spell. For all intents and purposes, the stairwell doesn't even exist at the moment. Then what's going to happen to her? I asked. I wanted to get back at Chloe, but not like this. Talia's features turned ashen. I have no idea. I turned to Mandy and Amy. Is there nothing we can do? No spell to open the stairwell back up? Amy bit her lower lip. I've never heard of one. I began pacing. Goddess, this is bad. I'll be burned at the stake for this. Chloe will be stuck in the spell for months. She'll starve to death, and they'll find her skeleton, and... Somebody help me! Whoa! Chloe's terrified voice returned as the doorway appeared once again. She held her fists up as if she'd been pounding on the wall. As the wall vanished in front of her, she fell forward and caught herself. I'd never seen Chloe look so scared before. Doors opened all throughout the hall in response to her pleading cry. Students poked their heads out of their dorms curiously. All eyes were on Chloe and her trembling form. She looked up to me, then to my friends, and her body began shaking harder. You stay the hell away from me! She stammered as she got to her feet. Chloe scurried away, obviously traumatized by the matter. I was relieved the stairwell had reappeared and Chloe managed to escape. But now that she did, the whole thing seemed utterly hilarious. Chloe had never been scared of me before, and I'd finally managed to make her quake in her designer heels. It was a pleasure to watch. That was a close call, Talia said as we watched Chloe scramble back to her room. She shot glances our way, as if making sure we weren't planning to attack again. I crossed my arms. A really close call, but it got the job done. Chloe's scared of me now. Is that what you wanted? Amy asked curiously. It may drive her to come after you harder. Or leave me alone, I pointed out. I think it's best to assume she'll retaliate, Mandy said. That way you're prepared. I mused. What's the best way to keep Chloe at a distance? Show her you're better than her, Talia said thoughtfully. Chloe thrives on getting under your skin. You have to show her she can't. That's a good point, I agreed. Ladies, I have an idea. If Chloe thought she could mess with me, she could go choke on a frog. Whatever she threw my way, I'd handle, because I was a badass witch like that. The following day, I breezed through the halls of Miriam Mansion like a witch about to raise the dead. My brand-new shoulder-length hair swayed with each step I took. My girl squad strolled behind me, each of us wearing matching outfits, skin-tight black dresses, makeup as dark as death, and stiletto heels. I was acutely aware of every pair of eyes on us. People turned in slow motion when they saw us coming. Jaws dropped, and I could practically hear the badass beat playing to the rhythm of our confident footsteps. I'd never felt so fearless before, and everyone took notice. Each of us had brought our own flair to our outfits. Mandy wore a black choker she'd made herself, while Talia strode down the hall confidently in a black corset with pink ribbing. Amy showed off her legs in fishnet tights. My signature look for the day consisted of lace fingerless gloves and a temporary tattoo down my right arm that read, Freak Sisters. Not to mention my new hairstyle. Amy's potion had been successful. My hair had grown to shoulder length overnight. It wasn't as full as it used to be, but Amy assured me that it'd be back to normal within the week. People didn't have to hear us coming. It was like they could sense trouble from a mile away. As we descended the grand staircase, I swore every eye in the main foyer turned our way, and all conversation seemed to cease. Gregory Walker and Braden Spire stood at the bottom of the stairs, gazing into a crystal ball. When they saw the four of us coming, they went as still as statues, staring. Gregory dropped the crystal ball, and it thudded hard on the carpet before rolling under the staircase. Chloe, Gwen, and Camille had been gossiping at the nearest sitting area and were the last in the room to notice our arrival. The look of sheer shock on Chloe's face was better than any curse I could put on her. She thought she could mess with me, and I'd just proven her wrong with a giant fuck you. Chloe managed to compose herself. She rose from her chair and tossed her hair over her shoulder. "Nice wig," she sneered. "Nice try," I shot back, "but it's my natural hair." Chloe's jaw dropped, but she quickly collected herself and crossed her arms. I narrowed my eyes at her. "You might as well back the fuck off, because there's nothing you can do to scare me." "That's big talk for someone who needs her loser sisters backing her up just to talk to me," Chloe said. I scoffed. "Oh, believe me, they only came to watch the fight." Chloe gaped. "Are you threatening me?" I smirked. "Unlike you, I don't need to sabotage the competition to win a fight. I'll do it by my own merit. Oh, and it's the Freak Sisters." I turned on my heel and started walking toward the hall behind the stairs. Amy, Mandy, and Talia gave the lucky three matching death glares before turning to follow me. Chloe had gone totally speechless as we sashayed away, all eyes on us. As soon as we passed Gregory, he seemed to pick his jaw up off the floor. He hurried behind us to retrieve his crystal ball, then caught us in the hall. Gregory planted himself in front of me. He was at least a head taller than me, and his wild hair made him seem even taller. "My, you ladies are looking fine today," he said, eyeing the four of us up and down. He pushed his glasses up his nose to get a better look. "You just might be the hottest girls in the school." I stopped in my tracks and placed a hand on my hip. "While I'm flattered, we don't have time to stand around being objectified all day." He'd been eyeing Amy's fishnet leggings, but quickly snapped to attention. "It's not like that. I wanted to invite you to the dungeon." "The dungeon?" I repeated. "What's that? Some sort of role-playing game?" "Better." Gregory conjured 4 cards. He flipped them over, and I saw that they were tarot cards. Each was identical to the others. I recognized them as the Devil card, though the image was in an art style I hadn't seen before. "Are you serious?" Mandy squealed. She rushed to my side and snatched the cards from Gregory's hands. She inspected them close, as if to see if they were real. Talia and Amy both closed in, too. "I don't get it," I said. "The dungeon is an elite club in the basement of the school," Talia explained. "It's so exclusive, even the teachers can't get in. You need a card like this to even find it. Where'd you get these, Gregory?" He shrugged. "A little here, a little there. I know how to get my hands on contraband. I've got some nightshade, too, if you're up for that." I gave him a look, wondering what he even meant by that. The other girls didn't seem to hear him, as they were too entranced by the cards. "We have to go," Talia insisted. "Tyler talks about this place all the time, but I've never been." "I don't know," Amy said, biting her lower lip. "Clubs aren't really my scene." Mandy looped her arm through Amy's elbow. "They are tonight." "It's Friday night," Gregory said, like that was supposed to entice us. "The party is going to be huge. So, will you join us?" I was intrigued, to say the least. I could really use a night where all hell broke loose. I didn't want to give a damn right now, anyway. "What's your price?" I asked him. "Tell you what," Gregory said, sounding like he'd done this 1,000,000 times. "Since you ladies look so fine today, I'll give 'em to you for free." "Free?" Mandy balked. "What's the catch?" "No catch," Gregory assured us. "Just want to see there tonight." He winked at Amy, and she frowned. "We'll take them," Talia said without question. "Perfect. Can't wait." Gregory left us with the tarot cards and hurried off. Mandy turned to Talia. "You know what he's doing, right?" "What's that?" Talia asked innocently. "He's roping us in and trying to get us to buy more contraband off him," she said. "Well, it's not like I'm going to," Talia replied. "Besides, these are probably counterfeit." Mandy waved the tarot cards in the air. Talia perked an eyebrow. "And, as long as they work, who cares?" Mandy smiled. "I like the way you think." Amy's gaze followed Gregory as he turned the corner. Do you guys think he realizes I'm gay?" "Doesn't matter, sweetheart." Mandy patted her on the shoulder. "No one can take their eyes off your legs in those tights. You look hot." Amy smiled sheepishly. "So, we'll each take a card and meet back here tonight?" Mandy asked. "Say 10 o'clock?" "Sounds perfect." I took one of the cards from her hand and subconjured it. I think it's time the Freak Sisters raise some hell. Late-night outings weren't easy on me, but I'd be damned if I missed tonight's party. Talia and I experimented with our magic in the mirror, playing with our makeup and hair. She finally settled on black hair with pink stripes, a simple spell that would wear off by the end of the night. I wore my dark eye makeup from earlier, but added blood-red lipstick. We met up with Amy and Mandy behind the grand staircase late that night when the halls were quiet and abandoned. "So where do we find this place?" Amy asked. "Ladies, get out your cards," Talia announced. We all did as she asked. While I was studying the artwork of the devil, Talia flipped her card over to the back, which had an intricate abstract purple design on it. "The dungeon is enchanted," she explained. "Each night, the entrance moves so that the professors can't find it. The map is on the back of your card." I looked closer, and I noticed that the design did look like a map, a maze of hallways and rooms. One particular room was blackened out, our obvious destination. "This way," Talia said proudly. As she led us down the stairs to the basement, Mandy asked, "How do you know all this, Tal? I only knew you needed a card to get in." "I've heard stories from my brother," she said. "Not that he's ever invited me, the prick." I eyed her as we walked down the long hall. "I thought you liked your brother." "Oh, I do, but I can't wait to see his face when I show up." "He'll be there?" I asked. "Oh, he'll be there," she assured me as we turned down another hall. There seemed to be a hidden message in her words. I wasn't entirely sure what she meant. "We're here." Talia stopped in front of an empty wall. Nothing but black brick stared back at us. Are you sure this is it?" Amy asked. Talia glanced at the map on the back of her card, then up to the wall. "I'm sure. The entrance is hidden, so we just have to find the way in." "Any chance your brother shared that little detail with you?" I questioned. Talia shook her head. Mandy flipped her card over a few times. "Well, if these cards are our tickets in, then maybe—" She stepped up to the wall and pressed the card flat against it. In front of my very eyes, a doorway began to form. The bricks seemed to sink into the wall, flattening and smoothing out until they formed a shiny black door with a red handle. "Hell awaits, ladies." Mandy twisted the knob, and a pumping bass spilled out into the hall. She gestured each of us forward, and we entered. A long hall stretched in front of us, draped with red curtains on either side. We reached the end, and Talia pulled back a curtain to reveal a lively nightclub. The music grew even louder as we stepped out of the hall and onto a balcony. Below us, a live band played upbeat music on stage, while students danced under red pulsing lights. The club was incredible, with dark walls and various plush red couches placed in different seating areas. A bar lined one end of the room, where students passed out drinks I could only imagine were brewed by alchemists, judging by the way fog seemed to roll off them. There didn't seem to be anyone older than 22 in sight. The dungeon was obviously a very well-kept secret. We descended the stairs in the direction of the bar. A couple sucked face at the bottom, blocking our path until Mandy yelled loud enough over the music that they moved. My eyes continued to roam over the club, allowing the carefree nature of it all to sink into my bones. I saw a couple people I knew from class, but most of the crowd seemed to be juniors or seniors. In a sitting area nearby, I witnessed Gregory conjure a small vial of liquid. He handed it to a young girl, who unscrewed the cap and used a dropper to place a couple drops under her tongue. Talia leaned into me. "Drinks first or dancing?" "Dancing," I answered. "We have no idea what's in those drinks." "True," she snickered. "Come on!" Talia took my hand and dragged me out onto the dance floor. I immediately fell into the beat, tossing my hands in the air and letting my hair flow around me. It was crowded, with barely any room to call my own, but Amy, Mandy, and Talia surrounded me, and we kept close as the rest of the crowd seemed to close in on us. Talia shimmied her butt in my direction, and Mandy started grinding on me. I laughed loudly. I loved being here with my girls, and not giving a shit for once. The song came to an end, and the lead singer announced a quick break. A popular mainstream song came over the speakers, while the band went to grab drinks. A couple of people seemed disappointed and left the dance floor, but most stayed and continued dancing to the music. Amy and Mandy twirled around, grinding and running their hands over each other. Talia and I got into our own swing of things, twerking and tossing our hair in unison. "Talia Murphy!" a male voice scolded, pulling the two of us out of our funk. I turned to see a tall male with chestnut-brown hair staring her down. He'd been the lead singer up on stage, I quickly realized. He was even more attractive up close, with tattoos running up one of his arms and a light layer of eyeliner on, though that wasn't exactly my type. His arms were crossed, and he looked pissed. "Just what in the goddess's name do you think you're doing here?" he demanded. Talia chuckled, but she didn't stop dancing. "Is that why you stopped playing, Tyler?" she teased, spinning around him. That's when I realized who he was. This was her brother, the lead singer of the Wicked Warlocks. "I told you not to come," he said, relaxing a bit. "You're too young." She scoffed. "I'm not any younger than anyone else here. To be fair, you're the old geezer in this place." Tyler shrugged, totally loosened up now. "Hey, I get paid for the gig. I don't ask questions. So, are you going to introduce me to your friend?" Talia stopped dancing and gestured to me. "Tyler, this is my best friend and roommate, Nadine. Nadine, this is my older brother, Tyler." I reached out to shake his hand. I noticed the ends of his fingers were rough, like he spent a lot of time playing guitar. "I've heard a lot about you," I said over the music. He cocked an eyebrow. "Only good things, I hope." "Absolutely," I assured him. "Talia's the sweetest." Tyler frowned. "Yeah, which is exactly why I don't need her corrupted by the dungeon." "Please," Talia scoffed. "You think a little dancing is going to hurt me?" "There's more that goes on here than dancing, little sis." "Hey, Tyler," a female voice drawled from behind me. I turned to see Chloe approaching. She wore a tight black dress and high leather boots. A sparkling black clutch hung from her shoulder, and she carried a fizzing drink in her hand. She breezed straight past me and ran a finger over Tyler's chest. "What are you doing talking to these losers?" Chloe taunted. "Come sit by me and my friends, and we'll show you a good time." Chloe waved to Camille and Gwen, who sat huddled close on one of the red couches. They ogled at Tyler. I could swear Gwen almost drooled. Tyler looked down at Chloe with disgust, but before he could say anything, Talia cut in. She planted herself between Chloe and Tyler, pushing Chloe's hand away. "Sorry, but he's kind of busy." "Well, I think he can speak for himself," Chloe sneered. Tyler looked like he didn't want to get in the middle of this. Instead, he shrugged and said, "Sorry, Chloe, but I have to get back up on stage." Chloe looked a little taken aback. Talia turned to Tyler, completely ignoring Chloe. "Catch up with you later?" "I'll have my eyes on you the whole night," Tyler replied. It was meant as a threat, but Chloe must have thought he was flirting, because her jaw dropped. Talia pulled her brother into a hug. He was over 6 inches taller than her and had to bend to hug her back. "Don't forget the key change on Dark Whispers," she teased. He rolled his eyes as he drew away. "Like I'd ever. See you, Tal. Nice to meet you, Nadine." Tyler headed back on stage, and Chloe stomped off. Talia beamed. "Does Chloe have any idea you two are related?" Mandy asked, coming in close. Talia shook her head. "Chloe barely remembers my name most days." I laughed. The look on her face was priceless. "She was so flustered she almost tripped on her way back," Amy snickered. "As long as she leaves us alone," Talia said. "I didn't know she'd be here. I don't want her ruining our night." "Hell no!" I cried. "She could never." "Nadine?" A voice cut me off. The sound was like a song, and even though music played over the speakers, the voice seemed to drown it out. My heart skipped a beat, and I turned to see Lucas standing there. He looked really hot, in a button-down shirt that was open on the top few buttons, and the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. His hair was in disarray, but in a really sexy way. "Lucas!" I cried. I stepped away from my friends and flung my arms around his neck. "What are you doing here?" His hands settled on my hips, and my heart danced to the beat of the music. "Grant dragged me along. Tricked me, actually." I snickered. "How'd he trick you?" Lucas frowned. "He told me he needed help with an alchemy assignment. I should have known it was a ruse." I couldn't stand here and watch Lucas's lips move without doing something about it. I leaned in and kissed him. The music seemed to fade for a moment, until I drew away and the club returned to normal. Lucas's shoulders dropped, like my kiss had put him totally at ease. "Is this Grant's first time here?" I asked. "Must be. I don't even know how he got tickets." I glanced over to see Grant had quickly melded into my group of friends. He danced with Mandy and Amy, though his eyes remained locked on Talia. "Where there's a will, there's a way," I said. I bet Mandy let it slip Talia would be here tonight. "He would go through great lengths for that," Lucas agreed. "Thank the goddess you're here. I don't know if I'd survived this place otherwise. What are you doing here, though?" "Girls' night," I explained, taking his hand. "Come dance?" He rolled his eyes playfully. "If I have to." "You have to," I joked. I dragged Lucas through the crowd and back toward my friends. The Wicked Warlock started playing again, and the crowd roared in excitement. I could hardly hear anything. Forget about talking to Lucas. Instead, I let my hips do all the talking, swaying them to the upbeat tempo. Lucas eyed me up and down, looking hungry. I never took my eyes off him while I danced. He barely moved, but I didn't need him to. Reading his signals, I ground my body against his. He placed his hands on my waist as my ass shimmied against his front side. Lucas wasn't a dancer, but I'd be damned if his hips didn't begin to sway and sync with mine. I turned to face him again, and he was beaming. "You like that?" I shouted over the music. He leaned in to speak in my ear. "I can't say I'm disappointed I came." I stopped dancing and took a step away from him, my eyes darting downward. "Oh, you did? Already?" Lucas's face remained expressionless for a moment, until he caught on to my joke. He grabbed me around the waist and pulled me into him, pressing his hips against mine. "Not like that, Nade. Get your mind out of the gutter." I smirked. "Too late. There's no saving me now." Lucas took my hand and spun me around, before pulling me close to him again. "What am I going to do with you?" "Naughty things," I teased. Lucas smirked. "Right here?" "Later," I said. "I gotta give you something to look forward to." He sucked in a breath and joked. "The suspense is killing me." "Don't die on me," I insisted. "We have lots of things left to do together." He cocked an eyebrow. "Like?" "Well," I glanced around the dance floor. "I've never seen your real dance moves, like when you aren't dancing with me." He scoffed. "My real dance moves consist almost entirely of the chicken dance and the bunny hop." "So show me," I said with a smile, before adding, "I dare you." He hesitated. "You don't want to be the first to bow out on a dare, do you?" I challenged. He scrunched up his nose. "Why do you have to tempt me like that, Nade?" I laughed, then gestured toward our friends. "A dare's a dare." Lucas stepped forward, into the circle our friends had formed. Mandy dragged him into the center, and Lucas jumped into the motions of the chicken dance. When he finished shaking his butt, he was smiling. I couldn't stop laughing, not because I thought it was funny, but because I was having so much fun seeing him enjoy himself. "Good job," Grant said, clapping him on the back. "You're a pro. Now watch this." Grant shoved him out of the way, then started doing the robot, which he was surprisingly good at. Lucas returned to my side and kissed me on the top of my head. "I'm going to get you back for making me do that." "I didn't make you do anything," I argued. "Well, then you can't claim I did when I dare you to crowd surf." I looked up to the stage and smiled. "You're on." "Wait, Nade." He quickly stopped me. "I didn't mean it. It's not an official dare." I frowned. "Oh, do I get a dare?" He hesitated, his eyes shifting from me to the stage. "Fine, since you seem so disappointed," he winked playfully. "I officially dare you to crowd surf." I shook my head. "You're making this too easy." I turned away and pushed through the crowd until I reached the stage and climbed onto it. Tyler spotted me and grabbed my hand, pulling me up while he sang. I tugged on the bottom of my dress. "I hope this is okay," I said. Tyler saluted me, and I took that as my cue. I spread my arms out wide and closed my eyes. A part of me feared that no one would be there to catch me when I fell. But the other part wanted the adventure, to find out if I was wrong. I tipped backward. And the crowd caught me. I laughed as I stared up at the pulsing lights, enjoying the feeling of floating over the crowd. I felt weightless, carefree. For just this moment, it didn't feel like I had a curse on me. It didn't feel like children in the coven had been murdered. It felt like I could breathe. I reached the back of the crowd, and a couple of strangers helped set me gently onto the ground. "Thanks," I called over the music. I returned to my friends and expected to see Lucas smiling at me. Instead, his eyes were focused on something else. I followed his gaze and spotted Cody. He was dancing with Talia, but had dragged her a few feet away from the group. Unease churned in my gut. Grant, Amy, and Mandy must have felt it too, because they weren't grinding against each other like before. "Hey, beautiful," Cody drawled. Talia blushed. The two of them were totally oblivious to the rest of us watching. "I like your dress," Cody complimented. "Why don't you dress like that all the time?" Talia ran her fingers over her corset. "It's for special occasions only. Makes you appreciate it more." "Oh, I appreciate it," he replied seductively. "Just be careful around other guys." Talia continued dancing, but eyed him curiously. "What do you mean?" "Some of them might appreciate it too much. It was that guy I saw you hugging earlier." Talia started laughing. "Believe me, you have nothing to worry about. Tyler's my brother." Cody seemed to relax. "Oh, your brother. Yeah, that changes things." "Wait, so I can't hug other guys?" Talia tilted her head. She didn't sound offended, more like she was trying to learn the rules. Cody frowned. "You wouldn't want me hugging other girls, would you?" Talia pushed her hair behind her ear. "No, I guess not." Cody's hand ran down Talia's side until it settled on her waist. "You know I don't like to share my chubby cheeks." He pinched Talia's cheeks. She blushed and dropped her gaze, but my jaw instantly dropped. Beside me, Grant was shaking, looking ready to explode. "What's wrong?" Cody asked, like he hadn't realized he'd offended her. "Please don't call me that," she said in a low voice. I could hardly hear it over the music, but that was the best I could get from reading her lips. Cody's shoulders slumped. "Don't be sensitive. You used to love that nickname." Talia opened her mouth to say something, but she snapped it shut before anything came out. "Look, beautiful," Cody said. "I'm not trying to be mean. I just want you to know how I feel. Terms of endearment are my thing. Would you prefer I call you Little Princess?" Talia gazed up under her lashes. "I'd prefer neither. Can you just call me beautiful again?" Cody sighed and kissed Talia's forehead. "Anything, beautiful. I'm sorry. Can I get you a drink?" "Yeah, sure." Talia's voice came out sounding brighter. "Just a water, though. I don't need anything that will dehydrate me." Cody winked. "I've got you covered." Cody walked away, and Talia finally seemed to realize she was no longer standing in our circle. She turned toward us, and I took her by the hand. "You okay?" I asked. She furrowed her brow. "Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" "Cody was kind of being an ass," I pointed out. She shook her head. "What? No. Cody's going to get me a drink. He's such a sweetheart." I glanced to Grant, who was staring slack-jawed at Talia. "Well, if you ask me, I think you could do better," Grant said. Talia shot him a glare. "I didn't ask you." Cody returned, but instead of water, he came back carrying 2 drinks in martini glasses. Talia's back was to him, and she continued to sway her hips to the music. Cody came in close and bumped into her. The liquid in one of the glasses jumped out, spilling all over her dress. Talia shrieked. "Talia, you should have been watching," Cody grumbled. "Sorry." She apologized profusely. She eyed the glasses in his hands. "Where's my water?" "I thought you'd like this more. Come on, let's go get you cleaned up." Cody took Talia's elbow, and the two of them left the dance floor. No one bothered to clean up the spilled drink. "Goddess, I hate that guy," Grant growled. "I think we all do." Mandy agreed. All the classic signs of emotional abuse are there. Grant started ticking them off on his finger. First, he lays on the charm and builds her trust. Then he socially isolates her by dragging her away from her friends. Then he compliments her so backhandedly. Backhandedly? Amy asked, curious. I like your dress. Why don't you dress like that all the time? Grant repeated. It's an offhanded way of criticizing her normal fashion. Once he's got her roped in with the compliment, he throws out a non-endearing nickname. See, Chubby Cheeks is meant to sound like an endearing pet name. But he's using it to call her fat, which Talia is not. And would it even matter if she was? My jaw dropped the longer Grant explained. I'd picked up on some of Cody's comments, but not the way Grant had analyzed them. Everything Cody had said seemed calculated to tear Talia down. It made me sick. Dark energy stirred in my gut, begging to escape and give Cody a taste of his own medicine. I already had a dozen insults on my tongue. Next, he insults her by calling her too sensitive. Then he uses that to gaslight her by telling her how she feels, or how she should feel. Grant continued. He goes on to deny his behavior and uses his sense of humor to continue to insult her. And when that isn't working, he lays on the charm again by offering to get her a drink. Only he needs to show he's in charge, so he doesn't get what she asked for. Instead, he acts like he's the saint for suggesting something better, then further gaslights her by blaming her for spilling the drink. My eyebrows shot up. Holy crap, you really have this down to a science. Grant blushed. Yeah, well, someone has to know these things. Do you think Talia even notices? Lucas asked, sounding worried for her. Nah, Grant said. Cody's got her so wrapped around his finger. Guys like him are good at disguising their behavior with good intentions and twisting any blame off themselves. I crossed my arms. Well, he sounds like a dirtbag, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Grant frowned. He is. This is why I don't date guys, Amy sighed. Someone needs to talk to Talia. I'll do it, Mandy offered quickly, before grabbing Amy by the arm. Come on, we've got a girl to rescue. Let's never be like that, Lucas suggested before I could leave his side. You'll tell me if I'm being an ass, right? I smirked. I will, and you'll do the same for me? You can count on it. I'm going to go talk to Talia. I hurried off, but I couldn't find my friends in the crowd. The music faded slightly as I stepped into a narrow hall at the back of the club. I caught sight of the ladies' restroom and went inside. Mandy's voice met my ears before I had the door halfway open. Talia, please come out, she begged. I entered the room to see Mandy banging on the stall door. Amy stood nearby, looking anxious. Talia sniffed from where she sat in the stall. Go away! I don't want to talk to you! You ruined a perfectly good night! What happened? I asked gently. Amy sighed. Mandy opened her big mouth and Cody stormed off. My stomach sank. Why's Talia crying? Amy hesitated. Cody said some not-so-nice words before he left. I gaped. Did they break up? Honestly, it'd be good news. No, we didn't break up, Talia sniffled. He just got angry. That doesn't make it okay, I argued. What did he say? Talia heaved a couple of breaths. Mandy yelled at him, and Cody wanted to leave. I told him I wanted to stay. He said... Mandy turned to me, looking annoyed. He called us a bunch of losers and basically implied that if Talia chose us over him, that made her a loser too. My nostrils flared, and I seethed. Tal, you are not going to let him talk to you like that, are you? That's not what he said, she defended. Well, it wasn't worded exactly like that, Mandy admitted. But it might as well have been. You don't understand, Talia insisted, sniffling. If you hadn't set him off... I can't control what he says, Mandy defended. He needs to get his anger in check. The stall door swung open, cutting her off. Maybe you need to get your anger in check, Talia snapped. Her eyes were completely bloodshot. What was all that yelling about anyway? I barely caught half of it. Cody was being a dick, Mandy said. He needs to know he can't treat you that way. Treat me what way? Talia demanded. We were having fun, and you lost your shit for no reason. I couldn't believe Talia couldn't see it. Anger continued to bubble up in my throat. He was insulting you, I pointed out. Talia's gaze snapped in my direction, and she scoffed. Like I need your help. Any of you. The last time you gave me advice, it nearly ruined everything I have with Cody. My jaw dropped. The last time? What advice did I give you? You know, she spat. It hit me what she meant. The last time I gave her advice, I told her to talk to Cody about what she wanted in the bedroom. My eyebrows pinched together. You never told me what happened. How could I? She cried, wiping her eyes. You'd only tell me to break up with him. Why would I do that? I demanded. I heard it in her tone. There was a reason, but she wasn't willing to tell me. All I said was you didn't have to be with him if you didn't want to. I was trying to be supportive. Well, you can stop it. All of you. Talia pushed past me with her elbow and went to the sink, where she started dotting her eyes with a paper towel. I stood next to her and crossed my arms. I wasn't letting her leave until I knew the truth. What are you hiding? She avoided my gaze. I don't want to talk about it. My blood boiled because I already sensed I knew the answer. Anger rattled around in my gut, forcing its way up to my throat. We've never lied to each other before. If Cody hurt you... He didn't hurt me, she snapped, obviously offended. She buried her face into the paper towel and started crying harder. Shit, this was bad. I didn't have to be an empathetic seer to know that. I'd never seen Talia cry before, and it tore my heart to shreds to see my best friend struggling like this. I reached out a shaking hand and placed it on her shoulder. We're all here for you, but we can't help if you don't tell us what happened. Nothing, she wailed, but it was an obvious lie. Talia bent over the counter and inhaled deep breaths. Amy and Mandy were at her side in a split second, all of us gently comforting her. The gesture must have broken something inside of Talia, because the confession came spilling out. We talked like you said we should, but it didn't solve anything. I told him I wasn't in the mood, but he... Talia hiccuped. He begged until I said yes. My anger boiled over, and the gentle hand I'd placed on her shoulder curled into a fist at my side. My nostrils flared, but there was no putting this rage back where it came from. It's not your fault, Amy whispered. Of course it is, Talia cried. I told him yes. I wanted to see if our conversation changed anything. He coerced you! Mandy exploded. I'd already reached my tipping point. I wanted to offer Talia words of encouragement. I wanted to cry with her, but more than anything, I wanted to give Cody White a piece of my mind. I acted without thinking about it. I spun on my heel and fled from the bathroom. I was on high alert when I stepped back into the club, scanning the room for signs of that dirt bag. My eyes fell upon him standing on the balcony, sipping on a beer. He was surrounded by a couple of other guys, who all laughed at something he said, probably a lame joke. I barely noticed the crowd as I stomped across the room toward the jerkwad. Bodies closed in at all angles, but I must have given off one hell of a pissed-off vibe, because people seemed to move to make room for me. I climbed the stairs and breezed over to him. Cody didn't notice me until I had my fist in his shirt. I shoved him up against the railing so hard that his feet nearly left the ground. He was bent backward over the balcony. Amusement played in his eyes until I conjured a battle orb and held it threateningly to his face. It was the highest-powered orb I'd ever conjured without dark magic, fueled entirely by my burning rage. All his buddies went dead silent, and Cody's eyes filled with terror. His beer bottle dropped to the ground and shattered. "I know what you did to my friend," I snarled in a voice that wasn't quite my own. It was dark and seething. "You think you can get away with that?" Cody's friends all went silent. I could only guess they were staring at me in shock, but I barely noticed them. All my attention was on this asshole in front of me. "I don't know what you're talking about," Cody said, his voice shaking. "You know exactly what I mean," I screamed. My voice carried across the club and over the sound of the music. I briefly caught sight of Talia, Amy, and Mandy emerging from the hall near the bathrooms. They looked up at me in horror, but I barely processed their faces. I was too fucking angry. I grabbed harder to Cody's shirt and yanked him off the railing, then spun him around until he stumbled into the wall. He caught himself, but his knees shook. I bent and picked up one of the shards of his beer bottle. His eyes went wide when he saw me approaching. I smirked proudly, glad to see him standing there with his tail between his legs. "You took advantage of my friend," I growled. "You saw she was in a vulnerable position, and you coerced her, you filthy piece of trash. You rapist!" "I didn't—" Cody started, but he was cut off when I swiped the piece of glass at him. It cut into the skin on his cheek, deep enough that blood began to trickle down the side of his face. I hoped it left one hell of a scar. His hand immediately went to his cheek, and shock crossed his features, like he couldn't believe I dared to take the swing. I didn't give him a chance to compose himself. I dropped the piece of glass, and my fist cracked into the side of his jaw. He stumbled to the side, and I laughed maniacally. "Oh, did that hurt?" I taunted. My heels clicked on the floor as I took another step closer. "Not as much as it's going to hurt." Someone caught my wrist as I drew it back. It had to be one of Cody's friends. I spun and promptly sank my knee into his royal jewels. A grunt of pain came, and I was instantly distracted from pummeling Cody's face in, because it wasn't one of his friends at all. It was Lucas.
Chapter 15. Lucas. I never thought I'd have to drag Nadine away from a fistfight, or that I'd be caught in the middle of it. I sank to my knees and groaned in agonizing pain. Damn, Nadine had one hell of a kick. Good to know she could defend herself, but it wasn't looking so good for me. I sucked in deep breaths, but the air had been stolen from my lungs. Bile rose to my throat, and I was almost certain I was going to puke.
"Oh, my goddess," Nadine cried. "Lucas!"
She knelt by my side and placed a hand on my shoulder, but I didn't have the strength to respond.
"Are you all right?"
she asked.
"Peachy,"
I managed to squeak out.
"I'm so sorry."
she repeated over and over. I was trying to focus on not puking, that I didn't know how many times she said it.
Nadine, what the hell?
I thought the voice had come from Talia, but it was hard to tell over the ringing in my ears.
Nadine started, but Talia cut her off.
Don't bother explaining, Talia snarled.
I've seen enough.
Talia's footsteps faded as she stormed off. All I saw was Nadine gaping. After a few moments, she turned her attention back to me. I was starting to come back to reality now, and everything that had happened in the last several minutes came rushing back. Nadine had gone to comfort Talia. Then the next thing I knew, her voice was echoing across the club. I'd looked up to see her practically hanging Cody off the balcony. By the time I'd reached the top of the stairs, she'd already cracked her fist across his face and was ready for another go.
I'm sorry. Let me help,
Nadine said again. I finally felt stable enough that I let her drag me to my feet. I gripped the banister for support. When I finally looked around, I saw that Cody and his friends had all run off, and Talia and Amy were both gone. Grant and Mandy stood on the level below us, whispering at the edge of the dance floor. Nadine and I were alone on the balcony.
Nade,
I coughed.
What the hell is going on?
She began pacing. She wouldn't look me in the eye, and her whole body shook. She mumbled under her breath, but I couldn't make out what she was saying.
Nadine,
I snapped, trying to get her attention. She stopped pacing and turned to me. Her expression shifted suddenly. One moment it was dark and sent a shiver down my spine. The next her face fell, and concern was written all over it. She almost looked scared. Of what, I wasn't sure. What happened? I demanded.
I don't know, she admitted in a shaky tone. Talia said, she said some things, and I got really mad, and
I'd never heard Nadine stammer in this way, like something had really frightened her. She began pacing again. After a few moments, her eyes scanned the balcony, as if looking for a solution. Her gaze fell upon an abandoned beer bottle one of Cody's friends had left sitting on the railing. She practically lunged for it and started chugging the damn thing. I gaped.
Nade!
I stumbled the few steps over to her and snatched the bottle from her hands. It sloshed over the front of her dress.
Lucas!
She cried.
What do you think you're doing?
I demanded. My mind raced 1,000,000 miles per hour. I didn't know how to make sense of everything I'd just seen, let alone know how to feel about it.
You don't drink! I just need to get out of my own head for a second.
Nadine thrust her hands into her hair, tugging on the strands. I grabbed for her wrists so she wouldn't hurt herself. Stop it! Her breath wavered, and her eyes got a distant look to them, like she wasn't seeing anything in front of her.
Nade?
Look at me, I insisted. When she didn't, I shook her a little. Look at me! Finally, her gaze traveled to mine, and her features softened once again.
Lucas,
she whispered breathlessly.
I'm sorry.
Sorry? I gaped. Tears brimmed her eyes.
What else do you want me to say?
I barely heard her over the music. We need to talk, I insisted. I took Nadine's elbow and led her down the hall lined in red curtains and out of the club. She didn't resist, but she stepped away from me as soon as the door shut behind us and vanished. The silent basement hall seemed to stretch miles between us. Care to explain? I tried to be gentle, but my voice came out harsh. It was like I was seeing a totally different person when I looked at Nadine.
I don't know what came over me, Nadine said, sounding genuine. Cody is an ass. No, worse than an ass. I don't even have a word for it. And I lost it.
Yeah, he was being a jerk, I agreed. But you don't go threatening people with battle orbs for it.
I'm not talking about tonight, Nadine said. I'm talking about something else.
It was clear in the way she said it that it was a secret between the girls. I sensed it was something I didn't really want to ask about, and I didn't think Nadine would tell me anyway. girl code and all that. I could make assumptions of my own. That's no excuse for putting yourself in danger, I told her.
Danger? She balked. I could take Cody.
I cocked an eyebrow. And all his friends? You could have gotten a battle orb to the face or a curse cast upon you. And drinking? This isn't you. Nadine's lips tightened.
No, Lucas. It is me. You just haven't seen this side of me before.
I stepped toward her. She seemed hesitant, but she let me run my fingers across her arm. I know my Nade, I whispered. She doesn't do violence.
But she does,
Nadine shot back. I furrowed my brow. What?
This curse,
Nadine cried. Tears began running down her face.
She's a part of me, the dark part that came out tonight. No matter what I do, I give in to her. When I'm faced with Chloe or some asshole like Cody, I can't control myself. Lucas, I don't know what to do.
Hell if I did. Nadine stood in front of me, practically bawling, and all I could do was stand there. Half of me wanted to comfort her. The other half wanted to run in the other direction. I'd barely caught a glimpse of the darkness she spoke of tonight, and it terrified me. I hated to think of what she'd have done to Cody if I hadn't stopped her. She'd already left a mark deep enough for stitches. Nadine shoved her hands into her hair again. Nade, stop, I demanded. My fingers trembled as I reached out for her, but I only hesitated a second. I wrapped her in my arms, and she buried her face into my shoulder. We'll figure this out and get rid of her. There has to be someone we can talk to about this.
Who?
She asked in a muffled voice.
No one knows how to break this curse. I have to figure it out.
And you will, I promised, running my fingers through her hair. Nadine took a step back, her features going dark again.
When? Before or after I completely snap? I can't keep doing this. I just want it to be over. The only thing we can do is get rid of this curse, and if I can't do it, then I'll have to leave Octavia Falls.
My blood ran cold. I couldn't lose my Nadine. I couldn't. And so I had to do everything in my power to make sure that didn't happen. I was fuming when classes resumed on Monday. Nadine had scared the hell out of me, but when she broke down in my arms, I knew she was just as scared as I was, if not more. There had to be something we could do, but I had no answers. I wish I did. I wish I could protect her. What kind of boyfriend was I if I couldn't? Between Nadine's freakout and my investigation into Professor Damon, I'd found myself crawling back into the dark hole I'd spent so much effort trying to get out of. Hopelessness settled in my gut. How could I protect Nadine? How could I prove Professor Damon's guilt? How was I supposed to do a damn thing for this coven? My mind raced through these problems on my way to breakfast that morning. I didn't want to eat, but I needed to get out of my room. As I was passing the large window opposite the grand staircase, I noticed 3 girls chatting nearby and laughing. My eyes locked on the girl in the middle, and my rage flared. I curled my hands into fists and I stomped up to her. "This is your fault," I snapped, my hands shaking at my sides. I needed someone to blame. Chloe was a part of this, and she'd tormented my girlfriend one too many times. Maybe if she stayed away, Nadine could handle this curse easier. Chloe chuckled, and the 2 girls beside her went silent.
Oh no, she said flatly. Did someone's hair fall out again?
I got up in her face, but I didn't touch her. Stay the hell away from my girlfriend. Chloe smirked.
Come on, Lucas. I thought we were friends.
I scoffed. We've never been friends. All you've ever done is use and manipulate me, and I won't let you do that to Nadine.
Did she send you here to tell me that? Chloe fake pouted. Nadine can't handle me on her own anymore.
Nadine doesn't know, I said. You need to figure your shit out because Nadine isn't going anywhere. And if you even try to hurt her again, So help me, I will summon a reaper and deal with you myself. Chloe's jaw dropped. I wasn't sure if she believed me or not, but she believed it enough that she went speechless. Satisfied with her reaction, I turned and headed down the stairs to the cafeteria. I wish I could say I felt victorious, or that I'd done something to help Nadine, but I only felt sick. It was like the case with the missing boys all over again. There was nothing I could do to solve this. I found Grant sitting at a table alone in the cafeteria. I went through the buffet line and added eggs, bacon, and a slice of toast to my plate, but the portion sizes were scarce. I'd be lucky if I managed to choke half of this down. Grant was eating slowly and staring down at a pile of open books in front of me when I sat. "Tell me some good news," I groaned. Grant spoke with a full mouth. "I'm making a vision board using old yearbooks." I cocked an eyebrow. Grant swallowed. "I gotta get in the right mindset if I'm going to claim the champion swim title this season. I'm going over stats from previous years and pictures of previous winners. I'm going to win this season. I know it." "Well, that is good news," I said. Grant eyed me curiously as I took a bite of scrambled eggs. They tasted like styrofoam, and I chewed slowly. "Everything okay?" he asked. "This isn't still about Friday night, is it?" "Kind of, yeah," I admitted. "You just have to be there for Nadine right now," he said encouragingly. Yeah, sure, I could be there for her, but it didn't fix her problems. "I'm trying to be there for Talia, but I won't make a move until she's ready," Grant said. "Have you even talked to her?" I asked skeptically. "Yes, we talked." Grant sounded offended. "Well, I tried. She won't tell me much, but it's fine. I'm here to listen whenever she's ready." "I have listened to Nadine," I said, "and I don't know what to make of any of it." "Maybe you're thinking too hard," Grant offered. "I can't stop," I practically snapped. It was nothing against Grant. I was just irritated. "I'm reaching my rope's end here. Nadine is cursed. Kids are disappearing. I still have no evidence against Professor Damon." Grant's shoulders fell. "Still nothing? You've been following him around for days." I gritted my teeth. "I know, but the guy's a fucking bore. When he isn't in class or in his office grading papers, he's in the halls tormenting students. Not exactly the proof I need." "What about at home?" Grant questioned. "Worse," I groaned. "He gets home every night after dark, pops a meal in the microwave, and goes to bed. He's scary lonely." Grant's eyes went wide, and he lowered his voice. "Just like all the other serial killers you've ever heard about on the news." "No freaking kidding." "Doesn't matter," I said. "My article is useless without proof. The police won't believe me anyway." I didn't think Nadine had quite understood me when I mentioned how the coven felt about witch hunts. Speaking out against Professor Damon without proof was a serious offense. But I had to do something, or I was never getting my evidence. "There's got to be someone you can tell," Grant insisted. "Who?" I asked. I had no one to turn to, not unless I wanted to break my word with the Bennets and reveal their secret. "I don't know," Grant sighed. "Someone who will listen." I had no one, except for maybe... I shot out of my chair. "I gotta go." I abandoned my uneaten food, hurried to Professor Carlyle's office. His door was closed when I arrived, so I knocked. "Come in," his bright voice called. I opened the door and stepped into the room. He was rearranging a stack of papers and fumbled when he looked up to see me in the doorway. A collection of empty potions vials tumbled across the desk. A few rolled off onto the floor, and his cat's hair bristled. I noticed the remnants of green liquid in the vials. His cancer potion. "Lucas, what can I help you with?" he asked, straightening in his chair. I glanced behind myself, but the room was empty. I closed the office door anyway, just in case someone overheard. "I know who killed the boys." Professor Carlyle's face went paper white. Who do you suspect?" I paced around the room. I couldn't sit with the array of motions bubbling up inside me. It's Professor Damon. I'm sure of it. Carlyle's jaw dropped, though a bit of color had returned to his face.
Professor Damon? What makes you think that?
My hands curled into fists. An anonymous tip, I said, leaving it at that. Carlyle furrowed his brow.
And what did this anonymous tip say?
I sighed and slowed my pacing. I can't say exactly. I have to protect my source.
That's very admirable of you, but if I'm to help you as your advisor, I need to know the truth, he said. What evidence do you have against Professor Damon?
I raked my fingers through my hair. Nothing really, just a story. But it fits. Carlyle eyed me curiously, as if wondering what I was hiding.
You do understand what you're saying?
I know. I gritted my teeth. It's not my intention to start a witch hunt, only to find the person who did this and make sure they get what's coming to them. Carlyle hesitated a moment, absorbing what I'd just said.
We can't publish this story without undeniable proof.
But we have to stop him, I burst. We have to do everything we can to protect Travis Bennett. Professor Carlyle raised a hand to stop me. He spoke calmly, an emotion I could barely comprehend right now.
I agree. But if we go public with this, Travis is in even more danger. Who's to say Professor Damon won't accelerate his plans?
My breath stalled. You believe me, then? That Professor Damon is the one behind this? Carlyle took a deep breath. I saw skepticism in his features, but there was something else there. Something I couldn't read.
I'm listening,
he finally said.
I'm willing to explore all angles.
I breathed a sigh of relief. I'd half expected Carlyle to blow me off. What can we do? I asked.
I'm afraid there's little we can do, he replied.
He sounded a little irritated. We can't sit around here doing nothing, I cried. Someone else could get hurt. I won't let that happen. Carlyle snapped. He shot to his feet and shouted,
It's not your job to solve this case, Mr. Taylor. Your job is to report the facts.
I reeled back a step. I'd never seen him like that. Carlyle caught the wide-eyed look on my face. He quickly composed himself and sat back down.
I apologize. I didn't mean to shout. It's my cancer advancing. Makes me irritable. I just don't want to see you get hurt like the other boys.
Damon won't touch me, I assured him. I'm not like his other victims.
Yes, but we can't let him know we're on to him,
Carlyle replied.
If he is in fact behind this, you would be putting yourself at risk. Tell me what you know, and I'll take care of it.
Really? I finally felt like I could sit. I sank into the chair across from him. Carlyle nodded.
I'm afraid you are getting too involved in this case. Perhaps you should take a step back.
The suggestion was like an arrow to my heart. You're pulling me from the article? Carlyle sighed, a look of regret written across his features.
It's for your own safety. The more you dig into this, the more danger you're in.
I crossed my arms. So you're saying even if I could prove it, you wouldn't publish the article anyway?
If it would keep you out of harm's way, then yes,
he admitted. How dare he try to take this away from me? I couldn't just sit around waiting for someone else to arrest Professor Damon. I knew too much, and I had to make sure everyone else knew it too. Fine, I growled, shooting to my feet. I don't need this article to prove who's behind this. I'll find my proof, and I'll make sure the Miriamic Police Department takes care of this murderer. I started out of the room, but Carlyle stopped me.
Be careful, he warned. I can only do so much as your journalism advisor. I can't protect you out there. Men like Professor Damon won't hesitate to harm you to protect themselves.
Thanks for the warning, I said sarcastically. but I think I can handle myself. I stormed out of his office, feeling like my magic was about to burst out of my palms. I quickened my pace and shoved my way through one of the back doors of the school before I could accidentally set off a battle orb inside. The sky was overcast today, and the air bit at my face. I plopped down on an empty bench near the greenhouse and buried my face in my hands. Carlyle could try to protect me all he wanted, but this wasn't about me. It was about taking down Damon so no one else got hurt. If I had to take the blow instead of another kid, I'd take it.
Lucas?
Professor Warren's voice pulled me from my thoughts. I looked up to see him hurrying down the path, carrying a briefcase. Professor Warren, I greeted, though it came out colder than I intended.
What are you doing?
He eyed me up and down.
You must be freezing.
I glanced down at myself and realized I'd forgotten a coat. I shrugged. The cold doesn't bother me. Professor Warren glanced to the door like he was running late. He sighed and abandoned his previous obligation to sit beside me.
Lucas, what's going on?
Nothing, I lied. Professor Warren shot me a sharp glare.
We've shared one too many conversations for me to buy that.
I huffed. I didn't want to tell him everything, so I settled with, Professor Carlyle's kicking me off the newspaper.
But you've done so much good,
he cried. I scoffed. Tell Carlyle that.
I just might,
Professor Warren said, drawing himself up.
I've noticed a difference in you now that you have a hobby. I'd hate to see you revert to old habits.
I frowned.
Have you given any more thought to your major?
He asked. I shook my head. That was the last thing on my mind right now. General studies, I guess.
You should keep writing,
he suggested. How? I bid. I have nothing to write about now.
You don't need Professor Carlyle's permission to write,
Professor Warren pointed out.
I know you carry the journal I gave you. Why don't you write something in there?
I cocked an eyebrow. Is that an assignment?
No, just a suggestion.
Professor Warren stood.
As a writer, you can't take rejection too hard. You're going to be something great one day. I know it.
You're not a seer, I grumbled. He smirked lightly.
I don't have to be. I just have to trust that you won't give up.
That was all he said before he turned around and hurried into the school. I watched him go, his words echoing in my mind. You won't give up. You won't give up. Nadine had said something similarly. When you put your mind to something, you don't give up. I conjured my journal and a pen and flipped to an empty page. My pen scratched across the paper with fervor as fast as I could come up with the words. A dark and empty soul, trapped in midnight shadows, chained by thoughts he cannot see, reaching for a door forever closed. No escape from this dark dungeon, nothing more horrifying, but he'd be damned beyond the abyss if he ever gave up trying. The weight on my shoulders seemed to ease as I drew my pen away. I reread the words, feeling the heaviness permeate deep into my chest. Professor Warren and Nadine were both right. I didn't give up. Carlyle's permission or not, I was going to protect this coven's children, the only way I knew how.
It's unfair,
Nadine grumbled. We sat in the lounge on one of the big couches between classes. A supernatural drama played on TV, but I wasn't paying attention. I had my arm around Nadine, and she was snuggled up close. Neither of us had said anything for the last half hour. I think we were both enjoying the silence. What's unfair? I asked.
Professor Carlyle.
Nadine shifted on the couch to look at me.
He can't kick you off the paper. Someone has to catch Damon.
My shoulders fell. He's the newspaper advisor. He can do whatever he wants with it. Nadine frowned.
I know he says he's protecting you, but...
I raised a curious eyebrow. But what?
But I think you're smart, and you know what you're doing. I think if anyone's going to catch Damon, it's you.
I will, I said with firm conviction. I just have to pivot.
Pivot?
I have some ideas. Nadine sat up straighter.
You do? Enlighten me.
I frowned. You wouldn't like it.
Tell me anyway.
I glanced around the lounge, but there was hardly anyone in here this time of day. The closest group was sitting at a study table across the room. I leaned into Nadine to whisper lowly, You know I've been following Damon, but I'm ready to switch up my tactics. Her eyes brightened with intrigue. It was the first ray of sunshine I'd seen from her since the club. It seemed talking about something else helped her take her mind off her own problems.
What are you going to do?
She asked. I realized Damon might have an accomplice. I've decided to watch Travis in case someone tries to hurt him. Nadine's features fell.
That's great, but you can't protect him 24/7. You have class, and you have to eat and sleep.
You're right. I don't have to protect him 24/7. Just at night, when Damon's most likely to snatch him, just like the other two boys.
What if he strikes during the day?
She asked. I shook my head. I'd given this quite a bit of thought. It doesn't match the M.O. You should know. You've read tons of mystery novels.
Yeah, but there are only 2 cases so far. What if some of the similarities are a fluke?
I don't think they are, I said. Damon's doing this for a reason, and he's already established a pattern. Nadine sat up straighter, like she suddenly had an idea.
Take me with you.
My eyebrows shot up. Take you with... Nade, this could get dangerous. If I catch Damon in the act...
Then I'll be fine,
she interrupted.
I want in on the action.
But you're... I cut off mid-sentence when I realized what I was about to say. But you're sick. That had never stopped her before.
I appreciate your care, but I can help, she pleaded. I'm sick of dealing with Chloe and my powers. I need a break from all that. Mystery is my thing. I might notice something you won't.
The tension in my shoulders eased. I just don't want you getting hurt. Nadine entwined her fingers in mine.
I'll be fine.
We held each other's gaze for several moments, and my insides melted. Damn it, how could I say no to this girl? You're going to come whether I say you can or not, aren't you? I asked. She smirked.
You know me well.
Nightfall arrived, and Nadine met me at a door near the back of the school. She strolled down the empty hallway, wearing her hair tied tight in a bun at the nape of her neck, along with a black trench coat that tied around the waist.
Why are you staring at me like that?
She asked. I rearranged my features. How was I looking at you? She narrowed her eyes.
Like you want me to take this off, but I'm not sure if it's because you hate it or you just want to undress me.
I smirked and grabbed her around the waist playfully, then pressed her up against the wall. My lips stopped a mere inch from hers. Well, I don't hate it. She smiled.
Too bad. I was hoping you might take it off.
Hunger for her burned deep in my belly. That can be arranged. I pressed my hips into hers, but I stopped when I felt something hard between us. I'd say I'm happy to see you, but that's not me, I joked.
No, silly, it's my night vision binoculars.
Nadine chuckled and pushed me away. She pulled them out of her pocket, along with a pile of other spy-like gear. My eyes fell upon the lock-picking set. You know you can unlock doors with your magic.
Not if the lock is enchanted, she pointed out, before placing her things back in her large coat pockets. I'm ready for anything.
Okay, but at the first sight of danger, you're gone, I insisted. She sighed.
I'll be fine. You worry too much.
What are we worried about? Grant's voice came down the hall. Nadine and I looked up to see him and Talia making their way toward us. Talia's features soured when she spotted Nadine. Nadine had mentioned things were difficult between the two of them after what happened at the club. Talia stopped in the hall and crossed her arms. She was dressed in black from head to toe, with her long brown hair tied in a high ponytail.
You didn't tell me she'd be here.
Grant's features fell.
I didn't realize it'd be a problem.
Talia opened her mouth to protest, but Nadine spoke first.
It will be fine, won't it, Tal?
I might as well not come,
Talia said bitterly.
You probably don't want me there anyway.
Stop avoiding me, Nadine pleaded. I said I was sorry. Can't we just get along? For the guys.
Talia hesitated, and her gaze flickered over to Grant. His eyes were bright and hopeful. She sighed.
Fine, but I'm not coming for you. I'm coming for Grant.
Talia stepped between Nadine and me to get to the door. Grant hopped along happily behind her like a little puppy dog. I raised my eyebrows at Nadine and lowered my voice. Still no luck talking to her? Nadine frowned and shook her head.
Not yet, but she'll come around.
I hope so, I told her as we stepped outside and into the cold. We took Nadine's car into town and parked on a quiet street not far from the Bennett's house. It was cold out at night, but most of the snow had melted.
What are we looking for?
Talia asked. I'm looking for anything suspicious within a 3-block radius of Travis Bennett's house, I told her. If Travis is in danger, we have to catch Damon before he can get to him.
Do you think we'll find anything?
Grant asked. My gut twisted. On the one hand, I wanted to catch the bastard. On the other, I hoped Travis wasn't a target. I'm not sure, I admitted.
Then let's get going,
Talia said. We all stayed quiet as we weaved through the streets. The sky darkened and the air became colder the longer we walked. The streets were eerily silent. Then I heard it. The sound of a voice coming from a nearby alleyway. Nadine's index finger immediately went to her lips, and the 4 of us crept forward. My pulse quickened as we approached the dark alley. I glanced around and realized we were less than a block from Main Street. That put us right next to the Bennett's house. The Bennetts live on this street, I said breathlessly. I hoped to the goddess this wasn't related, but the way my heart pounded told me otherwise. A wooden fence bordered the nearest backyard. I signaled everyone to be quiet and to follow me. We pressed ourselves against the fence and crept closer to the alleyway. I peeked my head around the corner, and my stomach dropped. 2 figures stood there, but hardly any light from the streets made it into the alley. All I saw were shadows, but they were both tall, with broad shoulders, obviously grown men. The shorter one had long hair tied into a ponytail at the base of his neck. I couldn't make out any unique features of the other man.
Rumors are starting to spread,
the tall man hissed.
We have to keep our circle of intel small, or we risk exposing our operation.
It's only a few kids,
the other guy argued. My blood ran cold, and I turned to stone where I stood. The kids. They were talking about Caleb and Isaac. I knew Professor Damon was working with an accomplice, and it looked like there might be more than one. I scrambled to conjure my phone and begin recording.
Others will find out,
the man snarled in a voice that sent shivers down my spine.
Cover this up before it gets out of hand.
I witnessed something exchange hands. A wad of cash, perhaps. But it was hard to tell through the darkness.
I'll do my best,
the guy with the ponytail promised.
You have nothing to worry about, Archie.
Archie? It hit me, and my heart slammed against my rib cage. Archibald. The tall guy was Professor Damon, and he was paying someone to cover up the murders. I was about to jump out into the alleyway and grab the motherfucker, what I wouldn't give to pummel his murderous face in. But Nadine was peeking around the corner with me, her night vision binoculars to her face. She grabbed me before I could make a move.
He's coming,
she hissed. I'd gone so stone cold I barely noticed Professor Damon had turned and was heading straight in our direction. His accomplice walked in the opposite direction. I struggled against Nadine's hold. Fury flared in my bones. "What are you doing? We have to confront him."
"And get killed?" she snapped. "He teaches defensive magic. We don't stand a chance."
Grant tangled his fingers in my coat and dragged me down the street. He was a lot stronger than Nadine, but I still could have taken him if I wanted. But Nadine had a point. Damon could fry all 4 of our asses in one go, and I wasn't going to let Nadine get hurt. Against all my instincts, I followed my friends and ducked around the corner with them. The sound of a car door slammed and Professor Damon drove away. My shoulders slumped, but my heart continued to hammer. I can't believe we just let him get away.
"And what would beating him up do?" Talia challenged. "It wouldn't give you any more proof than you already have."
You all heard him, I argued. We're witnesses now.
"To a very ambiguous conversation,"
Nadine pointed out. They mentioned the kids, I cried. I waved my phone at them. I have him on record. Let me see that, Grant said. I gave him my phone and he watched the recording. It's too dark to see their faces, and Damon didn't actually admit to anything. Believe me, I want him hanged as much as the next warlock, but you have to play the system. You can't go on hearsay, only concrete evidence. I looked around the street corner to confirm Damon was gone. The car that had been parked there had vanished. Then let's go find our evidence. I stomped toward the alleyway, determined to find something to prove that Damon was tied to all this. My friends followed. I walked to the middle of the alleyway where Damon and his accomplice had been standing. What are we looking for? Talia asked. Anything, I told her. I glanced around, but my stomach sank. I wasn't sure what I thought we might find. It wasn't like there was going to be a big sign advertising Damon's transgressions.
The smallest thing can help,
Nadine pointed out. She started along the nearby fence, inspecting every board as if she might find something out of place. Talia turned to the other side of the alley and did the same. There's got to be something more, I insisted. My heart rate had slowed, but I was still on high alert. I spun around, looking for something, anything. Damon's not going to get away with this, Grant assured me. Before I could respond, Nadine piped up.
I found something.
She snapped on a rubber glove, one of the many things she'd come prepared with, and picked up a small object I couldn't make out at first. Grant, Talia, and I closed in on her to get a better look. What is it? Grant asked. Nadine pinched it between her fingers and held it up. It was a glass vial, no more than 2 inches tall.
It's empty, but unusual, right?
Nadine sounded uncertain, like she didn't know whether potion vials were a typical litter here in Octavia Falls. Odd for sure, I mused. Talia gasped. What if Damon is using a potion on the poor boys, like a sedative? Nadine conjured an orb and held the vial up in front of it. She tilted it a few times, then dimmed her light.
It looks like it had something in it, but there's no more than a few drops left.
I might be able to reverse engineer what's left of it, Grant offered. We could figure out what's in it.
If it was Damon's at all,
Nadine added.
I never saw him drop anything.
But this is right where he was standing, I pointed out. It has to be his. This could help us figure out how he's taking the kids and leaving no trace.
But why is this here tonight?
Nadine asked, challenging the mystery.
You don't think he took Travis, do you?
My stomach sank at the possibility. Goddess, I hope not.
We should go to the police,
Nadine suggested. And say what? Grant challenged. Hey, we found a potion vial in an alleyway. Can you drug test it for us?
Why not?
She asked. Because doing so is begging for a witch hunt, Grant pointed out. We didn't hear a firm confession, and we have no idea what this is, or if it's even Damon's. I say we get the results back and go from there. Talia bit her lower lip. I agree with Grant,
This is tampering with evidence,
Nadine argued. I hated to disagree with her, but Grant was right. We have to be sure about our evidence before turning it in. Nadine's shoulders fell.
Fine. You guys know how the coven works better than I do.
She pulled a Ziploc bag out of her coat and dropped the vial into it, then handed it to Grant.
I hope you know what you're doing.
I do,
he promised.
It's just going to take a while to get the results, but when we do, we'll know for sure if this potion ties to the investigation.
Crash! Something sounded from the end of the alleyway, and a cat hissed in the distance. Our gazes snapped up in unison to see a shadowed figure sprinting away from the scene. A pile of garbage cans rolled onto the gravel. Fuck! I growled, taking off in an instant.
Lucas, wait!
Nadine cried from behind me, but I barely heard her. I shot out onto the street, but halted in my tracks. I glanced up and down the sidewalk, but the street was completely deserted. Where'd he go? I mumbled under my breath. My friends caught up to me, then Nadine rounded in front of me.
What were you thinking? We don't know who that was. You could have gotten yourself hurt.
I think I know exactly who it was. Grant cracked his knuckles as he looked up and down the street.
Professor Damon back for more?
I bet he realized he dropped whatever was in that vial, I said. He was probably coming back to retrieve it.
Well, that makes sense. We have no idea if that's true,
Nadine pointed out. My lips tightened. I guess we'll know as soon as we run the test. One way or another, I was catching this killer.
Chapter 16. Nadine. Investigating with Lucas had been a lot of fun, but I couldn't help but feel that we'd walked away with nothing. Sure, we'd overheard Damon's conversation, but it didn't tell us anything we didn't already know. At least Travis Bennett was still safe, according to Lucas, who had been in contact with his parents. But Lucas wasn't giving up just yet. He was still patrolling the neighborhood every chance he got, but I couldn't come as often as I would have liked. My body wouldn't allow for so many late nights in a row, and it showed. I revisited that night over and over in my dreams, but instead of being surrounded by friends, I was alone. The air was warm in my daydream, and I wore all leather as I walked around the neighborhood. Laughter echoed down a nearby alleyway, and I snuck closer. When I saw a figure standing there, red magic crackling in his hands, I stepped out of the shadows to face him. Shadows cast from his magic flickered off the evil man's face. "You're not going to get away with this, Damon," I snarled in a dark voice. He threw his head back and laughed. "Oh, little girl, I already have." Blue magic burst from my hands and sped straight toward him. I woke with a start, never getting to witness the end of the dream. Rage rattled around inside of me, and my hands shook. Today, Issa snuggled up closer to me, licking the side of my face for comfort. I was still as a statue, waiting for the fear to subside and my joints to loosen up. "Nadine!" Talia gasped. I'd startled her awake. "Are you okay?" "Bad dream," I told her. "Go back to sleep." "Too late," Talia said. "My alarm is set to go off in 5 minutes." She swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood. "What have you been dreaming about? You've woken up like that more than once over the last week. Is it Chloe again?" Talia must have forgotten she wasn't talking to me, because she sounded genuinely interested. "Not Chloe," I admitted. "Honestly, she's left me alone lately, which is kind of a miracle. Maybe I scared her when I went all crazy in the club." Talia had just pulled out a shirt for the day, and she froze as she held it up. "I thought we weren't going to mention that." I sighed and shifted on the bed so I could see her. "We need to talk, eventually." She didn't look at me while she spoke. "I don't want to talk about it." But that's what friends do, I argued. I stepped out of line and I'm sorry, but there are things you're obviously keeping from me. And Cody... Talia held up a hand to stop me. Trust me, Nadine. I don't want to hear it. But he's not good for you. She whirled on me. I think I can decide that for myself, and I'm working on it, honestly. Cody and I are on a break right now, while we both figure some things out. I was relieved to hear it, but I didn't like the word break. It suggested they were going to get back together, and I didn't want Talia anywhere near him. I really do hope you know what you're doing, I nearly whispered. I just want what's best for you. She offered a shy smile, but it didn't meet her eyes. You let me worry about that, and you can worry about your own stuff, like learning curse breaking or something. Talia turned toward the bathroom to go get dressed, totally blowing me off. My breath grew hot. I wished she'd listen. She didn't even have to agree with me, just let me talk. But I guess that hurt her too much, and I didn't want to hurt her. And so I'd do exactly as she suggested. I was going to break some damn curses, because at least then I was doing something productive. Well, at least I thought I could, until I realized I had no idea where Talia had stashed the box of cursed objects. She'd probably hidden it from me because she was afraid I was going to use them on Chloe again. Fine. If Talia wanted to be petty like that, I'd make this a day of research. It was Thursday, so I only had one class and had the rest of the day free. I took a long bath that morning, then headed to class with mere minutes to spare. I sat in the back of thoughtography and kept my head down. The other girls in the class made a point every chance they got to tell me I didn't belong there, since I wasn't a seer. Well, screw them. I was headed toward the library when an arm came out of nowhere and wrapped around my torso. My heart lurched, and I swung my elbow back. It sank into my assailant's gut. "Where are you going, my beautiful miracle?" Ooh! I gasped and whirled around. "Oh, goddess! Lucas! I'm sorry, you snuck up on me." He clutched his stomach and steadied himself against the wall. "I should have expected that," he gasped. I reached out for him. "Are you going to be okay?" He sucked a deep breath, then stood up straighter. His voice sounded mostly normal. "I'll be fine. I thought you'd at least recognize my voice." I grimaced. I was kind of in my own little world here. "I'll make it up to you, and you can do it again." I turned away from him and started walking away slowly. I shot a glance backward and winked. "Not going to work, Nade," he said with a hint of a smile. "Moment's ruined." He stepped closer to me and took my hand, then reached up to brush my hair behind my ear. I closed my eyes, basking in his touch. When he was this close to me, all my problems seemed miles away. It felt as if I could deal with them in another life. "What's going on in that pretty little head of yours?" he asked. I glanced up and down the hall. A few people walked by, and I didn't want to talk where anyone could hear us. I dragged Lucas into an empty classroom that had the lights turned off. I could make out the shadows of desks and various animal skeletons mounted to the back wall from the light filtering in through the red curtains. "I'm still researching curse breaking," I told him in a low voice. "I was just headed to the library to see if I could learn more. I'm making some progress, but I still have stuff to figure out." He wrapped an arm around my waist. "Anything I can do to help?" I pressed my forehead against his, and my heart pitter-pattered. My head spun every time I got this close to him. "You don't happen to have a magic wand that will rid us of all our problems, do you?" Lucas smirked. "I've got one magic wand that might distract you." I giggled, probably louder than was necessary. It really helped to lighten the weight on my shoulders, though. "Do I get to see this magic wand?" Lucas glanced around the empty classroom. Right here? I bit my lower lip. Now that he'd mentioned it, I couldn't stop the possibilities from racing through my mind. My breath wavered as my eyes roamed over his strong arms. I thought it was an invitation. There's no lock on the door, he pointed out. What about that one? I gestured to another open doorway that led to a small room. I couldn't see much of it from where I stood. Professor Warren's office? Nadine, you are naughty, he practically sang. I stepped closer to him, my lips just inches from his. My chest rose and fell rapidly as hormones raced through my bloodstream. Do you want to be naughty with me? Before I knew it, his lips were on mine, and his hand had come around to cradle the back of my neck. My knees went weak as his tongue grazed along my lower lip. He drew away, breathless. You really think I could resist you? I scrunched up my nose. Well, girl's gotta test her theories. I grabbed Lucas by the hand and dragged him into the office. I started for the library after Lucas and I parted. My head spun as I replayed what we'd done. Unfortunately, it was time to get back to work. Talia and I had exhausted every resource we could find on curse breakers, but the literature focused mostly on lore and didn't talk much about technique. I hoped to find something today that I might have missed. Curse breaking? The librarian asked me thoughtfully. So far, I'd relied on the computer system to lead me to resources. Maybe the librarian knew about something that hadn't showed up in the computer. Yes, curse-breaking theory, if possible, I said. I glanced down to see the label on her desk read Rosemary. She pressed her lips together. And this is for a class? Yes, magical theory, I lied. I thought it'd be an interesting subject matter. Interesting, for sure, she agreed in a soft tone. But very little is known on the subject due to the rare nature of curse breakers. You know, the last curse breaker died 40 years ago. She obviously didn't know I was that man's granddaughter. I didn't need the reminder. Yes, I said with a fake smile. Let me see what I can find, she offered. Rosemary pressed her fingers to her temples and closed her eyes. She didn't make a noise, and she was still as a statue. I wondered if she'd gone into some sort of trance. I glanced around the quiet library. Tall mahogany bookshelves lined the walls, and a chandelier lit by candles hung from above us. A large staircase led to a second level, carved intricately like the woodwork in the rest of the mansion. The only students I spotted were seated at study tables on the far end of the room, but none of them paid attention to the librarian. Finally, she dropped her hands and took a deep breath as she opened her eyes. What just happened? I asked curiously. Oh, I'm sorry, she said kindly, pushing her cat-eye glasses up her nose. I should have explained. I'm a mentalist with a photographic memory. When it comes to written texts, at least. I know every book in the library has on every subject. I believe I may know of one that can help you. Follow me. Rosemary led me up the stairs and around the balcony. She stopped at a row of shelves in the corner that appeared like they hadn't been touched in ages. They were all covered in a thick layer of dust. Her finger hovered over the spines, and her eyes scanned the shelves. She stopped at shoulder level and tilted her head. Huh, that's weird. What is? I asked. It's missing, and I don't recall this book being checked out, she said, more to herself than to me. Is something wrong? A woman's voice came from behind us. The two of us turned to see Verla strolling down the aisle, a pile of books in her arms. Odin waddled beside her and sneezed at the dust. Issa wasn't here to hiss at him since she'd run off with Gus somewhere earlier today. "Headmistress," Rosemary greeted kindly, nodding toward her. "Just a misplaced book, I'm afraid." Verla's gaze traveled over the spines, and something seemed to click. She realized almost immediately what section we were in. "This is for a school project." I nodded, though my guts twisted like I'd been caught doing something wrong. "For magical theory." Verla narrowed her gaze at me. It was subtle, but enough that I had noticed suspicion in her eyes. "Why don't you come to my office? I might have something that can help you." "Really?" I asked, sounding a little too enthusiastic for a simple paper. I turned to Rosemary. "I guess I won't need your help after all. Thanks for trying, though, and I hope you find the misplaced book." "Yes, me too," she said, sounding awfully bothered by it. Verla gestured to me, and I followed her to her office. She didn't say anything until the two of us were inside. The door swung shut behind me, and she turned toward me. "Do you want to tell me the truth?" she asked pointedly. My mouth went dry, and I spoke slowly. "The truth about what?" "About why you were in the curse-breaking section," she stated simply. She didn't come out and accuse me of anything. I opened my mouth, but the excuses fell flat on my tongue. There were tons of explanations I could give. Some were true, and some not, that were easily believable. I wasn't sure which one to go with first. She sat behind her desk. A huge pile of books sat upon it, and she had to push them aside to see me. Verla gestured to the chair across from her, inviting me to sit. "Is this about your family curse?" "No," I answered automatically, though I didn't know why. It almost felt like I was in trouble, and I was covering my ass. And now I was on to improvising. "Partially," I admitted. Verla shook her head regrettably. "I've actually wanted to talk to you about this for a while. I lost your mother to this curse." For a second, I thought she meant my mother had died because of it, but that wasn't right. This curse had nothing to do with my parents' death. The blame for that fell entirely on the faulty brakes in their car. "You mean how she left Octavia Falls?" I asked. Verla nodded. "Yes, I've considered every loophole, but I'm afraid there isn't one. I thought with more time I might be able to help, but—" "Chloe and I will figure it out before her ceremony," I said. I didn't want Verla worrying. "But that's not the only curse I have to deal with." I didn't mean to say it. I'd only meant to redirect the conversation. Verla's spine straightened. "Another curse? What happened?" I chewed my lower lip. I couldn't exactly back out now. "Have you ever heard of the Reaper's Shadow curse?" Verla began to shake her head, but she paused like she'd realized something. She began shuffling through the stacks of books on her desk and grabbed a thick one that seemed newer than the others. She opened to a page near the back of the book and began frantically thumbing through the pages. Finally, she stopped, her eyes scanning the words. "Samuel Davis," she whispered breathlessly. "The son of a Reaper's apprentice who brutally murdered his mother in cold blood. The incident cast a ripple effect, a curse upon all future mates of the Reaper's apprentice, for no one could ever love the shadow of a Reaper." Verla's breath wavered as she lifted her gaze to mine. I clicked my tongue. "That's the one." "How could I not have realized this before?" she asked herself. "You and Lucas—" Dear goddess, don't tell me this was going to turn into a lecture on sex. No, I said quickly. We haven't, but there has to be a way to break the curse. Not without a curse breaker, she warned. She sounded afraid, like it wasn't even a possibility, like she didn't know a thing about me. Strange, since I swore she'd caught on to something the last time we spoke. I didn't dare say a thing about my true abilities, not unless I knew for sure I couldn't hide it from her any longer. I hadn't told anyone but those who were at my evoking ceremony. I couldn't start now, even though I trusted Verla. I knew the moment I caved, I'd run off and tell Amy and Mandy, too. Then who else would find out? The Reaper's shadow curse hasn't touched you yet, has it? Verla demanded. I shook my head. We're being careful, but there has to be something. The only way to avoid curses these days is to run away from them, Verla insisted. I crossed my arms. I refuse to believe that. I'm not a coward. She looked at me incredulously. It is not cowardly to save yourself. You must have some sense of self-preservation. Sure, I did, but I also had a chance to break these curses, if I figured out how. She sighed. I suggest you reconsider your relationship with Lucas. I pursed my lips. That's not really your choice to make. I'm saying this because I care, she insisted. I don't want to see you hurt, like your parents. My chest compressed. That's not fair. Damn, did she know how to hit me where it hurt? I wanted to storm out of the room, but my hands gripped the armrests of the chair. It was hard to breathe. I have no intention of hurting you, she said gently. I just couldn't bear to see a curse take you like my... She trailed off, like she was afraid she'd said too much. At first, I thought she was about to mention my mom again, but her eyes were filled with the pain of something far more recent. I softened my tone. Are you talking about your sister? I didn't know she was cursed. Verla rearranged her features. Well, it was never confirmed, but what she did, it wasn't her. You loved her a lot, I remarked. It was evident in the faraway look in her eyes and the soft, distant tone she used. Verla sighed, finally looking at me again. Of course I loved her. She was my twin sister, and I miss her very dearly. Verla was incredibly easy to read when she spoke of her sister. It was almost as if I felt her heartbreak as my own. You don't think she deserved what the coven did to her, I stated. It wasn't a question. Verla shook her head, looking like she was choking back tears. No, she did not. I hadn't come here to fight with Verla, or to make her upset. I quickly changed the subject to distract her. You said you had something that could help me with curse breaking? Verla cleared her throat and began looking through the stack of books on her desk. I have a book that can help explain the theory, but again, it's useless without a curse breaker. My heart swelled with hope, though I tried to encourage her in a way that wouldn't give me away. Maybe if I knew the theory, I could make sense of it all. Verla grabbed a book that looked a lot like the ones on the shelf in the library, leather-bound and very old. She flipped it open and thumbed through a couple of pages until she found what she was looking for. She turned it toward me and stabbed the page with her finger. This is the chapter you want. I scanned the page, but the text was really small, and there was a lot to read. What does it say exactly? Well, to break a curse on a family, such as the curse over yours, you would have to gather each affected individual together, she said. The curse would only be broken through cooperation, and by a curse breaker, which again... I know, I interrupted. Doesn't exist. I grabbed the book and leaned back in my chair, reading over the passages as fast as I could. Grammy had made it sound like curse breaking could be performed individually, but this book said the opposite. Grammy must have been mistaken. Then again, how many family curses had Grampy broken before he was killed at such a young age? Probably none. How the hell was I supposed to convince Chloe to work with me on this? The answer was obvious. I had to reveal to her my true power.
Chapter 17. Lucas. Fooling around with Nadine had quickly become one of my favorite hobbies since the semester started, but there was far more to our relationship than the physical stuff, and I wanted her to know it. The following Wednesday, I met up with her in the main foyer for lunch, a bouquet of red roses in my hands. Nadine sat in front of the fireplace and turned when she heard me approach. Her jaw dropped when she saw them. She couldn't look away.
What's the special occasion?
I pressed my nose into them, inhaling the floral scent that reminded me of her. There's no special occasion. I just saw them and thought you might like them. Truth was, I'd gone to town earlier to get them. A card was pinned to the bouquet with a poem inside I'd written especially for her. Nadine took the flowers in both hands and inhaled a deep breath.
I love them.
I took her hand and helped her stand before wrapping an arm around her. And I love you. She blushed, then pressed a kiss to my lips. I'd never get sick of telling her I loved her, especially when she kissed me like that every time I mentioned it. Ready for lunch? I asked her.
Yes.
She took my hand, and we started toward the cafeteria.
Also, Grammy invited us over for dinner if that's okay.
Not a problem, I told her. I hadn't seen Helena in a while, and I'd been meaning to thank her for the maid's tea she made me. That evening, Nadine and I arrived at Helena's house just after 6 o'clock. Nadine had let me drive, and I rushed out of the driver's side to open her door.
Thanks,
she blushed.
But I can really get the door myself.
It's called chivalry, Nade, I reminded her. I didn't do it because I thought she was incapable. I helped to show her I cared. Issa jumped out of the car and onto the sidewalk. Nadine barely noticed her as she smiled up at me.
Thank you.
I shrugged. What are boyfriends for? She smirked.
I can think of a couple of things.
I rolled my eyes. Let's keep it civil for Helena. Nadine laughed as we walked hand in hand up the sidewalk.
You think Grammy's gonna care about a few jokes? She's the one who gave me my first condoms.
I chuckled under my breath. Your grandma can be quite unpredictable at times.
Depends on the situation,
Nadine said with a shrug.
I'll bet you anything we're having brisket tonight.
My mouth was already watering. Helena greeted us kindly at the door, offering us each a hug as we stepped into the hallway.
Nadine, Lucas,
she sang.
I'm so glad you could make it. It's been a while.
Well, you know how college goes, I said. It's easy to lose track of time. Thank you, by the way, for the maid's tea. Her eyes brightened.
Oh, that reminds me. I have a fresh batch I want you to take with you when you go.
That really won't be necessary, I protested. But she wouldn't take no for an answer. At least let me pay you, I insisted.
Nonsense, she said with a wave of her hand. You're family now.
Her words struck me harder than they should have, and my chest suddenly softened. Helena had always been like a grandmother I never had, but I didn't realize she thought of me in the same way. It was comforting in a way I hadn't felt in a long time.
Anyway,
Helena said, clapping her hands together,
food is on the table.
She led us into the dining room where a whole spread filled the table. It looked like Thanksgiving dinner, though the table was only set for 3. A huge brisket that could have fed a dozen people was laid out in the middle of the table, along with roasted potatoes, squash, dinner rolls, and a veggie tray. She must have spent all day preparing the meal. Her cat sat in a chair peeking over the table with longing eyes.
Wow, Grammy,
Nadine breathed as she sat.
It looks delicious. Are you sure there's no special occasion? Because you guys have been spoiling me today. Spoiling you?
Helena asked as she took the head of the table. She crossed her hands together and rested her chin on them.
What has Lucas been up to?
Nadine told Helena about the flowers, and she went on to ask other questions about our relationship as the three of us dug into the delicious meal. It didn't seem like she was prying, but was more or less making conversation, though she kept throwing glances my way as if she was wary of something. I barely got a word in because I couldn't keep shoveling mouth-watering tender brisket in my face. Finally, Helena broke the facade, and I realized exactly why she'd been giving me the strange looks.
You two are being careful about the Reaper's shadow curse, aren't you?
I wasn't sure how Helena knew, considering most people in the coven hadn't heard about it. I figured Nadine had told her. Nadine buried her face in her hands.
Goddess Grammy, are you asking if we're having sex? Well, condoms don't save you from curses,
Helena pointed out. I'd gone completely still. Despite how much I'd eaten, my stomach felt hollow. It wasn't like I was screwing her granddaughter, but that still wasn't anything you wanted to talk about at the dinner table.
No, Grammy,
Nadine finally said, dropping her hands.
Lucas and I are not having sex. You don't have to worry about the curse. Well, until you find a way to break it,
she started.
We will,
Nadine cut in. She was obviously uncomfortable, but she didn't let it show in her tone.
But until then, you're going to have to trust us.
Helena didn't seem to expect that answer, because she gaped for a moment before composing herself.
I'm glad you have it handled. I would like to help, though.
Nadine tilted her head.
Help how? I spoke to Talia.
Nadine groaned. Helena shot her a sharp glance.
I didn't go out of my way to inquire about your life. I ran into her while shopping. Anyway, she said you hadn't been able to break any of the cursed objects yet. I thought maybe we could try with something else.
Helena stood and turned to the hutch behind her. She opened one of the top drawers and pulled out a pearl necklace.
This curse is simple, by far the simplest one I've found.
Nadine took it from her and eyed it from every angle.
Where did you get it? A friend sold it to me,
Helena said.
Said it had been nothing but trouble in her family for generations. She wanted to get rid of it, and I was more than happy to do that for her. What's the curse?
Nadine asked.
I can feel some sort of magic in it, but just barely. It's a curse of bad luck,
Helena explained.
But it's subtle, so much that the wearer may not even realize it's cursed. You might trip and break your shoe, but you won't be rushing to the hospital with a broken leg.
Nadine straightened, looking more confident the longer she inspected the necklace.
It's worth a shot.
Helena smiled proudly and placed a glass of water in front of Nadine. I hadn't seen Nadine try to break a curse before, though she'd been working on it all semester. Killing that monster was the closest I'd seen, and the closest she'd come. Nadine noticed me eyeing her and offered to explain.
It works by drawing out the magic and transforming the intention. I can't change dark magic to light, but I can change how it behaves. The theory says I can change this bad luck into poison, which is why I need the water to transfer it into. I narrowed my eyes in thought. Those are very different things, though. Well, yeah, she said simply. That's the idea, to transform the magic. Right, but the magic required to poison water would be much more than a minor bad luck curse, I pointed out. Nadine and Helena exchanged a glance, but it was Nadine who spoke. You're saying I've been trying too hard, pushing the magic beyond its limits? I shrugged. I wasn't really sure what I was saying. I only wanted to help. It could be why it hasn't worked yet. But her grandfather, Helena started thoughtfully, though she didn't finish. I think Lucas has a point. Nadine stared down at the glass of water. When I killed that monster. What monster? Helena gasped. Nadine winced. Oh, right. Kind of forgot to mention that. Some jerk at school summoned a monster, but we handled it.
Helena didn't seem pleased, but she let Nadine continue.
When I killed the monster, I focused its magic on death and pain, and that's what killed the tree.
Nadine mused as she stared down at the glass of water.
That magic was comparable to the monster because it was already trying to hurt us. So if poison is too strong, then I have to think of something else.
Nadine pressed her lips together. Finally, she perked up and began spooning another pile of potatoes onto her plate. Still hungry? I teased. She shot me a smirk from across the table.
Famished,
she deadpanned before turning serious again.
No, I just want to test the theory.
Nadine clutched the pearls in one hand while the other hovered over the pile of potatoes on her plate. She closed her eyes and her eyebrows knitted in concentration. Her eyelids fluttered, and she winced slightly. I straightened in my chair, ready to jump across the table and snatch the pearls from her fingers if I had to, but her features quickly returned to normal. Helena and I watched intently. Neither of us muttered a word. I wasn't even sure we breathed. Then, before my very eyes, the potatoes began to dry up, withering until they cracked. Mold sprouted over top of them and grew into a thin, fuzzy layer. I held my breath, but Nadine didn't move, even moments after the mold had stopped growing. Finally, she let out a breath and opened her eyes. They widened as she stared down at the potatoes.
Goddess, Nadine breathed. I think I did it. I broke a curse. I'm so proud of you.
Helena shot out of her chair and leaned down to pull Nadine into a tight hug. I reached across the table to squeeze her hand. This is great. What did you do differently this time? Nadine looked amazed, like she couldn't believe it.
I thought about what might be comparable to bad luck. Then I thought it'd be unlucky if all the food on the table turned bad, and I had my answer. I transformed bad luck into rot. My heart swelled with pride for her, but it was made 10 times better by the look on her face. She seemed so relieved, like a huge weight had just been lifted from her shoulders. This is fantastic, Helena said. You remind me so much of your Grampy the first time he broke a curse.
Nadine beamed.
Well, yeah, I'm a badass. I just broke a curse. Who else in the coven can do that?
I chuckled lightly as I watched her, admiring the smile on her face and the brightness of her eyes.
Take that pearl necklace,
Nadine teased. She lifted the necklace and secured it around her throat.
I think I'll wear it as a badge of honor. Go ahead, Helena said brightly. You've earned it.
Nadine leaned over to hug her grandmother.
Thank you for all your help, Grammy. What curse can I break next? We've made progress, Helena reminded her, but you should take time to rest. Let me make you up a dish to take back to school with you, and I'll get you that tea, Lucas.
Helena stood to go to the kitchen, and Nadine turned to me.
Holy shit, I did it! I was starting to think I never would.
I couldn't take my eyes off her. I knew you would. She tilted her head at me, brow furrowed.
How could you know that?
Because you're my little miracle. You can do anything. She smiled, but it quickly faded. What? I asked in alarm.
I just hope you're right, she said. This was a simple curse, so it was easy to break. I just hope I can have your confidence when I finally learn how to break the curse on me.
Nadine's progress should have thrilled me, but what she said about her own curse had me rattled. Chloe's ceremony was only a few weeks away. If Nadine didn't break the curse by then, she'd have to leave Octavia Falls. And this wasn't some simple cursed necklace. This was complicated. A curse cast by a murderer. You didn't reverse that kind of thing over dinner. If she leaves, I'll go with, I decided. Until I remembered I was on a mission to put a murderer behind bars. Fuck, this wasn't going to be easy. I was on my way to class on Friday after meeting with Professor Warren when I saw Grant heading through the door to the pool. I quickly caught up to him. Grant stopped outside the locker room when he heard his name.
Hey man, what's up? How'd your meeting go?
I finally declared a major, I announced.
That's great,
Grant said.
What did you choose?
Journalism, I told him.
Good for you. You'll do great.
I glanced around the pool. There were only a few people swimming laps, but I lowered my voice anyway. Did you learn anything about the potion we found in the alleyway?
Amy and I finished the analysis this morning.
Grant's shoulders sagged, and I knew it wasn't good news.
It was just a healing potion. We don't think it was tied to the boys.
I frowned, but I was far less disappointed than I thought I'd be. Part of me sensed it was nothing more than a coincidence. I wasn't sure what kind of answer I'd been hoping for, but I realized Grant had given me the answer I expected. I clapped him on the shoulder. Thanks for trying.
I'm sorry, he replied genuinely. I want to get proof as much as you do, but this wasn't it.
We'll find it, I said. Grant turned toward the locker room, and I left the pool. I couldn't lie and say I wasn't disappointed. We'd found no concrete evidence, but I wasn't going to let myself wallow in it. Things got bad when I did that, so I wouldn't even let myself go there. I passed by a study alcove and ducked into it to kill some time before class. I conjured my journal and started scribbling in it. Professor Warren had pushed me toward gratitude last semester, and I found it actually helped. I tried to write down a thing or two whenever I felt myself slipping. My list started with small things, like how I had a bed to sleep in and warm meals 3 times a day. Then more and more things started coming to me, until I'd filled the whole page. I'm grateful Travis Bennett is still alive. I'd just placed the period at the end of the word when nausea hit. I knew what that meant, but I thought, why not embrace it, at least try to be grateful for my gift? I closed my eyes and rested my head on the back of the chair. I should have tried harder, the voice said. I didn't know what it meant, as there was no context, but the thought felt sad, like I wanted to cry just hearing it. And yet, the nausea seemed to pass instantly, as if it had never been there in the first place. I let the thought sink in for a few moments, then scribbled it on a piece of paper and tore the page from the notebook. I couldn't exactly light a fire in the middle of the school building, so I'd taken to tearing up the notes instead. I shredded it into little tiny pieces until the words couldn't be read, and no one would be able to piece the paper back together. Then I stood, took a deep breath, and walked over to the garbage can nearby. You did the best you could with the time you had, I whispered, then let the pieces of paper flutter into the garbage can. A smile touched my lips as I stood there, just taking in the moment. That thought had been so easy to deal with, and it had been sad. I was finally starting to feel like I had a hold on my gift. I didn't have a whole lot of time to think about it because I had to get to class. I hurried off to crystal studies, but I was one of the last ones there. All the desks in the back row had been taken, so I found an empty seat near the middle of the room. The class was small, but it was far from my favorite, considering 3 of the tarantulas were in this class with me. Ryan and his buddies sat in the corner, challenging each other to a burping contest. Professor Poppy stood at the front of the room and waited until everyone quieted. She was an older lady who wore all types of crystal jewelry around her arms and neck. It was so much that she jingled when she walked. Her silver hair was piled into a tight bun at the top of her head.
By now you should have a firm grasp on the names and uses of the crystals we've studied this semester, Professor Poppy said. Today we'll be learning how to apply your knowledge to crystal grids.
She held up a round piece of wood that had been carved with repeating, overlapping circles that looked like flowers.
This is a flower of life crystal grid, Professor Poppy explained. The grid uses a pattern of sacred geometry that will amplify the power of your crystals and help you set powerful intentions during manifestation rituals. By manifesting, I simply mean drawing your desires into your life.
She set the grid on the table in front of her and projected her workspace onto the screen at the front of the room. She smudged sage over the area while she spoke.
Crystal grids themselves do not contain magic. They do, however, assist in manifesting your desires. Combined with the power of crystals, how you arrange them on the grid, and the power of your intention.
She gathered various crystals and arranged them in a specific pattern over the grid.
I have chosen these crystals to align with the specific intention of healing, but your grid will look different depending on what you wish to manifest and the stones that speak to you. First, I'm lining the outer edge with fluorite to stabilize my energy fields. Next, I've chosen rose quartz and alexandrite for healing, as well as turquoise for emotional balance. Finally, we add a quartz crystal point to activate our intention.
The quartz crystal was larger than the others and stood tall in the center. Professor Poppy took another quartz crystal in her hand, but it was longer and pointed. She began outlining the grid, touching the quartz to each crystal.
The last step is to focus on the energy of your intention and charge the crystals with it. We touch each crystal to combine their energy into one.
Professor Poppy finished, then began walking up and down the rows. She conjured small drawstring bags and handed one to each student, along with a piece of fabric printed with the same crystal grid she'd used for demonstration.
Today you will receive your crystal grid, along with a collection of crystals that I've cleansed under the full moon. You do not have to use all the crystals in your bag. Choose the ones that feel right for you and experiment with them. Explore different intentions that you might set through this ritual, but be open to anything. Next week we will write out our intentions and place them beneath the quartz point. Each of you will be responsible for laying out your own crystal grid in your dorms and leaving it sit for a month, where you can revisit your intention daily to amplify your energy. At the end of the semester, you will write a paper discussing your experience with this ritual. Some of you will manifest your desires in that time. Others may not, but keep in mind that this is not a competition.
A girl at the front of the room raised her hand.
What can we use crystal grids to manifest?
Anything your heart desires, my dear,
Professor Poppy said. Ryan elbowed Nolan and whispered loudly,
I know what I'm going to manifest.
He made a crude gesture, and Nolan punched him in the shoulder. Of course Ryan was going to try using magic to make his dick bigger. Professor Poppy frowned when she reached him and handed him his crystal grid.
I'm afraid no magic can help you there, Mr. Grayson. I suggest starting with something a little more realistic.
Ryan slumped in his chair, and a few girls across the room laughed. He shot a glance at them.
It's a little out of this world to begin with.
The girls giggled harder, but in a way that suggested they were falling for his charm. Gross.
You may begin,
Professor Poppy said. I laid my crystal grid over my desk and emptied the bag of crystals beside it. I inspected each one, trying to recall their names and uses. I knew most of them, but others weren't as obvious. I began laying the crystals out on the grid. I thought about what intention I might set for the project. The first thing that came to mind was to help Nadine, whether it was to help her into remission or help her break her family curse. But Professor Poppy had told us earlier this year that crystal magic didn't work that way. For these crystals to help Nadine, she'd have to make her own crystal grid. Maybe there was a way to use the crystals to protect Travis Bennett. If I could use them to amplify my intuition, maybe I'd finally find the proof that I needed to put Professor Damon behind bars.
What the hell, Nolan?
Ryan sneered. I looked up to see that Ryan and his buddies hadn't even touched the supplies Professor Poppy had handed out. Figures, considering they never took this class serious in the first place. All they did was screw around. Nolan laughed and held up a drawing I would have liked to never see. It's life-size. The third tarantula, Corbin, threw his head back in hysterical laughter.
Maybe for you,
Ryan snapped. He reached for the drawing, but Nolan held it out of his reach.
Don't ruin it,
Nolan laughed. We can make posters.
Like hell,
Ryan growled. He twitched his hand, a gesture that I thought was meant to snag the drawing from Nolan's hand using telekinesis, but it didn't work. Ryan glanced down to his fingers in shock, then tried again. Nothing happened. Ryan's nostrils flared. He obviously wasn't kidding around any longer. "What the fuck did you do?" Ryan demanded. He shot to his feet, and the whole class quieted.
"Mr. Grayson," Professor Poppy warned, "I'm going to have to ask you to sit down."
Ryan twisted his hands around like he was trying to perform magic. "Something's not right! You slipped something in my lunch, didn't you?" Corbin practically cowered in his seat at the accusation. He scoffed. "If I were going to prank anyone, it'd be Finn, and you know as well as I do that you'd be the mastermind." "Then it was you," Ryan accused Nolan. Nolan stood until he was just a few inches away from Ryan. "You might want to shut your mouth before I slam a battle orb into it. I didn't do anything." "You think I'm scared of one of your battle orbs?" Ryan laughed. "Even with this little prank, I could fight you." "You want to bet?" Nolan lifted his hand, but nothing more than a few sparks came out. His features fell. "What the hell?" Ryan whirled on Corbin like he was the one to blame. Before he could accuse him of anything, Corbin held his hands up, testing his magic. A few orbs floated out of his palm, but they fizzled out quickly. "My magic isn't working either," he cried. Corbin shot an angry glance around the room, as if the culprit was nearby. All I could do was watch. My mind tried to calculate what was happening, but I didn't know what might cause this.
Boys, Professor Poppy tried to get their attention. "I'm going to recommend you visit Headmistress Verla to sort this out."
None of them heard her. They started yelling and tossing accusations around the room. A few guys in the front row stood and tried to threaten them with magic, but theirs didn't work either. Worry knotted in my gut. James had said a week ago there was some sort of curse on the school affecting people's magic, but I'd written it off. Yet I'd seen it time and time again, first with Professor Warren and Professor Lauren last semester, then with Damon in the hall weeks ago. And that day Amy was sick. It seemed to be spreading. I tested my magic, just a small orb in the palm of my hand. It worked, no issues. But Ryan caught sight of me and apparently thought I was the threat. He lunged, and I saw him coming with a mere moment to spare. Heart racing, I jumped from my chair and knocked it over. My crystals scattered across the floor. Ryan tripped over someone else's foot and crashed to the ground. Everyone was shouting now that I couldn't make out anything. I wasn't sure who threw the first punch, but before I knew it, the whole classroom had broken into a war zone. Half the class seemed to still have their magic, because battle orbs whizzed above my head, and shields shimmered around different students. I threw up my own shield and planted myself in front of a group of 3 girls who cowered in their desks. Apparently their magic wasn't doing so hot either. A battle orb landed against my shield and exploded. My shield magic wavered, but I pushed more energy into it, and it held. "Go!" I shouted to the girls. They practically whimpered as they scrambled out of the room. Professor Poppy tried to calm the other students, but she was a seer. Her gifts weren't useful in immobilizing the mob, and her voice wasn't loud enough to hear anyway. Magic continued to fly throughout the room, and if it wasn't magic, it was fists and roundhouse kicks. I glanced around the room for other victims and spotted a girl and a guy ducked beneath a desk. I threw up my shield around them. "Get out of here!" I cried. They didn't hesitate. They raced for the door and were gone in moments. I looked around for others, but everyone who remained either had magic or had instigated a fistfight. I ducked out of the room as fast as I could. The students who'd escaped had raced down the hall, but stopped at the corner. They watched the room warily, as if waiting for it to explode or something. I hurried up to 2 guys near the front of the crowd. "You 2 make sure everyone gets out of here. I'll go alert Verla." "You've got it," one of them said. He turned and started ushering students to a safer area while I took off running. The next half hour passed by in a blur, thanks to the adrenaline rush that didn't seem to wane until the chaos finally calmed. I'd found Verla in her office, and she came running the second she heard. Somehow she'd managed to calm the class and gave the tarantulas 2 weeks of detention for starting the whole thing. She never addressed the magical issue that was clearly taking place, though I was sure I heard her mention something about calling in the Imperium Council to investigate.
"You can go now, Lucas,"
she told me. I found my friends in the lounge. They sat in plush chairs near the TV with excited looks on their faces. All eyes seemed to be on Mandy, who was showing off something on her arm.
"You'll never guess what power I got," Mandy gushed.
I noticed the tattoo as soon as I joined the group. It was an image of a tree with gnarly branches and no leaves, pressed permanently into her skin with black ink, the mark of a mentalist.
"Telekinesis?"
Nadine guessed immediately. Mandy scoffed.
"Too common. Try again."
Nadine noticed me approach and looked up to me. She took my hand and explained under her breath.
"Mandy's ceremony was this week, but she only discovered her powers last night. She's making us guess."
I mused as I sat on the armrest beside Nadine, draping an arm over her.
"Mind reading?"
Mandy scrunched up her nose.
"Like I want to hear all your dirty thoughts? This one is better."
"Better than mind reading?" Grant gawked. He looked to Amy, but she held her hands up innocently.
"Hey, I'm banned from giving any clues,"
she said, obviously already in the know.
"Is it a form of mind reading?"
Talia guessed.
"Like reading people's memories?"
Mandy clicked her tongue and shook her head.
"Nope."
"Pyrokinesis?" Grant threw out. Mandy frowned.
"Since when in the history of the coven has anyone had pyrokinesis? You know we can't manipulate fire."
"Then dousing?" Grant guessed. Mandy looked confused.
"The ability to locate water? Isn't that a seer power?"
Grant shrugged. "What's the difference?" Talia looked unamused.
"Seer powers are more personal and interpretive, like reading people's emotions. Mentalist powers are more about manipulating other minds, like changing someone's emotions." "I won't manipulate," Mandy promised, crossing her heart. "I'll only use my powers for good, I swear."
"So what's your specialty?" I asked. Mandy could hardly contain herself.
"I'm a dreamer."
Nadine cocked her head.
"A dreamer? What's that?"
The rest of us looked equally confused.
"It's not an official term," Mandy explained. "I don't know that there is a term for it, but I can enter other people's dreams."
"Whoa," Talia said breathlessly. "That's wicked and could be crazy useful."
"I know," Mandy beamed. "I could literally plant ideas in people's heads and they'd never know it." "Like the movie Inception," Nadine pointed out. "Exactly," Mandy said. "But like I said, I'll only use my powers for good. Well, there are some people I'd like to give nightmares, like Chloe and Ryan."
The girls laughed. I'd almost forgotten Mandy and Ryan dated briefly. "Speaking of Ryan," I said begrudgingly, "guess who just started a fight in my crystal studies class because he couldn't conjure an orb?" Grant snorted.
"That was your class?" Amy asked.
"Damn," I sighed. "News travels fast. Apparently, a bunch of people are having problems with their magic today." Nadine's face paled.
"You don't think it's like James said, that someone cursed the school?"
"No," I said firmly, though I couldn't be entirely sure. I only knew what Nadine was thinking because I'd worried about the same thing. If this was a curse, how the hell was my Nadine, the one and only curse breaker in the coven, supposed to handle something this big? It could kill her. No, I couldn't think of that. There had to be another explanation. I just didn't know what it was. I couldn't sleep that night and woke to my stomach rumbling. After lying in bed for several minutes, I decided to head down to the vending machine in the lounge to grab a midnight snack. I needed a walk to clear my mind anyway, as if I might stumble upon an answer about the missing boys, about Nadine's curse, about anything. The halls were dark, as was the lounge. Most of the lounge was shut down, except for the front area with the TVs and vending machines. I stood in front of the vending machines surveying my options when I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. I gave a start and snuck toward the lounge doorway where I'd seen the movement. I peeked down the hall and spotted a figure stalking down the hall. A chill ran down my spine, and I narrowed my eyes. The broad shoulders and confident gait were strikingly familiar. I drew a breath when I realized it was Professor Damon. What the hell was he doing at the school at this hour? Nothing good, I could only assume. I checked the hall and saw no one else, so I slipped into the shadows and followed behind Damon. I kept my distance and witnessed him turning down a flight of stairs and entering the basement. I snuck down the stairs behind him and peeked around a corner. Professor Damon stood outside one of the alchemy storage rooms, his back to me. He jiggled the handle, but it didn't budge. An incantation slipped from under his breath. He glanced up and down the hallway, as if keeping watch. I shrank back into the shadows, my pulse quickening. Whatever Damon was up to, it seemed sketchy as hell. I pressed myself against the wall to control my breathing. Damon cursed and muttered another incantation. The click of the lock disengaging sounded, and the door creaked open. I peeked back around the corner to see Damon sneaking into the storage room. Definitely sketchy. The alchemy storage rooms contained all sorts of magical items that were difficult to obtain. Damon wasn't an alchemy professor and shouldn't have access to those rooms. I didn't even know how he'd managed to override the ward placed on the door. Then again, he was on the school board. He probably helped cast the protection spell to begin with. I waited for him to emerge, but the minutes ticked by and nothing happened. Finally, when I thought he might have fallen into some hidden portal inside the alchemy room, the door opened and he stepped out. Nothing seemed particularly unusual. He wasn't carrying armfuls of stolen supplies or anything, though he wouldn't need to if he subconjured them. But there was something in his eyes. He seemed to hide it with a firm expression, but there was the slightest hint of worry, like he was afraid he was going to get caught. His gaze darted up and down the hall again, but he didn't see me hiding behind the corner. I swore his fingers shook as he reached for the doorknob and spoke another incantation. Red tendrils of magic swirled out of his fingers, and a click sounded, signaling the ward was back in place. Damon straightened his suit coat and started down the hall opposite my hiding place. As he turned a corner, I hurried behind him, careful to take silent footsteps and to hug the shadows. I followed Damon down 3 more hallways, each as dark and eerie as the last. I couldn't tell where he was going, as we'd left the classrooms behind and were headed toward maintenance rooms. I turned another corner behind him, but he was gone. My pulse pounded in my ears as I slowed my steps and moved forward cautiously. I glanced from door to door, but they were all closed. Creak. Shivers tingled down my spine as a door creaked open behind me. I whirled around to see Professor Damon emerging from a room and pacing the hall casually. My heart leapt into my throat. A battle orb crackled in his palm, and he tossed it from one hand to another like it was a baseball. It was a threat. My gut sank, knowing I'd been caught. But more than anything, anger coursed through my veins. I should have been scared of Damon, but my rage overpowered any fear. "I know you're following me, Mr. Taylor," he said casually, keeping his eyes on the orb. "This isn't the first time I've seen you sneaking around." My eyes narrowed. I was banking on the hope that he wouldn't take a victim within the school, but given his moral compass, it was a risk. I conjured a battle orb, not because I thought it'd be any help against him, the defensive magic professor, but to show him I was ready to defend myself if I had to. Isaac and Caleb didn't have that chance, but I wasn't going down without a fight. "I know what you did," I growled. My whole body shook. Professor Damon caught his battle orb in one hand and closed his fist. The orb fizzled out, as if I was no threat to him at all. A sardonic smile crossed his features. It was eerie like he'd run into me between classes, not sneaking around in the middle of the night.
"Then you know to stay away," he said.
"Not until justice is served." I held my head high, but Damon looked me up and down like I was nothing more than a joke to him.
"I know what you're up to," he snarled. "You're never going to find what you want."
"And what is it I want?" I challenged, my heart hammering. Damon took a step closer, like he hadn't heard my question at all.
"I don't like to threaten students, but I won't stand by while you follow me any longer."
I swallowed. "What are you going to do?" Damon backed me into the wall, and my mouth went dry. He didn't get close enough to touch me, thank the goddess. He crossed his hands in front of himself, and somehow that was even more terrifying. He spoke so coolly, which was unusual for the temperamental old man.
"In case you were unaware, I have quite a bit of power at this school. It would be a shame if you failed this semester."
Was that supposed to scare me?
"You don't have the power to do that," I spat.
He raised an eyebrow.
"Don't I? I am on the school board, and I can ensure they will listen to me."
I shrugged. "So fail me." Damon laughed.
"Oh, you misunderstand, Mr. Taylor. My power goes far beyond changing a few grades. I would really hate to revisit Miss Evers' vandalism charge again. That kind of thing could result in expulsion."
I gaped. He wasn't seriously threatening to expel Nadine? Expulsion from the college was a big deal. It meant the coven rejected you, and I couldn't let that happen to Nadine because of me. "You wouldn't dare," I growled.
"Oh no," he said quickly. "Not if you keep your distance. This is your one and only warning to stay away. You don't want to know how far I will go."
He held my gaze a moment longer, and I shivered again. Seemingly satisfied, he turned on his heel and walked away. I longed to follow, but the threat in his tone was clear. He'd already shown how far he would go. If he caught me again, who knew what he would do? I could end up in the same grave as he threw those kids, wherever that was. And that was exactly why I wouldn't give up. I had to see this through to the end, and I wouldn't stop until Professor Damon was brought to justice. That's what brought me back to the Bennetts' neighborhood the following night. I wasn't sure what I hoped to find, but I had to make sure Damon kept his distance. The last thing I wanted was for him to accelerate his plans because he knew I was on to him. I hadn't brought anyone along with me this time. The streets were quiet, but I was jumpy. Every cat that scurried down the alleyway or crackle of electricity from the street lamps had me on high alert. My gaze darted up and down the street as I made loop after loop around the Bennett's block. If anyone were awake to see me, they'd wonder if I was crazy. Movement caught my eye from somewhere up ahead, and I immediately ducked behind a cluster of bushes. I peeked over the top of them, my heart hammering. A cat prowled out onto the street. It moved between the shadows of the street lamps so that I couldn't make out its features. From here it was nothing more than a shadow. The hairs on the back of my neck stood like I was being watched. I glanced up and down the street but saw nothing. My gaze returned to the cat. There was nothing particularly unusual about it. Cats roamed all over Octavia Falls. But the way this one moved, it intrigued me. Almost like it was familiar. And it wasn't alone. The cat perked up, responding to a noise I hadn't heard. Immediately it went trotting across the street, disappearing into the shadows. I narrowed my eyes and waited a moment, as if the cat might return. When it didn't, I deemed the street safe and emerged from my hiding space. And yet it didn't feel safe at all. I crept forward, hugging my coat tight to me. I reached a crossroads and glanced up and down the next street. Usually I'd turn here and head around the block again, but something gave me pause. I couldn't explain it, as nothing had changed on the street at all. The air was the same chilly spring temperature, and the street remained eerily silent. And still, I was suspicious. I need to mix up my pattern, I thought. I'll circle the block in the other direction. No sooner had I thought it, did something hard slam into my back. I hadn't seen where it had come from, but I sure as hell felt the impact. My lungs seized and my knees buckled. The world spun around me. Before I could make sense of what had happened, everything went dark.
Chapter 18. Nadine. I hope this isn't going to become a habit. I said the words to lighten the mood, but the tension in the air only seemed to grow. Lucas lay on his bed, a fresh bruise forming around his eye. I'd come running to his dorm room the second I heard from Grant. According to his version of the story, Lucas came stumbling into school this morning, disoriented, and with this massive bruise over his eye. I pressed an ice pack to Lucas's face and smoothed out his hair. "You hope what isn't going to become a habit?" he asked groggily. "Passing out," I teased, though the joke felt dry. "I didn't pass out," he clarified. "I was attacked. Some sort of stunning spell." "What were you doing out in the middle of the night anyway?" Grant asked. He stood nearby, his arms crossed. He didn't look happy with Lucas. "Same thing we did earlier," Lucas admitted. "I was making sure no one went near the Bennett's house." Grant relaxed a little. "You could have told me so I wasn't sitting around worrying. I texted you." "I know," Lucas groaned. "But I was trying to be stealthy." "Not stealthy enough, apparently," Grant said. "We could have helped." "So you could get hurt too?" Lucas asked. "I'm glad you guys weren't there. Damon might have done more than knock me out." My eyebrows shot up. "You think it was Professor Damon?" "Who else would it be? He made it pretty damn clear he'd respond if he caught me following him again." "Did you see him?" I asked. "You can turn him in." Lucas sank deeper into the pillow. "No, I didn't see him. I got distracted by some dumb cat." "This is getting ridiculous," I complained. "Can't you turn him into the headmistress for threatening you?" Lucas cocked an eyebrow, but immediately winced. Even if she believed me, Damon would convince the rest of the school board otherwise. I lifted the ice pack to check his face. It was purple and swollen pretty bad. "How'd you get the bruise, anyway? I mean, if you were hit in the back." Lucas shrugged. "Either I got kicked in the face after that, or I hit it on the sidewalk on the way down. I don't remember." My stomach sank. "I'm so sorry." "Don't be," he told me, placing his hand over mine. He gently took the ice pack from me. "It's not your fault." Lucas pushed himself to a sitting position and placed the ice pack on his eye. His lips pressed into a thin line. "I'm sick of sitting around waiting for something to happen. I'm sick of investigating and finding nothing. I need to do something." Grant and I shared a glance. "What are you going to do?" Grant asked curiously. "I don't know," he admitted. "If I can't prove who the killer is, then I'll... I eyed him. "You'll what?" An idea seemed to strike in that moment, because Lucas shot out of bed. He tossed the ice pack aside, even though he still really needed it. "I'll catch up with you guys later, okay?" He headed for the door, but I stopped him. "Wait!" "Really, I'll be fine," he assured us. "I'm just going to stop by the library for a while. Enjoy the weekend without me." Lucas left Grant and I standing there gaping at each other. I still wasn't sure of it all, long after the door had shut behind him. I finally turned to Grant. "Any chance you think he has some brain damage?" he asked, half serious. "I don't know," I said skeptically. "I don't want to interrupt if he's working on something important, though." Grant stood there a few moments, as if contemplating going after him. "I guess you're right. Have you had breakfast yet?" I shook my head. "We can grab something if you want." Grant took his insulin, then we left the room. "How are classes?" he asked, to make small talk as we headed toward the cafeteria. "I think I might actually pass alchemy," I said, which was a relief. "My lab partner spoke 2 words to me last week, so I think we're only a full sentence away from being best friends." Grant chuckled. "That bad, huh?" "No, actually. I like Onyx," I admitted as we descended the grand staircase. "She's quiet and keeps to herself, but she's easy to work with." We reached the ground level of the main foyer and turned toward the cafeteria. "That's good. Ow!" Something whizzed through the air and knocked Grant in the back of the head. He rubbed the area of impact and turned toward the culprit, eyes narrowed. The tarantulas stood on the opposite end of the main foyer, juggling apples with their telekinetic powers. They must have swiped them from the cafeteria, and obviously had no intention of eating them. Their eyes fixed on us, and all 5 of them laughed. "I thought those guys were hit by that weird magic curse going around," I whispered to Grant. "They were, but it's apparently short-lived. Only lasts a couple days." Ryan caught me eyeing them. "Sorry," he called, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I narrowed my eyes at them and bent to pick up the apple they'd thrown at the back of Grant's head. I tossed it in my hand and caught it. "Next time, make sure you can actually control your magic before you start showing off." Ryan's laughter died. "Honey, I can control more than just my magic. You want to see?" I scowled at him. "No thanks." Ryan scoffed. His whole posse had gone quiet now, and they approached us slowly, as if stalking prey. "What is it, sweetheart?" Ryan drawled. "You prefer this loser to me?" "Yeah, actually, I do," I stated. "He knows better than to inflate his fragile masculinity by putting others down with lame nicknames." Ryan smirked, but he looked uncomfortable. Not many girls could resist his charm. "Careful what you say, half-blood," he warned. "You're only here because the coven is generous. If it were up to me, you outsiders would be gone." "Hey," Grant growled. "She was accepted into the coven by Mother Miriam, same as you." "And how does she repay us?" Ryan snapped. "By defiling the goddess's image." Ryan gestured to the painting above the fireplace, which had been repaired weeks ago. I couldn't believe he was still bringing that up. I shrugged. "I'm still here. Why don't you let Mother Miriam be the judge of me?" Ryan scoffed. "I hope she does judge you. Maybe she'll decide to get rid of you, and send your half-blood friend back to Mexico." I was ready to lunge at Ryan, but Grant grabbed my arm. "Come on, let's go. They're not worth it." I shrugged him off. "We should fight back. They can't talk to you like that." The tarantulas didn't hear me. Instead, they started chanting. "Go back to Mexico! Go back to Mexico!" Was I seriously standing here listening to this? It was like arguing with children. I wanted to start something. "Get your revenge," a voice in my head whispered. "Do it for Grant." But Grant kept tugging on my arm, and the voice seemed to grow quieter. "I won't fall for your tormenting," I told Ryan. "I'll save my energy for things that actually matter. Have fun, boys." I tossed the apple back to them and rolled my eyes as we walked away. Once we were inside the cafeteria, I turned to Grant. "Why do you let them walk all over you like that?" "Those guys are bullies," Grant said. "All they're looking for is attention. They want you to fight back. The best way to fight them is ignore them. Trust me." Grant stared ahead as we got into the breakfast line. His features were tight, and he looked like he was thinking hard. "How often do they say that to you?" I asked quietly. "It doesn't matter," he said. "Just forget about it." I let the subject go for now, but I wasn't going to forget about it. I knew the story about how the tarantulas had stolen Grant's insulin last year. I was willing to bet he had a lot of stories like that, though he wouldn't admit to them. Grant and I filled our plates and started for our usual table. I noticed 2 people were already sitting there. Talia had a bowl of yogurt in front of her and 1 earbud in her ear. The other hung loosely so she could hear what Cody was saying beside her. Cody didn't have any food in front of him. He just sat on the edge of his chair, staring at her. Grant stopped in his tracks when he noticed the 2 of them. I swear smoke came shooting out his ears. "Relax," I told him under my breath. "Let's just go over there and hopefully he'll leave." "Yeah, and take her with," Grant said bitterly. "I thought they were on a break." "They were," I said. "I hope they're not back together." "Me either," I agreed. "But we're going to find out." As we approached, I caught the tail end of what Cody was saying. "I don't know why you bother listening to audiobooks. Isn't it easier to just read the textbook?" Talia blushed and ducked her head. "I'm more of an auditory learner." Cody reached out to brush her hair out of her face, then pulled the earbud gently from her ear as he drew away. "You don't have to do that here. I'll help you study." Talia's features seemed to brighten. "Are we actually going to study this time?" Cody didn't get a chance to answer because Grant and I set our trays down and sat across from them. Cody's eyes darkened the moment we sat. "Hey, Talia!" I said brightly, like I hadn't heard their conversation. She hadn't seemed to notice our approach. She tore her gaze from Cody's. "Oh, hey guys! How was Lucas?" "Well enough to go to the library," I said. "How are you?" I shot a glance between her and Cody, hoping she could read my signals. "Everything's fine," Talia said. "I was just studying while I ate." Grant didn't touch his food, and he didn't take his eyes off Cody the whole time. Cody shifted in his chair, obviously feeling Grant's eyes on him. I could feel the tension in the air and rushed to break it. "Do you want to try to get a bowling lane later today, Tal?" "Sure," she said, shooting a glance at Cody. She sounded uncertain, as if she was waiting for his permission. "I'll catch up with you later," Cody said. He stood, then leaned down to give Talia a peck on the lips. He must have thought he was being discreet, but Grant and I both saw him when he trailed his hand down her back and grabbed her ass. Talia stiffened, though she tried to hide her horror. That's when Grant totally lost it. He slammed his hands down on the table so hard my silverware rattled off the edge and onto the floor. His chair squeaked back as he shot to his feet. "That's no way to treat a lady!" Grant shouted. The cafeteria went silent, but Grant didn't even notice. His chest heaved as he stared Cody down. Cody smirked in amusement. "I don't see her complaining." "Grant," Talia warned. "Please don't." "No," Grant argued. "I'm sick of this. You're obviously uncomfortable, and this guy is too much of a psychopath to notice." Talia gaped, and I went speechless. Cody's jaw tightened. "What did you just call me?" Grant squared his shoulders. "Psychopath. A personality disorder characterized by impaired empathy and remorse, along with—" Cody shoved Grant, and he stumbled back a few steps. "Are you trying to start a fight? You think I don't notice the way you look at my girlfriend?" Cody shoved him again, and Grant caught himself on the table behind him. There were 4 girls sitting there, and one of their cups of apple juice knocked over. The girl squealed and left the table before they got caught in the middle of the fight. "You need to back off," Cody growled. "Guys, please," Talia begged. I shot out of my chair and threw myself between the 2 guys. The last thing I wanted was to see Grant get hurt. "You both need to calm down." Cody scoffed. "Please, it's not like I need to conjure a battle orb to win a fight against this loser. I've already got Talia. He knows I've won." Grant gritted his teeth. "She's not a fucking consolation prize, you jackass!" I didn't even see it coming. Grant swung his fist, and it connected with Cody's jaw. He went down, knocking chairs to the floor where he fell. "Grant!" Talia cried. She hurried out of her chair and knelt at Cody's side. He was clutching his face and feeling with his tongue to make sure his teeth were still there. I wanted to be horrified, but I was, dare I say it, proud of Grant. Cody scrambled to his feet, his eyes burning with rage. Grant and I reacted in the same second, each conjuring battle orbs before Cody could take one step in our direction. Fatigue instantly set in, but I steadied my magic, and the orb remained blazing in my palm. Talia gasped and threw herself in front of Cody. She pushed his chest. "Cody, don't!" He stopped, nostrils flaring. "You're on his side?" Talia gaped, shooting a glance between Grant and Cody. "I'm not on anyone's side! I don't want anyone getting hurt!" Cody glared down at her. "Your friends are trash, Talia," he spat. I smirked slightly, as if it were a compliment. I still remembered how it felt to punch him in the club. "If you can't stand by me, you're not the girl I thought you were," Cody sneered. Tears welled in Talia's eyes. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying it's them or me." Talia gaped, completely speechless. I... she stammered. Cody's eyebrows shot up. "Goddess, Talia! This isn't something you need to think about." "Yes, I do!" she cried. "This isn't fair!" Cody scoffed. "You're right, it isn't. Find me when you have an answer." Cody stormed out of the cafeteria. Slowly, I lowered my battle orb, and the whispers around the room turned back into full conversation. "Tal," Grant said gently. "I'm sorry. Talia jerked away from him when he reached out for her. "Don't touch me," she snapped. "That whole thing was uncalled for." Grant's jaw dropped. "I was defending you." "I don't need your help!" Talia snatched up her things from the table and subconjured them, then rushed out of the room after Cody. "Talia!" I called, racing after her. I caught up with her in the hall. She whirled around. "Just don't talk to me right now." "I want to help," I assured her. "You almost threw a battle orb at my boyfriend." "I was defending Grant. Tal, please let me help," I pleaded. "I thought you and Cody broke up anyway." "I said we were on a break," she clarified. "Cody wants to fix things. I should at least give him that chance, and I don't need your help." Talia abandoned me in the hall before I could get another word in. I returned to the cafeteria to check on Grant. He sat slumped in his chair and poked at his food. I didn't think he had any intention of eating anymore. I took a seat beside him, not really feeling hungry myself. "You did the right thing." He frowned. "You think so?" "Yeah, Cody deserved it." Grant sighed. "I'm not feeling very hungry anymore." "You have to eat something," I said, stopping him. Grant was already on his feet. He glanced between me and his uneaten food, then grabbed the banana sitting next to his plate. "Is that going to be enough?" I asked. "I have food in my dorm if it isn't," he grumbled. "Thanks for caring." "Is there anything else I can do?" He shook his head. "I think I just need some time alone." Grant took his plate to the kitchens and left the cafeteria. I sat alone, nibbling at my breakfast but not really tasting anything. I eventually sat there so long that most of the cafeteria had cleared out. It was the weekend, and all my friends seemed busy, so I decided to enjoy the first days of spring and take my studying outside. I was walking near the greenhouse when I spotted the lucky three seated in a circle on the grass. Chloe flipped tarot cards over onto a purple scarf in what looked like a complicated spread. I was already pissed, and seeing Chloe didn't help. My pulse immediately quickened, an innate response to Chloe's presence. I shoved my emotions down, because I knew it was the curse talking. It wasn't like Chloe was doing anything wrong, and yet it felt like I should be shoving her face in the dirt. We had to do something about this curse. Together. I walked up to Chloe. "We need to talk." Chloe eyed me up and down. "Can't you see I'm busy?" I sighed. "This is more important than tarot readings." She turned back to her friends and continued flipping over tarot cards, like I wasn't even there. "Okay, talk." "Not here," I insisted. "This is between you and me." Chloe scoffed. "What? You want to lure me away from my friends so you can get your revenge? Nice try, Evers." "This is serious. If what I knew about curse breaking was true, I wasn't going to break this curse without her. We might as well get this over with, sooner or later." "Oh, so you're walking me to my execution," she said flatly. "I want to talk this out," I stated. "There has to be a solution." Chloe chuckled lightly and gently placed her tarot cards aside. She stood, and Gwen and Camille both snickered under their breath. Chloe stood so close to me our noses were practically touching. "There's one solution to this," Chloe said in a clipped tone. "And that's with you leaving town the second I get my powers." I crossed my arms. "I've established that I'm not leaving." I meant to add that there was an alternative, a way for both of us to stay, although I couldn't talk about it in front of Gwen and Camille. Hell, Chloe was the last person on Earth I wanted to tell about my true powers, but I didn't see how to solve this any other way. I'd have to strike some sort of bargain so she'd keep my secret. But Chloe didn't let me get that far. "Stop acting like you deserve this," Chloe snapped. Fuck, it was impossible to play nice with her. "Your grandpa is the one who cast the curse," I cried. "Of course I deserve to stay." Chloe scoffed. "Don't you think my grandfather had a reason? Yours isn't as innocent as you might believe." I had several other harsh words for her on my tongue, but I bit down to keep them contained. "Fighting over who stays and who leaves doesn't matter anyway. There's a way that we can both stay." Chloe laughed. "Not in this coven. You haven't learned a thing, and that's why you don't belong." My hands curled into fists, and my body shook. Dark energy swirled in my gut, bubbling up and about to explode. I pushed it down, but my anger broke through. "Stop saying that!" I screamed. I shoved Chloe, and she stumbled over her tarot deck. Cards went flying everywhere across the grass. "If you weren't such a bitch, we could actually figure this out!" "You're not listening!" Chloe shrieked. "There are no other options!" "You're the one not listening!" I spat. Chloe shoved me back so hard I fell onto the grass. My hand landed on something soft and wet. I looked down to see the guts of a dead mouse squishing between my fingers. It wasn't unusual to see dead mice and squirrels around campus, with all the cats around to catch them. This seemed awfully damn convenient, and I wasn't about to let the opportunity pass me by. I curled my fingers around the dead mouse, feeling dark power surge through me from its blood. I jumped to my feet, and a battle orb formed in my palms. more powerful than any spell I'd cast before. I'd become better at magic over the semester, and I had the extra boost from the dead mouse to push me that much further. It was enough to burn Chloe, that was for certain. I hoped it left one hell of a scar. Gwen and Camille gasped in unison, and they scrambled to their feet. Each stood at Chloe's side and conjured a battle orb of their own. "Throw it!" Chloe sneered. "I dare you! Show us you really belong! Come on, show me your magic!" I drew my arm back and thrust the magic toward her, but it never left my palm. The magic ricocheted back in my direction, blasting me off my feet. My back slammed against a nearby tree, and I gasped for air that had been knocked from my lungs. I slumped to the ground. My whole body trembled, and my palm burned as if I'd just touched a hot stove. I gazed down at my hands in shock. The hand that had cast the magic was red and tender, and the mouse blood on my other hand had turned black. My magic had betrayed me and backfired. I'd been warned about black magic before, and I'd just experienced firsthand why it was worth avoiding. I hated to think what I could have done to myself if I'd cast a larger spell. Nearby, Chloe doubled over in laughter. Gwen and Camille snickered as they gathered their things and walked away. The lucky three left me slumped at the base of the tree. "I told you she didn't have what it took," Chloe said to her friends, loud enough for me to hear. They were still snickering as they strolled into the school. "Nadine!" Talia's voice came across the yard. I glanced over to her to see her sprinting toward me. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she dashed tears from her cheeks. Whatever she'd been crying about had been immediately interrupted by the sight of me lying there. Talia knelt at my side. "Are you okay?" "I'll be fine," I told her. "What happened?" I winced as I sat up straight. "That depends. How much did you see?" "I walked out of the school to see a battle orb in your hand, and then see you blast yourself into a tree." I didn't mean to. I was going to fry Chloe's ass. Talia pressed her lips together, looking pissed. I wasn't sure if she was pissed at me, or about what happened with Cody earlier. "What is it?" I asked. Talia looked at her wit's end. "I can't keep watching you get hurt. You and Chloe need to figure stuff out." I scoffed. "Great advice. While I work on that, you can figure stuff out with Cody, because he's a jackass." I wasn't prepared for what came next. A sob broke out of Talia's chest, and she broke down in tears. "You don't have to worry about him anymore," she sobbed. "We're over for good." My heart sank. "What happened?" She hiccuped. "I went after him to talk things through. I didn't know what I was going to say, really. I mean, how could I be asked to choose between my best friend and my boyfriend? He had his phone out and was texting someone. I thought nothing of it, and I didn't mean to touch it, but when I reached for him, my hand grazed his phone, and I saw—" Talia burst into tears again. She spoke so fast I could barely make out what she was saying. "I saw a vision of him sexting another girl." I wrapped an arm around her and rubbed her shoulders as she sobbed into her hands. "I'm so sorry." "No, I'm sorry," she cried. "You were right. Cody's a total ass." She dashed the tears from her eyes. "He said it only started when we took a break, but he was lying. I saw it in my vision. It's been going on the whole time." "You didn't deserve this," I told her. She sniffled. "It doesn't feel that way. I must have done something wrong." I cut her off immediately. "You did nothing wrong. Don't blame yourself for Cody's mistakes." "I can't help it," she said in a low whisper. "I deserve it." "No, you don't," I said firmly. I wished I could make Talia see how amazing she was. Cody never deserved her. A thought occurred. Is that why you stayed with him?" She wiped her nose. What do you mean? You stayed because you thought you deserved to be treated poorly, I asked gently. Talia turned her gaze away and hugged herself. I don't know. I guess I stayed because I didn't want to admit things were as bad as they were. Even now, that doesn't sound right. I mean, Cody wasn't bad. You're still doing it, I pointed out. She blinked a few times. Doing what? You're justifying his behavior. Well, he never hit me or anything. It could have been worse. That doesn't make it good, I told her. He never hit you, but he still hurt you, through his words and his actions. He constantly made you uncomfortable, and that's just as bad. Talia contemplated my words for a few moments. I held my breath, hoping she would understand where I was coming from and not get defensive. I wanted her to see she deserved better. Talia took a deep breath and twisted her hands in her lap. I just wanted it to be perfect, you know? In high school, guys never really paid attention to me. I was just some nerd who hung out in the music room all the time. And then Cody took notice. Grant noticed, too, I reminded her. She frowned, almost looking ashamed. I thought Grant was joking. He was just too nice. It felt like he was faking it or something. That's just Grant. Talia dropped her head. I didn't know that at the time. With Cody, it felt like a fairy tale. I guess I was more in love with the fairy tale than I was with him. He was your first love, I realized. You just wanted it to be perfect, so you convinced yourself it was. She nodded lightly. Yeah, I thought things with Cody were how relationships were supposed to be, but I can't keep pretending. I wrapped her in my arms. You'll find your prince, Tal. I know it. She leaned her head against my shoulder and sniffed. I hope you're right, but right now it's too painful to look that far ahead. It's going to take time, I said reassuringly. Cody's betrayal is still fresh. If you need anything, I'm here for you. She stared into the distance. I just need some time to process it all. So it's cool that I punched him? I teased to lighten the mood. Talia chuckled lightly. Considering he was cheating on me at the time, and other things. My guts twisted when I thought of how the dirtbag had treated her, coerced her. I wanted to puke. Yeah, Talia said, a slight smile touching her lips. We're fine. I hugged her tight. That makes me really happy. I'm sorry about everything that happened, with Cody and between you and me. Thanks. I really needed to hear that. Talia and I embraced, and my heart swelled. I was happy that Talia and I had repaired our relationship, but I knew only time could heal her broken heart. After Talia and I made up, I felt like I could breathe again. But Chloe's evoking ceremony was fast approaching, and I hadn't made any progress in getting her to listen to me. Even if I could break this damn curse, Chloe refused to cooperate. Lucas had hit a dead end in the library, too. He'd gone to research Miriamic law and explore his options, but there was nothing he could do without hard evidence. I woke Thursday morning feeling like I hadn't slept all night. My whole body was stiff, and I felt as if I could sleep for another 12 hours. Issa snuggled close to me, and I stroked her tail gently. Do you need anything before I leave for class? Talia asked. She stood in front of her mirror, pulling her hair into a high ponytail. It looked really good on her. I'll manage, I said, before quickly adding. Actually, would you mind bringing me my meds? Sure thing. Talia tightened her ponytail and went into the bathroom. I sank my head back into the pillow, hoping that if I waited, the fatigue would pass. I knew it wouldn't. Here you go, she said. I hadn't even realized she'd returned. Talia placed my pills on my bedside table next to my water bottle. Thanks. I uncapped the pills and counted them out, then downed them with a few sips of water. Immediately, my stomach churned. Bile rose to my throat, and my head spun. Talia must have noticed all the blood drain from my face, because her features immediately shifted to worry. What's wrong? Trash can. I barely got the words out. Talia practically dove for the trash can and got it under me just as I began heaving. I couldn't help the gross noises I made. My throat burned, and I broke out into a thin sheen of sweat. Issa paced back and forth on the bed, worried. I heaved again, spewing my guts a second time. Even when I thought it was over, I remained hunched over the trash can. Another attack bubbled up, though nothing came out. All I did was dry heave. Goddess, I felt awful. Are you going to be okay? Talia asked when I'd finished. My head spun so fast I could barely lift it. I reached for the tissues next to my bed and wiped my mouth. I don't know, I admitted. I wasn't nauseous until I took my pills. What'd you give me? I picked up the bottles and inspected the prescriptions written on the outside. Everything I normally took was here. They're just your pills. Talia sounded wary, like I might blame her. They didn't feel like my normal pills, I said, popping off the top of one of the prescriptions. Everything looked in order, until I reached the last bottle. The size, shape, and color of my immunosuppressants looked right, but the logo usually stamped on them was gone. My guts twisted, this time for other reasons. These aren't my meds, I said flatly, trying to wrap my head around it. What? Talia's voice shook. These aren't my meds, I repeated. Has anyone been in the room? She started to shake her head, but she caught herself. Lena came by yesterday, she said breathlessly. What was Lena doing here? I bit her name harsher than I meant to. That bitch had already messed with my boyfriend. Now she was messing with my meds? Talia gaped, like she couldn't believe Lena would do something like this. She heard about what happened with Cody and wanted to talk. They had a thing last year and things ended in a similar way. She seemed really genuine. Did she go into the bathroom? I demanded. I couldn't believe someone could be so vile as to mess with my meds. Talia swallowed. She was only in there for a few minutes. I didn't think anything of it. I should kick her ass, I thought, though I knew the voice wasn't my own. I can't, I countered. Not when I feel like shit. I tried swallowing down the dark energy rising in my chest, but my stomach was so empty it didn't seem to want to go anywhere. I wanted to stomp down the hall and demand an explanation, but I could hardly move. Tell me what you need, Talia said quickly. My head spun, but I managed to speak. Call Dr. Yonker. Talia took my phone and called my doctor right away. While I leaned back on the pillow, she explained to him what had happened. I expected him to make some sort of recommendation or put in a new prescription. I didn't expect him to make a freaking house call. But that's exactly what he did. I'll be there as soon as I can, I heard him say from the other end of the phone. Get Nadine to the infirmary immediately. Come on, Talia said as she tried to help me sit up. Doctor's orders. Whatever Lena had poisoned me with was quickly working its way through my bloodstream. I couldn't make sense of which way was up and which way was down, and my limbs felt like they were made of noodles. I tried to stand, but my knees buckled beneath me, and I collapsed onto the floor. Ugh. I thought I heard myself groan, but I couldn't be sure. Goddess! Talia cried. She had the phone to her ear a second later. I didn't move from the floor. Cramps spread throughout my body, creating a twisting whirlwind of pain shooting up and down my extremities. I couldn't make sense of how much time had passed, but I was aware of several people in scrubs hoisting me into a wheelchair. "It's going to be okay," one of them said kindly, patting my knee. I thought I recognized her voice. I peeled my heavy eyelids open long enough to see that it was Patty, the nurse who'd come to my aid the night the Lucky Three beat me up. "We'll take good care of you." I noticed the worry in her eyes. I wondered if Lena knew the prank meds would mess with my lupus this badly. The nurses wheeled me down to the infirmary, and I somehow ended up on a hospital bed, though I don't remember them transferring me there. I was out for a while, until Dr. Yonker arrived and administered a prescription to curb the side effects. Finally, the room stopped spinning. "I'm sorry this happened to you," Dr. Yonker told me kindly. "From now on, I suggest subconjuring your meds, where no one can touch them." I'd already thought of that. I should have done it sooner, but had held off because I was still learning my magic. Conjuring came easily to me now, though. "Thanks for your help," I told him weakly. "If there's anything else I can do, I'm only a call away," he said. Dr. Yonker stayed a while longer to discuss my symptoms and how I was managing with my magic. He was happy to learn I could conjure things without nearly passing out anymore. Progress, he called it. Goddess, I hoped so. I'd skipped so many days of school this semester. It was hard to accept things had to get worse before they got better. I slept the rest of the day and into the next morning. When I woke, I felt like I could move again. Whatever pill Dr. Yonker had given me helped my symptoms immensely. My friends visited later that day, but the nurses wanted to keep me another night for observation. Lucas stayed until I fell asleep. When I woke, he was gone, probably kicked out by one of the nurses. I wasn't released until close to dinner time. I returned to my dorm, made myself presentable, and headed downstairs. I found Talia and Grant sitting in the main foyer, tossing balls of string around for Gus to play with. Talia laughed at something Grant had said, which I was really happy to see. I sank into a chair beside them. "Nadine, you're back!" Talia cried. "You look good," Grant added. "I'm feeling a lot better," I told them. "Thanks to Talia. The nurses said it could have been a lot worse if she hadn't acted so fast." "What's so funny?" Talia giggled and rolled up her ball of string. "Grant's just telling me about practice earlier this week." Grant shifted in his chair. "So I wanted to try out this new Speedo, right? Like, I've worn the pineapple printed one enough times, everyone's lost interest. This one was cheetah print. Well, I forgot what size I was, and I'm thinking, of course I'm a large. No guy wants their package to be anything less." I snickered as he told the story dramatically. "So I get them on, and I'm thinking, okay, they're not too bad. A little bigger than my last ones, but not too bad." Grant paused for dramatic effect. "Well, I get in the water and I'm swimming laps, and the Speedo starts coming off." Talia laughed beside me, even louder than the first time she heard the story. I couldn't help but laugh with her. "I could have stopped and fixed it," Grant continued, "but I'm up against 3 other guys. I mean, it's only warm-ups, but we all know we're competing out there in the water. So I get to the end of the pool and turn around, and the Speedo is suddenly around my knees. My whole package is just hanging out there." The sound of laughter met my ears, but it wasn't in response to Grant's story. I turned toward the hall nearby, where I heard loud voices cheering and laughing while they passed. At least a dozen girls were walking past the main foyer. Each wore matching black sparkly tank tops and Spanx that showed their ass cheeks. I recognized the uniform from the many times Chloe had worn it. It was the dance team. They might as well have had bitches written across their asses, because it was sure as hell written on their face. Lena and Chloe were hooked arm in arm, leading the girls down the hall as they laughed about something I didn't catch. Gwen, Camille, and Stacy followed dutifully behind, along with a bunch of other girls I didn't know. My nostrils flared. Of fucking course, Chloe and Lena had gotten close over the last semester. I'd forgotten they were on the dance team together. Lena had been acting as Chloe's puppet when she replaced my meds. I just knew it. She was Chloe's best option for getting into my room. Mother Miriam knows we wouldn't let any one of those other girls inside, and they'd manipulated my best friend to do it. Bitches! I screamed internally. There had to be a better word for it, something even more vile and disgusting, because that's what these girls were. They were worse than scum at the bottom of a sewage drain. They were... Nadine! Talia's voice cut through the sound of my pulse raging in my ears. I stood and started making my way toward them. I'd hardly realized it. But even when she brought it to my attention, I didn't slow down. I couldn't sit by and let Chloe and Lena get away with this. They have to pay, a dark, sinister voice said in my head. I didn't even bother countering it. After everything Chloe had pulled this semester, what was the point? I stomped down the hall and pushed my way through the crowd of dancers. Tonight's recital is going to be amazing! Ah! Lena screamed as I grabbed her by the shoulder. She spun around, and I shoved her. Bitch! I roared. You messed with my meds! Like I'd go anywhere near your stuff, Lena shot back. I narrowed my eyes. You already have, more than once. It was obvious I was referring to Lucas. Keep it up, Nadine, the dark voice encouraged. Show her what you've got. That's not why I came out here, I snapped internally. Go away. Goddess, Chloe scoffed, tossing her hair over her shoulder. There's no need to go psycho. I whirled on her. I know it was your idea. How many girls did you get in on it? At least one to make the pills, and you had Lena plant them. Chloe smirked slightly, but her features remained otherwise passive. All eyes were on us, but I didn't care. I have no idea what you're talking about, she stated flatly. She's lying. If you use my friends again, You'll what? Chloe challenged, raising an eyebrow. Your threats are empty. I know you don't have it in you to hurt me. Oh, we've got plenty, the voice said with a click of her tongue. Chloe's eyes flickered toward the entrance of the main foyer. I followed her gaze and noticed Grant and Talia standing there, along with a couple of other people who'd stopped to watch the confrontation. Not without your backup, at least, Chloe teased. Like you don't have an entourage everywhere you go, I shot back. At least I'm not getting other people to do my dirty work for me. Chloe smiled. Oh, so you are dirty. Nice to hear you speak the truth. My nostrils flared, and I got up in her face. I am nothing like you. Chloe's lips tightened. Though she tried to keep her cool, I could see the anger rising within her. You sure, Evers? Last time you nearly fried me. Too bad Lucas isn't here to save you from yourself. The way she said it hinted at something more, and my whole body shook. What did you do? I demanded. I took deep breaths, trying to calm myself, but my tone wavered. Chloe waved her hand. Oh, it was nothing. Just a double dose of those pills you had. You'll be over it by Monday. I did everything I could to keep myself from reacting, but I couldn't take it anymore. The heavy, sickening energy swirling up around my belly exploded through me. There was nothing I could do to hold back, not once she started talking about Lucas. Give her hell. I snapped, and my fist pummeled into Chloe's face 3 times in quick succession. I didn't even decide to do it. Just one moment I was standing there, and the next I saw a blur in front of me, and my knuckles ached. Chloe stumbled backward, and I didn't have to think twice. I took that bitch down. I jumped on top of her so that she couldn't get away, slamming my fist into her face over and over again. I smiled, finding it satisfying to be in control. When I held her down, she couldn't touch me or my friends. All she could do was beg for mercy. Mercy she didn't deserve, and mercy I wouldn't give. Chloe lifted her hands to shield herself, but my fist rammed straight past them and into her nose. Screams echoed down the hall around me, but they barely registered. All I could focus on was the sweet taste of revenge. "Somebody do something!" a girl called. "Nadine's gone psycho!" another screamed. There were so many voices overlapping one another, I couldn't make them out. They could have been in my head, or they could have been 1,000 miles away. It made no difference. Blood spurted out of Chloe's nose, shooting over the front of my shirt and over her uniform. I laughed maniacally at the sight of blood. It was so satisfying. Chloe finally knew who she was dealing with, and I dared her to mess with me again. "Get off!" Chloe shouted, but I punched her again. She screamed, then lifted her hand to shove her fingers into my hair. She tugged so hard that strands broke free, but I didn't give two shits. She'd already made me bald once before. I guess she was ready for another go. "That's it," I laughed. "Harder, Chloe!" "You're fucking crazy!" Chloe snapped, tugging once again. This time it was so hard that she yanked my head to the side, and I went flying off of her. I rolled across the ground but scrambled to my feet as Chloe took off running down the hall. I just barely stood when a battle orb exploded like a miniature grenade right where I'd been a moment ago. Shit, that was right. I had fucking magic. What was I doing wasting my time on a mere fist fight? Shit was about to get real up in here. Another battle orb went off, and I realized that Chloe's posse was attacking me. But they weren't messing with ordinary Nadine. I was freaking pumped and ready to take this bitch out. I threw up a shield behind myself, a spell I didn't even know I could conjure until now. Battle orbs exploded against it before they could reach me. Chloe scrambled over to a table nearby and grabbed a decorative vase off of it. She hurled it at me as hard as she could, but I dodged it. I kept my eyes on her, smiling proudly as I admired the bruises on her face. She braced herself against the table, a terrified look crossing her features. "I've been waiting too long for this," I taunted. "Do your worst," she spat. "I hope it gets you kicked out of the coven." Her words should have halted me in my tracks, but in that moment, they meant nothing. She'd gone after my friends, and that was a sin above all else. The coven was meant to protect each other, and instead, Chloe had sabotaged others. The invitation was too tempting to resist. I lunged for Chloe and pinned her against the wall with my forearm. She scratched and clawed at me until blood began to drip down my face, but I never loosened my hold on her. Instead, I just laughed like a fucking maniac, because what else were you supposed to do when someone was attacking you? True fear entered Chloe's eyes as I lifted my palm and formed a battle orb inside of it. It burned and crackled with rage. "Don't ever go near my friends," I growled, before lowering the battle orb to the side of Chloe's face. Pure satisfaction swirled in my belly as Chloe let out a shriek. The orb was high-powered enough to sizzle against her skin, burning it. I didn't even need black magic to conjure it. That was how fucking pissed I was. "How does it feel?" I yelled. "How does it feel to be the one getting hurt?" Chloe's eyes glossed over, as if the pain was too much to bear. I drew back, because I wanted her to feel the pain, to suffer. I couldn't let it be over too soon. She slumped to the ground and looked up at me from behind bruised eyes. "Get up and fight!" I snapped, kicking her in the stomach. "You're nothing on your own. Prove you belong in the coven. Fight me!" I swung my fist at her face again, and she completely collapsed onto the ground. Chloe didn't even make a sound as my foot connected with her stomach over and over again. Strong hands landed on my shoulders and dragged me backward. I hadn't realized my shield magic had failed, and someone had slipped past the spell. I kicked out for Chloe again, but my foot didn't reach her. "Let me go!" I screamed at whoever it was. I flailed, but I couldn't get out of their grasp. "Let me!" "Nade! Lucas's stern voice snapped in my ear. There were shouts and screams coming from all different directions, it seemed, but Lucas's voice drowned out all the others. "What were you thinking?" I whirled around to face him, and my jaw hung slack. His face was a welcome sight, pulling me back to reality as my gaze roamed over his green eyes and down to his Cupid's bow lips. My pulse slowed at the sight of him, taking my emotions down a notch. He was perfect in every way, and yet there was something starkly different about him, too. I'd never seen such disappointment in his eyes, but there was something else there, too. Fear, unlike I'd ever seen it. At first, I didn't understand why he was looking at me like that. Then I heard the cries of horror from behind me, and I looked over my shoulder. "Dear goddess," I breathed. The uncontrollable rage that had exploded out of me seemed to seep slowly back into my stomach again as rationality took over. I stared at Chloe's bruised and bleeding form as several of her friends helped lift her. She couldn't even stand, and one of her eyes was swollen shut. One whole side of her face was covered in red-hot burns and blisters. Her head lolled to the side, and I realized for the first time that she was knocked out. The whole hall had gone silent as all eyes locked on me. Chloe's entire dance team shared the same look of disdain, as if they were about to curse me right then and there. Talia and Grant weren't far away. Talia held on to Grant, and he had an arm wrapped around her. I couldn't understand why they were staring at me that way, like they'd just witnessed me grow 3 heads. I was about to ask Lucas what happened to Chloe, but it all came rushing back to me a second later. I had done that to her. The thought made me sick, and I swayed on my feet. I clutched my stomach with one hand and grabbed Lucas with the other so I wouldn't fall over. I did that, didn't I? I realized. It was so much worse saying it aloud, because I wasn't entirely sure it was true until that moment. The whole thing had lasted less than 30 seconds. It felt like a dream. I remembered how satisfying it felt, and that alone made me want to hurl. I never should have done that. It never should have felt that way. What the hell was wrong with me? "You did," Lucas said dryly, like he couldn't make sense of what he'd seen. I let go of him to stare down at my hands, as if that might convince me this wasn't real. But the evidence was right in front of me. My hands shook as I witnessed the blood coated over the backs of them. "Goddess, Lucas," my voice broke. "Chloe said you were sick. She said—" "She was lying," Lucas told me. The way he stared at me made me uneasy, like he didn't even know who he was looking at. "That doesn't make what you did okay." He looked like he was about to launch into a lecture, but I beat him to the freak-out. My whole body quaked as I broke down in sobs. "You're right," I cried. I pressed my face into Lucas's shoulder. He stiffened, like he didn't know what to do when a sobbing girl came to him. Eventually, he placed his arms around me, but it wasn't the welcoming embrace I'd come to know. It was cold and stilted. Nothing about it felt natural. The hall was quieter now, as some of Chloe's friends had dragged her away to the infirmary, but voices continued to overlap one another. Several people had come out of the cafeteria to see what was happening, and several of Chloe's friends rushed down the hall to find a professor. I knew they'd be coming for me any moment, but it didn't matter. I kept replaying in my mind what I'd done, unable to believe that it had been real and not some vivid dream. "I'm a monster!" I cried into Lucas's shoulder. "I never meant to hurt her like that. I don't know what came over me. What the hell was that, Nadine?" a voice demanded from behind me. I turned to see Talia standing there, fuming. "This is wrong," Talia cried. "You and Chloe can't keep doing this. Women need to support each other. You're part of the same coven, for Alora's sake." "I tried talking to her," I insisted. "She won't cooperate." "Then try something else," Talia suggested, her voice growing more intense. "I did," I said sarcastically. I beat her up. I didn't blame Talia for being upset with me, but I didn't know how to explain myself right now, so I got defensive instead. "You fought her too. Just a few weeks ago, you were backing me up." "Not like this," she shot back. "I got caught up in the moment. You've been at each other's throats all semester." "Nadine." A voice cut her off. The woman drew out my name, like my mother would when I was a child. It was the sound of utter disappointment. I swallowed the lump in my throat as I turned toward her. "Headmistress Verla." "To my office," she said sharply. "Now."
Chapter 19. Lucas. I couldn't make sense of what it felt like to see Nadine flip out like that. I'd been walking to dinner when I noticed the commotion in the hall. My first thought was to move on and stay out of it, until I heard someone shouting Nadine's name.
"Nadine's gone psycho!"
someone screamed. And she had. Her eyes were void of remorse. There was nothing but satisfaction in them as she seared a battle orb against Chloe's face. It was eerie and frightening. Even now that the hall had cleared and Nadine left with Verla, I couldn't wrap my head around it. My Nade was loving and gentle, a welcome calm to the usual storm. But today she proved she was one hell of a storm herself, and it terrified me. But it wasn't her, I told myself. There had to be another explanation. She'd spoken of her darkness before, and I'd witnessed it more than once. The night at the dungeon, when she'd attacked Cody, stuck out in my mind. Chloe must have given her a good reason to fight back, I decided. Nothing else made sense. Grant and Talia tried to say something to me as I passed, but I didn't hear it. I felt like I was moving through a fog as I walked to Headmistress Verla's office. I hadn't been invited along, but I wanted to be there for Nadine when she got out. I ran back what I'd witnessed through my head. Nadine conjuring a battle orb, Chloe screaming out in agony. This was the kind of shit Ryan would pull, not Nadine. How did this happen? Chloe was in the infirmary now. Something had possessed my Nade. I didn't know how long I sat outside Headmistress Verla's door. It could have been hours. I fought between the pull I felt behind that door toward Nadine, my world, my everything, and the urge to run far, far away. Eventually the door opened and I got to my feet. Nadine stopped in the doorway when she saw me. Her eyes were red and blotchy, but she wasn't crying. So many emotions flickered past her features that I couldn't pick out a single one. It seemed to be a mix of shame, loss, and betrayal, as if she had betrayed herself.
"Nade,"
I whispered.
"I can't."
Her voice cracked.
"I just can't right now. You deserve an explanation, but I need a moment."
Then we won't do this right now, I told her. I yearned for answers, so I could stop feeling so conflicted. But the second I saw her, all I wanted to do was hold her. Which made no fucking sense. She'd just beat the shit out of another student. "Let's get out of here," I suggested. It was the only way I could think to cool her down. She nodded.
"Okay."
I took Nadine's hand and led her outside into the warm spring air. It was dark out now, and the stars twinkled above us. The moon wasn't visible yet. We entered the trees and followed a familiar path before I veered off course toward the abandoned mansion in the woods. We'd had such a good time there last semester that it seemed appropriate.
"Where are we going?"
Nadine asked in a small voice. She wouldn't look at me. "Don't you recognize where we are?" I asked. She glanced around the dark forest.
"It looks different at night."
"We're almost there," I told her. Several minutes later, Nadine and I emerged from the trees and into a clearing. The Gothic mansion rose above us, and green ivy grew up the sides. It was similar in style to the school, but much smaller.
"Thanks for bringing me here," Nadine said. "I needed to get out of the school."
I conjured a blanket and laid it in the grass, because it was a really nice night, and I thought Nadine might like lying under the stars. "Do you want to tell me what happened?" I asked as I situated myself on the blanket. The sky was clear overhead, and the Milky Way looked brilliant. Nadine lay down beside me, though she kept her hands folded over her chest. She was only inches from me, but we didn't touch. I stole a glance at her, and she was staring up at the sky with a thoughtful expression on her face.
"I want to tell you,"
she finally said.
"It's just hard to explain."
"I'll do my best to try to understand," I offered. I didn't know why I gave her the benefit of the doubt. I'd seen what she'd done with my own 2 eyes. If I hadn't stopped her, who knew how far she'd take things? I could only guess. And though the thought told me to abandon her here and run back to the safety of the school, I didn't want to run. Not when my Nade was right here next to me. Nadine took a deep breath.
"I guess it's not hard to explain. It's more hard to face. I wasn't myself earlier tonight, but I also didn't do anything I didn't want to."
She got really quiet then, like the confession had been everything she was scared to say. It chilled me to the bone, as if I'd been hoping she'd say she was possessed by a demon or something. But this was different, and my guts sank. It sounded like a cry for help. "I know what it's like to not feel like yourself," I admitted. "Maybe in a different way, but I get it." She finally turned her head to look at me.
"In what way?"
"Some days I feel like me," I told her. "Other days it's like I'm just a shell. I go on autopilot and nothing seems to matter. I just go through the motions."
"This is different,"
she said, turning her gaze back toward the stars. "I know," I replied. I didn't know what I was trying to convince her of. Maybe just assure her she wasn't alone.
"This wasn't just autopilot,"
Nadine admitted.
"Something else took control. I couldn't hold back anymore."
"I'm sorry," I whispered. "That sounds terrifying."
"I shouldn't have lost control," she insisted. "Chloe messed with my meds and I was pissed, but beating her to near unconsciousness wasn't right. She said she hurt you."
"I told you she was lying."
"I know that now. It's like Chloe wanted me to lose it."
Nadine's voice fell shamefully.
"And I gave in."
I sighed. What did Verla say? Nadine closed her eyes.
"I'm suspended."
I pushed myself up on my elbow and gaped.
"You're what?"
She looked up at me and frowned.
"I'm suspended until the end of the semester. I'll stay with Grammy and take my exams privately. Then the school board will decide if I deserve to be expelled or not."
Sheer horror rippled through me. They couldn't kick Nadine out. "Did you tell her what Chloe did?" I demanded.
"It doesn't matter,"
Nadine said quietly.
"Maybe I'm better off leaving anyway."
My whole body turned to stone.
"What?"
Nadine's eyes brimmed with tears.
"You know I don't belong here. If I'm not expelled and kicked out of the coven, my family curse will make sure I leave either way."
"Unless Chloe fails her evoking ceremony," I insisted. or you break the curse.
I can only do that if Chloe cooperates. And I can't get anywhere near her. And if I thought I could get her to listen before, I've ruined any chance of that.
You still have time, I pressed.
I only have a month after Chloe's ceremony before the curse claims a victim,
Nadine said.
My two choices are to get her to listen or leave.
You can't leave, I cried. My voice echoed through the trees, and I lowered my tone. You passed your ceremony. That's proof that you belong.
I don't know why I passed, Nadine said. Maybe it was a fluke.
Mother Miriam doesn't make mistakes, I told her. If you leave, I'm going with you. She shook her head like the conversation was too painful.
This is your home.
When she said that, my heart shattered. I reached out and wiped a tear from the side of her face. I choked up. My home is with you. Nadine forced a smile, but it was short-lived.
That's sweet of you, but you're wrong.
I didn't think my heart could break any further, but it did. You don't understand. Before I met you, I was numb. I either felt nothing or I felt anxiety. You brought me to life. You made me feel. I live for you now. I will always be yours. Your darkness doesn't matter to me because it was her who did this to Chloe. We'll find a way to deal with that together. Nadine's eyes sparkled, and she sniffled.
You only see the good in me, and that scares me. You say I'm pure of heart, and that's why I'm a curse breaker. But I don't think that's true. I hurt people.
You always do it for the right reason, I argued. The darkness is terrifying, but you, Nade, you're not dark. You're like the stars above us. You are the light among the dark. My starlight. I pressed my hand to the side of Nadine's face, and she laid hers over top of mine and closed her eyes. We both went silent for a few moments, but I didn't like the quiet. Words began tumbling out of me as I sought to fill the moment. Darkness falls in the dead of night, but it can't drown the starlight, I whispered.
Did you just make that up?
I nodded. For you. Her features softened as she gazed up at me.
I don't deserve that.
Yes, you do, I insisted. It's the darkness inside of you that's trying to convince you otherwise. I know exactly what that feels like. Nadine furrowed her brow.
Because of your depression?
I nodded. Before you say anything, I know it's not the same thing, but depression makes you think things about yourself that aren't true, too.
I thought you were doing better,
Nadine said. I laid back down on the blanket. This time I was the one staring up at the sky, unable to meet her gaze. I have been, I assured her. But it's not gone. Not totally.
You should have told me,
Nadine protested, sounding more like herself. I wanted to do it on my own, I said. I thought I could. She sighed.
Lucas, you've treated me better than I deserve. You've been here for me all year. Let me be there for you.
I took a deep breath and rolled over on the blanket until I was lying on my belly. I rested my chin on my folded hands and locked eyes with her. It's not easy for me to open up. She frowned.
It isn't easy for me either. Please, Lucas.
Nadine's voice was pleading, so much that it made my whole chest ache. Her eyes begged me to let her in. I didn't say anything for a long time. All I could do was stare at her and wait for the courage to rise within me. Slowly, Nadine's fingers inched across the blanket until her hand was on my back. She rubbed it up and down, and I felt comforted by her touch. The hem of my shirt rose several inches, exposing my back to the night air. Nadine glanced downward, and she stiffened. I didn't realize why until a moment later.
"Your mark," she whispered. I've never seen it."
I swallowed. Yeah, not the best location, is it? She sat up a little and furrowed her brow at me.
"What do you mean?"
Grant joked that it's a tramp stamp. A smile briefly touched Nadine's lips, which I thought looked really beautiful on her.
"Grant doesn't know what he's talking about. I like it."
Nadine began tracing the skull tattoo on my back with her fingers. Her proximity was intoxicating. I loved the feel of her hands on my skin. "I didn't tell you I was still working through my depression because I didn't want you to worry," I admitted while she ran her fingers over me.
"It's okay to ask for help,"
she whispered. "I didn't want you to see me as weak," I said softly.
"I wouldn't do that. You don't have to go through this alone."
"It's not fair to drag you into my problems."
"But that's what we do when we're in a relationship,"
Nadine insisted.
"It's what I agreed to when I became your girlfriend. You would never let me go through anything alone."
"You're right," I agreed. "So don't push me away." She went still, and the air felt colder on my skin.
"I didn't mean to. I want to help you."
"I wish you could," I said. "I know I'm not working through this as fast as other people might, but I'm going at my own pace. Just let me get there, okay?" Nadine dropped her gaze to my tattoo and began tracing it again, slower this time.
"Then I need to work through my darkness at my own pace."
"Not without my help. I won't walk away from you."
"Then don't ask me to walk away from you,"
she cried.
"This relationship isn't a one-way street. We have to help each other. If I'm going to accept your help with my darkness, you need to let me be there for you with your depression."
The clearing got really quiet as I contemplated what Nadine said. It sounded fair, but it didn't feel it. Protecting her was my duty. I couldn't lay a burden on her. "Worrying about me is useless," I told her. She was quick to counter.
"Worrying about you is all I'm going to do if I don't understand how you truly feel. I have to trust that you're being completely open and honest with me."
Her words struck a chord within me. She wasn't asking for a burden. I rolled over onto my back and stared up at her. "You're right."
I'm what?"
she asked, like she hadn't expected me to cave. "You don't deserve to be kept in the dark," I decided. "I will be more open about my feelings with you." Nadine pressed her hand to her chest.
"And you say I'm your starlight? Lucas, that brings so much light to my heart."
I smiled shyly. "I wish I could bring it all, but you do that yourself." Nadine smiled and leaned down until our noses were practically touching. Heat flared deep in my belly as her lips hovered just inches above mine.
"If you think you're going to convince me that I have light within myself, you're going to have to start believing the same about yourself."
She leaned in, and our lips connected. The primal instinct to take her right here overcame me as my heart swelled inside my chest. I wrapped a hand around her neck and tangled it in her soft hair. I dragged her closer to me and kissed her passionately. Nadine returned the sentiment as she crawled on top of me and pressed her body into mine. My hands roamed all over her, and my head spun at the sweet taste of her kiss. I never wanted the kiss to end. Right here in the moment, the light we spoke of seemed almost blinding. I lived for moments like these, for the undeniable connection we shared that brought me to life. I knew the second I opened my eyes, all I would see was the dark sky above, littered with dim stars. Not a single one could outshine her, not even the sun. In this moment she glowed, and I knew that even when everything seemed to be falling apart, I had these small moments to live for. Nadine came up for air, and I couldn't help but ask, "Are we okay then?" She smiled down at me.
Yeah, we're okay.
I was mesmerized by her smile and the soft look in her eyes, as if my hands had a mind of their own. I reached up to push her hair behind her ear. My fingers ran across her cheek as I admired her, and she tilted her head toward my hand, as if savoring every caress. My body yearned for her, and my soul was drawn to her as if the two of us were tethered by destiny. Passion rose within my chest, feeling as if it might explode out of me. Words couldn't do this feeling justice. I was high on the taste of her kiss and the feel of her body grinding against me. I wish I could share this feeling with her, to show her exactly how I felt. Maybe I never could, but there were other things I could share with her, pieces of myself she would carry for eternity. I grabbed her around the waist and rolled her over until she was lying flat on her back on the blanket. Her eyes blazed with hunger as I climbed on top of her.
What's going on?
She asked curiously, obviously liking where this was going. "I want to make love to you, Nadine," I whispered, sharing the raw honesty I never could say before. She stared at me with soft features as she ran her fingers through my hair.
We can't.
"I know, but maybe I can get close." Her eyes sparkled with intrigue.
What did you have in mind?
A blissful smile spread across my face. "Let me show you."
Chapter 20. Nadine. Being with Lucas in a whole new way was enthralling and magical. I'd loved every second of it and was comforted by how close the night had brought us together. But when I woke the following morning in Lucas's arms, all the events that led to that magnificent night under the stars came rushing back to me. Being with Lucas had been wonderful, but I worried that it was more of a distraction than anything. And now that it was over, I had to face reality again. I didn't know how to explain to my friends what I'd done. Lucas seemed to understand me, but Talia was pissed, perhaps even frightened. And Grant? I had no idea what he thought of me. I thought about leaving without saying anything. It would be easier. I didn't return to the dorms after that night. Talia deserved her space, and I didn't feel welcome anyway. I decided to stay at Grammy's over the weekend, and I barely got out of bed. I didn't answer any of the calls and texts from my friends either. Eventually, I had to return to the school to get my things. I was packing up my stuff when Talia entered the room. Her eyes lit up momentarily. "You're back!" "Not for long," I said. She eyed me curiously. "Are you leaving?" I frowned as I folded my clothes into my suitcase. Issa kept crawling into it and laying on top of the clothes. "I'm suspended," I said flatly. Talia crossed the room slowly, like she didn't know what to make of my announcement. Gus followed at her feet, and she sank into the couch. "I'm sorry, You don't have to say anything," I told her. "I already know what I did was wrong." Talia scoffed. "I'm not going to argue that, but why didn't you call?" I shrugged and didn't meet her gaze. "I thought you wouldn't want to talk to me." "I called you 12 times!" she cried. "I thought you'd just chew me out," I admitted as I dragged Issa out of the suitcase once again. "Maybe at first," Talia said. "Chloe took my meds and threatened Lucas. What was I supposed to do?" "Maybe not beat her?" Talia said. I sighed. "Yeah, I know. All I want to do is pack up my stuff and finish this semester." "Nadine," Talia said softly. She stood and walked over to me. I didn't want to look her in the face, but she grabbed my shoulders and practically forced me. "Look, I won't pretend like I understand why you lashed out. It was frightening to watch. But I will say that I want to help. We all do." "We all?" I questioned. "Me, Grant, Mandy, Amy," she listed off. "You're our friend, and you're obviously going through something. I know things have been traumatic for you lately." My teeth gritted. I shook my head and turned back to my clothes. "Whatever you have to tell yourself. It sounds like you've thought this through. How long was the meeting?" "Meeting?" she asked. "You know, the one where you all got together and decided I lashed out because my parents were dead?" I said flatly. Talia gaped. It was obvious they'd all been talking about me behind my back. "It wasn't like that," Talia insisted. "I don't care how it was," I said honestly. "I just want to get out of here for a while. I need some time to think." "Consider yourself lucky," Talia replied. I furrowed my brow at her. "Lucky how?" "Maybe your grandma's place is safer for you right now," Talia suggested. "Tons of people are having issues with their magic. Everyone's afraid they're going to fail their exams." My eyebrows shot up. "It's getting worse?" "Yeah, you missed it over the weekend. 2 more fights broke out, and the Imperium Council was here again." I gaped. I'd heard rumors about how people thought this was some sort of curse, but who could be so powerful to cast it over the entire town? Unless it was more localized. "Is it only at the school?" I asked. Talia shook her head. "Based on the rumors I've heard, it's widespread all across Octavia Falls. But for some reason, it's more localized here. Maybe because we're in so close proximity." "So the curse spreads like a virus?" I asked. Talia shrugged. "It's a theory. It wouldn't be the first curse to do so." "I can't break something this big on my own," I blurted. "No one's asking you to," Talia promised. "There's still no evidence that it is a curse. It acts too weird. Like, you'll be affected, then you'll get your powers back, then be affected again. It doesn't seem to have any pattern." I shook my head in disbelief as I calculated what she'd said. I didn't know enough about magical theory to come up with my own guess. "Lucas told me about one of his magical theory lessons," I mused. "He said when you overexert yourself, your magic can take time to replenish." "Yeah, but everyone's not overexerting themselves all at once," Talia pointed out. "Unless there was something drawing their magic, like the protection tree," I thought aloud. It was a good theory, but Talia shot it down. "The protection spell's magic doesn't work that way, but you might be onto something." I double-checked my suitcase to make sure Issa wasn't hiding inside, then zipped it up and lugged it off my bed. "That's pretty good for a novice." "You're catching on fast." Talia shrugged before quickly adding, "You should stay here tonight." I shook my head. "I can't. I'm suspended." "Then you're my guest," she teased. "I really missed having you around. I mean, it didn't help that I was worrying about you. Just one night?" When Talia said she was worried, it tugged at my heartstrings. I thought for sure she'd be pissed at me. And maybe she was, but we hadn't seen each other in a few days, so we'd both had time to cool off. I missed her, too. "Okay," I caved. "I'll stay." Talia and I stayed up playing with her deck of tarot cards, eating popcorn, and listening to creepy music. We didn't read the cards for ourselves, because I really didn't want to hear what they had to say. But we laughed as we read the cards for others. "You were spot on with Grant," Talia teased as we did a reading on his love life. Apparently, he'd been lonely for quite some time, but was about to find a long-term girlfriend. Or so we interpreted the cards. "Good for him," I said. "I hope he ends up happy." Talia's laugh quieted, but she spoke softly. Yeah, I hope he does too. Eventually, I couldn't force myself to stay up any longer. I kept yawning, and Talia suggested we call it a night. I snuggled up with Issa in my bed and drifted off. Bricks settled in my gut as I stared up at the painting of Mother Miriam in the main foyer. The coals of the fire burned red, though there were no flames. Outside, the sky was dark, and wind whistled through a crack in one of the windows. Though the chair I sat in was plush and usually comfortable, it felt like a rock today. The painting had been slashed 3 times, and I held the cool handle of the dagger in my hand. What did you do, Nadine? I asked myself. I couldn't remember doing it, or what reason I had to in the first place, but somehow I knew it had been me. It felt like a worthy revenge on the coven. They were going to kick me out. I had to do something. Not like this, I whispered under my breath. This felt wrong. I was horrified, and yet I couldn't move. Perhaps it was fitting that the coven should abandon me. Then I wouldn't hurt anyone else. Are you talking to me? A female voice came from behind me. It was soft and curious, not dark and sinister like the Nadine who roamed these halls. I whirled around and was surprised to see Mandy standing there. She wore a black skater dress and high boots. Mandy? I balked, sitting up straighter. What are you doing here? I thought I was alone. Well, you were. She stepped toward me. I don't know how I got here. I can't control it yet. Control what? Mandy glanced around the empty foyer. Her eyes traveled over the sconces, then up to the chandelier. No candles were lit, as the only light came from the dying fire. I can't control my dreamer powers, Mandy clarified as she spun to take everything in. So, this is your subconscious? I eyed her as her words sank in. This is a dream? Yes, but don't freak out, she said quickly. As realization came over me, the scene began to shift. Candles lit all across the room, and the dagger in my hand vanished. I'm going to wake up, I realized. No, don't do that, Mandy said. This is cool. Her words sounded flat. It wasn't cool. It was a tad bit depressing. I forced my heart rate to slow and felt myself sinking deeper into sleep. Why don't you want me waking up? She finally tore her gaze from our surroundings to look at me. You're my friend, and I want to help. I narrowed my eyes at her. Help with what? She gestured around. Whatever this is, why are you sitting in the dark? I shook my head. Please don't go digging. If this is really my subconscious, then it's private. Too late. I've already seen it, she stated simply. Can I sit? I need the practice dream analyzing anyway. My guts twisted. It wasn't that I didn't want my friend in my dreams. The truth was, I'd been sitting in the dark to hide from the woman who lurked these halls. Now that Mandy had shown up, the lights had come on, and she would find us. She would see Mandy's presence as intrusive. I could already feel it. I didn't want her hurting my friend. Mandy sat in front of the fire and warmed her hands, while I hurried to the nearest sconce to blow it out. But as soon as my breath passed the flame, it lit again. I panicked. Look, I appreciate the help, but you have to leave, I stated quickly. She looked up at me and chewed her lower lip. Leave? Yes, please leave, I requested, as nicely as I could. I don't know how yet, she said. You'll have to wake up. How do I do that? I asked. I tried instructing myself to open my eyes, to do anything, but nothing happened. I remained rooted in place, staring at Mandy, who sat uninvited in the middle of my dream. I'm not sure, she admitted. I'm still learning. A noise came from down the hall, though I couldn't place what it was. I glanced toward it, but the hall was dark. Worry began to rise in my stomach. You need to figure out how to leave, I insisted. Mandy gaped at me. I really didn't mean to intrude, but like I said, I'm still learning. A maniacal laugh echoed down the hall. My pulse sped up, and Mandy stiffened. What was that? She asked warily. The reason you have to go! I cried. I hurried over to her and grabbed her by the wrist. You're not safe here! I tried shoving her toward the door, but Mandy resisted. She planted her feet firmly in front of me. It was my dream, but we were equally matched for strength. It seemed a little unfair. Hold on, Mandy said. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what's going on. Are you okay? You caught me on a bad night, I told her. Please, go. I'm getting a really bad feeling. Please let me help. I gritted my teeth. She didn't understand what Dark Nadine would do to her. The laughter came again, this time louder and closer. She's coming! I shoved her toward the door again. Mandy opened her mouth to respond, but she didn't get another word in. The laughter came to an abrupt halt. Then a voice sounded directly behind me. Get out of my head! Dark Nadine screamed. I whirled around in time to see her evil snarl, eyes locked on Mandy. 1 second she was standing at one end of the foyer, and the other she was lunging for Mandy. I threw myself in front of her at the last second and tackled Dark Nadine to the ground. Mandy can stay, I shouted. You're the one unwelcome here. Dark Nadine laughed from beneath me. Oh, Nadine, she said condescendingly. You're the one who invited me here. I'm not going anywhere. I woke with a start. The dream was fresh in my mind, though my surroundings eluded me. I'd fallen asleep in my own dorm, I knew that much. But this didn't feel right. The ground I lay on was hard and uneven, and the air was chilly with a slight breeze. Something moved above me in the darkness, but I couldn't make it out. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized it was trees swaying in the wind. I blinked a few times and winced as I pushed myself to my elbows. Sleeping on the ground hadn't been kind to me. Every muscle and joint ached as I moved, trying to take it all in. How had I gotten here? My gaze swept the forest. I didn't recognize where I was, and it was hard to make out the patterns in the trees at this time of night. It had to be after midnight. The forest was oddly quiet, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I sensed nothing in the trees, and I wasn't sure if that should soothe me or make this more terrifying. The possibilities went through my head as I waited for my aching body to get with the program so I could find my way back to the school. Did I sleepwalk? That was the only explanation for how I'd ended up out here. Maybe it was a side effect of Mandy's dreamer powers. If that were the case, I couldn't be far from school. Problem was, I didn't know which direction was the way back. I had to try something, though, because I wasn't staying out here in the frigid air all night. I reached out for a nearby tree and used it to support myself as I climbed to my feet. I was barefoot and in my pajamas. Luckily, I'd chosen the warm, comfy flannel ones tonight, with the witch hats printed on them. I scanned the trees for signs of light, hoping I might spot a beacon that would lead me home. The only light I saw came from the stars and moon above. I drew a deep breath. I had to start somewhere. I chose a direction and began walking, slowly, because my whole body ached from sleeping on the ground. I took several steps, and then I heard it. A stick snapped from behind me, and my heart leapt into my throat. The hairs on the back of my neck stood straighter. Though I hadn't seen anything in the woods, I sensed danger was lurking nearby. Could it be a monster, like the one Lucas and I had run into earlier this semester? The forest had gone quiet, and I wondered if I'd imagined the noise. Still, I couldn't keep the worry from my mind. Adrenaline rushed through me, and I quickened my step. Another twig snapped, and fear overcame me. This sure as hell wasn't my imagination. I began running as fast as I could through the trees, but it wasn't fast enough. Whatever was pursuing me was coming closer. I couldn't hear it, but I could feel it within my bones. I couldn't bear to think of the possibility. This better be another dream, I thought, but my pounding heart told me otherwise. This was real, and if the monster caught up to me, I was dead. My bare feet moved over squishy moss and then hard rocks. A sharp stick stabbed the middle of my foot, cutting into the delicate skin there. I drew a breath but didn't slow. I didn't know how far I'd run or how long, but I kept on going. I was slowing down fast, though. My body betrayed me as I sucked in deep breaths. I used nearby trees to support myself as I passed them. I hit a root with my toe and cursed as I tripped forward. I caught myself on a tree trunk, but my next step forward was nothing more than a limp. I paused to take in my surroundings again. Everything looked the same. All was still. Then a rustle came through the trees. Fuck. I couldn't stand around. I had to move or fight back. That was my only other option, because if this was a monster, I wasn't outrunning it. I jumped around a tree until I was on the other side where I could hide for cover. The footsteps following me slowed. I peeked around the tree and spotted a shadowed figure moving in the distance, but I couldn't make out its shape or size. It was at least as big as I was, for sure. I took aim and shot a battle orb toward the creature. The second the orb left my hand, my shoulders sagged as my magic drained my energy. The orb exploded against a tree, nowhere near where I'd seen the shadowed figure. If I thought I could fight back, I was kidding myself. I was already freaking exhausted, and my magic would only drain me further. As I sat there contemplating my next move, a huge rock slammed into the side of the tree I hid behind. It landed only inches from my head. My heart leapt into my throat, and I scrambled to my feet. Now the creature was throwing shit at me? Fuck, I had to get out of here. I took off running again, tossing battle orbs over my shoulder when I thought I heard the monster getting too close. But I didn't have time to stop and aim. Each one of them missed. It was a mistake to use my magic. The more I did, the greater toll it took on my body. I was slowing down, fast. The only thing that kept me going now was the adrenaline coursing through my veins like a raging fire. The forest began to swim in front of me. I must have been running for a while now. This felt like some sort of sick game. Otherwise, why hadn't that thing caught me yet? Please, somebody help me, I thought. I wanted to say the words out loud, to yell and scream in hopes that someone would hear me, but I couldn't open my mouth to get the words out. I was too tired from what felt like the marathon I was running. I spotted a break in the trees up ahead, and I rushed toward it. But the faster I moved, the more fatigue overcame me. The forest spun around me, and the trees blurred together. My body went limp, and the forest floor tilted, rushing up to meet my face. When I came to, I was lying in the clearing. The dark sky was wide open above me, except for the ends of a few gnarly tree branches in front of my vision. I wondered where the monster had gone, but I was glad it hadn't devoured me. I went to sit up, but something tugged at my neck, and I coughed. My shaking fingers immediately went to my throat as panic overtook me. I felt a rope, and my panic turned to sheer terror. I slid my fingers under the rope and yanked on it, but it only tightened around my neck. I can't breathe, I gasped, as if someone might be able to hear me. "That's the idea," a female voice responded. I stopped struggling as I realized what this was. The noose was a warning. The more I fought, the tighter it would become, until I was suffocated or hanged. Slowly, I turned in the direction of the voice. The clearing was dark at first, until the woman formed an orb in one hand and tossed it into the air. It wasn't the bright, colorful light I was used to from orbs like mine and Lucas's. Instead, this light was dim, with a reddish-orange hue. It hovered in the air above our heads, casting an ominous glow over the scene. Finally, I was able to make out where I was. The protection tree stood in front of me, and I noticed the rope around my neck hung over one of its branches. The woman held the other end, tugging tightly at it every time I moved. The reddish orb illuminated her dark hair and sharp features. My hands curled into fists. Instinct told me to throw a battle orb at her, a high-powered one that would actually do damage. But before I could, something clicked. She'd just conjured a light orb herself, which meant she had magic. I didn't know what she was capable of. "What the hell is this?" I demanded. It was then that I realized she'd been the one chasing me through the forest. She hadn't been hunting me. She'd been leading me here. Chloe threw her head back in laughter. If I thought Dark Nadine was bad in my dreams, she was nothing compared to Chloe. Chloe was real. The last time I'd seen her, she had bruises all over her face. Her stay in the infirmary had done her wonders, because I didn't see a mark on her. "Isn't it obvious?" she asked. "I'm here to get what I want. My powers have finally awakened. Your time is up." Though I was the one with the noose around my neck, I couldn't help but shoot back at her. "Is this some kind of trick? An illusion?" Chloe tugged at the noose again, shutting me up. Damn it! Even if I wanted to fight back, I wasn't in a position to do so. I had maybe one spell in me right now. I had to time my attack just right. "Witches can't cast illusion magic, you idiot!" Chloe snapped. "It wouldn't be the first time you stole an illusion spell," I retorted. She'd used one last year to fake my hanging. It was fitting that she might use one again with a noose around my neck. "Does this feel real enough to you?" Chloe demanded. She tugged on the rope again, and I gasped for air. As her fingers tightened on the rope, I spotted the mark of a mentalist on her wrist. I'd bet anything her specialty was telekinesis, based on the rock that had flown through the air earlier and nearly hit me. I spoke through wheezing breaths. "I'm just surprised you passed your ceremony." "Don't be," she snarled. "I actually know a thing or two about this coven." "Don't forget I'm a part of it," I said in a struggling tone. "I don't know why Mother Miriam would want you," Chloe said. "Either way, this curse is going to take one of us, and I won't let it be me." "So that's what you're doing?" I demanded. Chloe had loosened her hold on the rope, enough that I could make out a full sentence. "You're going to hang me? Make sure the curse takes me first?" "This coven needs me," she yelled. "I'm going to become a priestess one day. I'll serve on the Imperium Council. What will you ever do for the coven?" "Protect it from people like you," I rasped. Chloe scoffed. "You think I'm so bad, that I'm the mean girl? Take a look in the mirror." "I do what I have to protect myself and the people I love," I snapped. "So do I!" she cried. "We're not so different. The difference is that you can have a life out there. You've done it before. I grew up here, and I've trained my whole life to become a part of this coven." "My life out there is gone," I argued. "This is my home now. We can both stay, but you have to listen to me." "Listen to you?" Chloe laughed. That's the same thing your grandpa said to mine, before he betrayed him. This isn't about them, I insisted. This is about us. We can break the curse. We just have to... Chloe yanked on the rope again. Even if there was a way to break the curse, do you think I'd work with you? My family's already been betrayed once. Tears began to bead in my eyes. How? What did my grandpa do? He attacked my grandfather when he tried to take what was rightfully his. And what was that? I asked. Chloe had piqued my curiosity. I couldn't deny that. But I also had to keep her talking as I calculated my next move. Seriously? Your grandmother didn't tell you? I felt a sudden stab of betrayal from Grammy, but I realized Chloe was just trying to get into my head. I'm sure she has a good reason. Really? Like your grandpa had a good reason for hiding the oaken wands from his own people? I stilled. The oaken wands? Chloe rolled her eyes. You just keep proving you don't belong here. You're so ignorant. I held my head high. I can be taught. What are the oaken wands? Chloe looked about ready to lose it. You really want to know what all this is about? Nicholas Tucker was a criminal. That's why men shouldn't serve on the Imperium Council. He was driven by greed. I don't believe you, I countered. That went against every story my mom and Grammy had told me about him. He was kind and a good leader. Your grandpa was on the council because he was the only one in his caste, Chloe said. They had no other options. The oaken wands were a collection of 5 powerful wands created for the coven. Your grandfather used his power to hide them from the coven because he wanted them for himself. I don't believe you, I snarled. Chloe ignored me and continued. My grandfather hunted down the mentalist wand and intended to give it back to our caste, but yours got in the way. I never knew my grandfather, but it didn't matter how Chloe twisted the story. I didn't believe her. Grammy and Mom would only protect the coven, and I had to believe my grandfather would have done the same. If it's true my grandfather hid the wands, he had a reason. Probably so people like Jeb Olsen couldn't abuse their power. Who is he to decide? Chloe sneered. He was a priest, I cried. A priest who stole power from the coven? Chloe shot back. The wands belonged to the castes, not the council. It was your grandpa who cast the first spell when they fought. And yours who cursed us, I reminded her. He did what he had to protect himself and his family, Chloe insisted. My grandfather had the mentalist wand, but yours took the cursebreaker wand, and they dueled. It was his only choice to end things. Through murder? I snapped. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Chloe's fingers tightened on the rope. Not when it comes to this coven. I wanted to know more about the story. What had really happened all those years ago. I couldn't take Chloe's word for it, but she had planted seeds of doubt in my mind. I didn't know who was in the right, or if they were both in the wrong. But I didn't have time to rehash the past. There was a fucking noose around my neck, and I wasn't going to let this decades-old feud end here. Not tonight. Not with my hanging. We can end this, I told Chloe. You're right, she said coolly. We can. You're going to leave Octavia Falls and never look back. I've given you endless chances, but your time has run out. You leave tonight or you hang from this tree. Not like this, I insisted. I tried to tell you before, but you wouldn't listen. We can break the curse. Chloe threw her head back in laughter. It didn't sound like her usual laughter. It was maniacal and dark, a laugh that reminded me of my own darkness swirling in my gut. She has darkness of her own. A shiver traveled down my spine, because I knew she'd kill me. If her darkness took over, she wouldn't question it. "There's nothing you can say to save yourself," Chloe growled. "So I'll ask you this once. Are you going to leave Octavia Falls?" I swallowed, even though the noose felt tight around my neck. "No," I stated firmly. "I'm going to—" I didn't get a chance to finish my sentence. Chloe yanked hard on the rope, and it tightened around my neck. My body jerked into the air until my toes were no longer touching the ground. I thrashed, as if that might help me break free. But the more I moved, the tighter the rope became. Pain radiated across my neck as it dug into my skin, forming bruises. My windpipe burned, and my chest ached as I tried gasping for air. I clawed at the rope on my neck as panic swept through me. My darkness rose to the surface, and I let her take over, because I knew I wasn't strong enough to fight on my own. But even Dark Nadine had run out of ideas. I tried to form a battle orb with enough power to burn the rope above me, but I was exhausted. The magic didn't come. I formed what magic I could and aimed it at Chloe. It was my last resort. I had just enough power to stun her and get her to drop the rope, but I was spinning through the air and running out of time. Black spots entered my vision, and my heart raced. I took aim the best I could and threw my final spell at her. Chloe dodged my spell, and the rope slipped through her fingers just long enough for my toes to touch the ground again. I gulped a greedy breath of air, but the noose tightened before I could get my fingers on it again. Chloe yanked me upward, and my feet left the ground again. "I'm a curse breaker," I gasped. "You'll burn in the abyss for the lies you tell," Chloe screamed. The edge to her tone was unlike I'd ever heard it before. It was full of rage and hatred, and that was when I knew her darkness had totally consumed her. She was going to kill me. I grabbed for the hem of my shirt and yanked it upward, displaying the crescent moon tattoo above my hip. The best I could hope for was that she was curious enough to talk. Otherwise, I was a goner. "It's true," I rasped. Through my blurring vision, I witnessed Chloe's features falter momentarily. She quickly rearranged her face back into a sneer, then yanked even more on the rope. "It's a trick," she snarled. "You're just like your Grandpa Nicholas. It's no wonder my family cursed yours. You are deceptive and a traitor to the coven. You will be punished in the abyss, and I will—" A stunning spell whipped through the air and slammed into Chloe's back before she could finish her sentence. The rope slipped through her fingers as she slumped to the ground. I fell from the tree and landed on all fours. I yanked the noose off my neck as fast as I could. Relief flooded through me, and I searched the trees for signs of my rescuer. It had to be my friends. Talia must have woken and realized I was missing, and they came looking for me. Oh, how I longed to fall into Lucas's arms right now. I could weep at being rescued. "I'm over here," I called out to the darkness, but my voice was quiet and raspy. I hoped my friends could hear me. I waited for their reply, but it never came. All I saw was another stunning spell whizzing through the forest. I didn't have time to move out of the way. The spell hit me in the face, sending a shooting wave of pain through my nose. My body slumped to the ground, and darkness consumed me.
Chapter 21. Lucas. Several hours earlier. Finals were just around the corner, which meant it was time for mine and Grant's biannual skip day. It had quickly become tradition after our first semester. At the first sign of clear skies and warm weather, we gathered our gear and spent the day hiking the mountainous portion of the Black Circle Trail at the edge of town. We climbed boulders before playing a round of disc golf at the local park. Around twilight, thick clouds began to roll in, and the temperature dropped at least 10 degrees. Grant looked up to the sky.
Seems a bit ominous, doesn't it?
It's hardly superstitious, I said, though a chill traveled down my spine anyway. It was as if the town itself was trying to tell us something. I couldn't shake the feeling that dark times loomed ahead. We didn't get back to the school until after sunset.
We should get some real climbing gear, Grant suggested as we entered the main foyer. I mean, bouldering is fun enough, but I want my ass in a harness, you know?
I laughed. Last time we tried that, you passed out and hung there like a dead fish. You should probably stick with the school's indoor rock wall.
Apparently it didn't traumatize me because I want to try again, Grant replied.
Yeah, I agreed. I'd love to get some gear.
Lucas!
Mandy cut in front of us, hugging a thick book to her chest. My stomach sank at the worried look on her face. What's going on? She grabbed my wrist and began dragging me away from Grant.
We need to talk.
Whatever it was sounded urgent. I turned back to Grant. I'll catch up with you later. He gave me a salute.
No problem. I have some swimming to do anyway.
Mandy's manicured nails dug into my arm as she dragged me to a secluded corner of the foyer. She guided me to a study area with 4 chairs set around a coffee table, but there was no one else nearby.
Thank goodness I finally found you, she said breathlessly. I've been looking for you all day.
I felt the blood drain from my face. Grant and I skipped. We turned off our phones. I quickly conjured my phone and turned it on so I could check any missed calls or messages. What's going on? Is Nadine okay? I could only imagine what had gone down this time.
I haven't seen her all day, Mandy said. This isn't about her. You might want to sit.
I really didn't want to, but Mandy had me worried. I didn't want to argue. I sank into the nearest chair and she sat across from me, placing the tome on her knees.
It's about the missing boys, she said.
My spine straightened and my gaze flickered to the book. You found something?
More than I care to know, to be honest, she admitted. It started last night.
Mandy shot a gaze around the room. The closest students were gossiping by the fireplace, totally oblivious to us. We wouldn't be overheard, but she lowered her voice anyway. I'm still learning my powers, Mandy said. Right now, I can't control whose dreams I end up in. Last night, I saw him. Damon? I asked. I could hear it in her tone. I'm not sure whose dream it was, she clarified. But whoever's dream I was in, he knew about the missing boys. I leaned in. What happened in the dream? Mandy's hands shook like it was hard to talk about. This dream felt so real, almost like a memory. I saw a man sitting at a desk, but it was so dark I couldn't see his face. He was flipping through a calendar like he was planning something. I saw the boys' names, but he wrote down other things too. Astronomical events like meteor showers and the full moon. The air left my lungs. You think Damon's performing a ritual? I thought this was all about revenge, but a ritual explained why he'd waited so long between kidnappings and why Travis hadn't been taken yet. This was dark magic beyond comprehension. Mandy swallowed. I think this is definitely tied to some sort of ritual. When I couldn't find you earlier, I went to the library to research. I had to make sure the dream meant something and wasn't just utter nonsense. But the dates line up. You heard their voices on the full moon as the boys died. Both instances coincided with another event, a comet the first time, and a meteor shower the second. Mandy sounded really frightened, and I was right there alongside her. Murder was pure evil, but using it for dark magic went beyond that. Damon deserved longer than an eternity in the abyss. That's not the worst part, Mandy continued. I searched what kind of rituals could be performed around meteor showers and full moons. I sat up straighter, my eyes locked on her book. And? She flipped open the book. There are thousands for the full moon, but when you add in other events, it narrows the options. And Lucas, they're bad. Like sacrificing a living human, dark. My stomach twisted. What kind of dark rituals are we talking about? Mandy's voice shook.
Spells that can prolong life. Ones that enhance your power. There are things witches couldn't normally do, not without the power of the moon and stars to strengthen our magic. They're so forbidden, this book only mentions them in passing. I don't know how they're actually performed.
My hands curled into fists. Damon wasn't just getting revenge. He was using the boys for his own magical gain. Perhaps even to become immortal. Mandy's voice shook and her worried eyes glistened.
I saw him circle a date in his dream. He didn't write down a name, but I knew what it meant. He's planning his next attack.
When? I asked desperately. How many full moons do we have left? Tears spilled over Mandy's lids.
There was a meteor shower yesterday, and the full moon is tonight.
I shot to my feet, but my head spun as my heart stalled in my chest. I barely made out Mandy's next words.
I wanted it to be nothing more than a dream, but I double-checked.
Mandy sniffed.
His chance is now. It's only a matter of hours before he kills his next victim.
Her final words snapped me back to attention. I didn't have time to sit around and think this through. I had to act. Thank you, I said in a rush. My feet were already moving beneath me.
Wait, she called. Where are you going?
If he's going to strike tonight, I have to make sure he never gets the chance, I stated firmly. That was all I said before I turned from her and sprinted out of the school. My feet carried me to where I needed to go. I barely paid attention to how fast I ran because my mind was racing even faster. I had to get to Travis before Damon did. If he stuck with his patterns of the past, he wouldn't take Travis for another few hours. Unless he already had him. I sprinted down the street so fast that the houses seemed a blur. When I finally bounded up the Bennett's porch steps, I was completely out of breath. I hammered my fist against the door. Please, goddess, I begged, let Travis be safe. I heard shuffling behind the door. Then it swung open. Angela Bennett stared back at me, looking stunned by my appearance.
Lucas?
She knitted her brow.
Travis!
I gasped as I steadied myself against the doorframe. I'd run so fast I could hardly stay on my feet.
Is Travis safe?
Angela looked horrified.
Yes, he's fine. What's going on?
Are you sure? I demanded.
Yes, he's right here.
Angela opened the door wider, and I caught sight of her husband and son at the kitchen table. Jude looked worried, while Travis had a look of confusion on his face and noodles hanging out of his mouth. He slurped them up, and I nearly fell over in relief when I saw he was unharmed. I straightened and spoke more clearly. You need to leave. Your son is in danger. Jude stood from the table and came to the door beside Angela. He spoke softly so his son wouldn't overhear. There's no reason to frighten him. Let's talk on the porch. Angela nodded in agreement, and the two of them stepped outside. Jude shut the door, but he kept an eye on his son through the window.
What's going on?
Angela's voice was laced in worry. Did you find something? A pattern, I told them. Shocked faces stared back at me before I dove into what Mandy had discovered. I know you don't want to leave the coven, I concluded with, but you can't stay here tonight. We'll start packing right away, Jude said in a rush. Thank you for letting us know. Jude clapped me on the shoulder before rushing back inside, his wife in tow. I'd finally caught my breath and felt slightly better knowing Travis was safe. For now. I had to make sure things stayed that way. I knew Professor Damon's schedule like the back of my hand. I'd followed him this semester and knew he liked to stick to a routine. I checked the time on my phone. He'd be on his way home from the school right now. More than once I'd seen him leaving his house late at night, and usually lost him from there. If he stuck to his routine tonight, he'd make a stop at home before sneaking off at late hours to perform the ritual. Professor Damon's house was on a quiet street, tucked deep into the trees to provide privacy from his neighbors. I'd searched the grounds more than once for clues and never found anything. I'd never managed to get through the ward on his house, no matter how many spells I'd tried. Tonight, something felt different in the air. If I could get inside, maybe I could find something to incriminate him before he could carry out his plan. The house was dark, illuminated only by the full moon. A shiver ran down my spine as an owl hooted in the distance, but I was confident as I approached the house. I didn't care what happened to me. All I cared about was protecting the coven from Damon. The door was locked, of course, but all I had to do was overpower Damon's ward and I could get through. I'd never been so desperate as I was now. Maybe it was enough.
By the goddess's power beneath the moonlight, drop this ward and grant me passage tonight.
I spoke the incantation softly, but with vigor in my tone. The lock disengaged, and I sensed the buzz of magic in the air wane as the ward fell away. Smirking in triumph, I twisted the doorknob and snuck inside Professor Damon's house. I worked quickly, moving from room to room for obvious clues that would incriminate him. By the end of tonight, I needed that proof. I wouldn't let anyone be in danger from him again. Damon's house was a little sad. There were no photographs on the walls, and the drying rack next to the sink had only one plate and one fork. Things were tidy, but it was obvious this guy was lonely. No wonder he'd turned to dark magic, though I didn't know what he hoped to accomplish with it. I stepped into the living room, which was bare of decor, except for dark curtains over the windows. Even the fireplace mantel was empty, save for a container of matches used to light the fire. A piece of metal caught my eye, propped up against the brick. I reached for the long piece of iron and held a fireplace poker in my hand. It was thick and sturdy, longer than my arm, with a sharp point on the end. There was no way to take Professor Damon down with my magic, not with his power and knowledge, so I had to resort to the next best thing. I held tight to the fire iron as I moved through the room. Half of the living room was taken up by a sitting area near the fireplace, with a couch that faced a television in the corner. The other half housed a huge desk in front of a tall window where I'd seen Professor Damon working late hours when I followed him. I decided to start at the desk. I subconjured the fire iron, then knelt beside the desk. I conjured my phone and began filming in case I ran across anything of interest. My phone chimed with a few texts, but I turned my phone to silent and ignored them. I couldn't get distracted right now, not when I was so close. I opened the top drawer. There, sitting on top, was a photograph of a woman and child in a frame. Judging by the clothes they wore, the picture was taken at least 10 years ago. It must be Damon's wife and son. But why would he tuck the photo away instead of setting it out on the desk? It was almost like he couldn't bear to look at it, like it was too painful. I paused on the photograph only a moment, then continued to the next drawer. I knew the calendar Mandy saw in her dream might not be real, but I held my breath, hoping that perhaps it was. It'd be enough to get the police to question him, and hopefully get him off the streets for tonight. If I was going to get Damon arrested and put away, I needed evidence. Damon's files were meticulously organized. I glanced at the labels, but they all seemed to be related to the college. I skipped that drawer and moved on, making a note to come back to it if I didn't find anything. As I opened the middle drawer, a notebook caught my attention. When I reached for it, I sensed a low hum, like it was protected by magic. I became instantly curious and plopped down in the desk chair to inspect it. I swiveled the chair toward the window so I could read the notebook in the moonlight. I flipped it open. I must have been praying for a miracle, because my shoulders slumped when I saw gibberish written all over the pages. It was some sort of code, the words scrambled by the spell cast upon it. I opened my mouth to speak an incantation I thought might break the ward, but before I could get the words out, a door creaked open behind me. A smile crept across my lips. It was finally time to give this asshole what he deserved. I subconjured the notebook and tucked my phone into my jacket pocket to record the whole scene. I leaned back in the chair, my hands resting calmly on the armrests. The light clicked on above my head, and I turned. Professor Damon stopped dead in the doorway. He took in the sight of me for a moment before his lips curled into a sneer. He had a battle orb at the ready in under a second. It crackled in his hand, but I was too fucking done with this shit to care. This ended tonight.
"You again," he snarled. "How did you get past my ward?"
I shrugged like it was no hassle. Your ward was weak tonight. You're distracted. Damon narrowed his eyes.
"You don't know what you're talking about. Get out of my house or I'll—"
"You'll what?" I asked, crossing my hands in front of me. "Kill me like you did the other boys?" Damon opened his mouth to retort, but he hesitated.
"That's a little extreme even for you, Mr. Taylor."
"Why not me?" I challenged. "You were already planning to take one life tonight."
"Are you on drugs?" Damon snapped. "What in the name of the goddess are you talking about?"
My rage exploded. I slammed my hands on the desk and shot to my feet. "I know everything, and you're going to admit it. I know the Thomases, Millers, and Bennetts caused the house fire that killed your family. I know you took Caleb and Isaac as revenge on their parents. I know you killed the boys on a full moon that coincided with a comet and a meteor. And I know you're planning on getting your final revenge tonight. What's the ritual, Damon?" I was yelling now, but I didn't give two flying fucks. He was going to admit to everything, and I'd have it all on audio. By morning, the whole coven would know. But Damon didn't react as I expected. I was ready to dodge a deadly spell, but his battle orb fizzled out. His hands dropped to his side, and he stumbled back a step, steadying himself on the edge of the couch.
You know who killed my Tanya and Oliver?"
He rasped, as if it was the first time he was hearing it himself. The pain of 1,000 lonely nights was evident in his eyes. I narrowed my eyes. What was this? Some sort of ploy to throw me off my game? I wasn't buying it. "Yeah, I know," I snapped. "Don't act so surprised."
"You have it all wrong," Damon insisted. "Whoever killed those boys, it wasn't me. I never knew who was responsible for the fire that killed my family."
His eyes seemed clear, honesty evident in his tone. Holy shit, Damon wasn't lying, not unless he was one hell of an actor. But it still didn't add up. "I saw you in the alley talking about the kids," I growled. "I know you took them."
"Not the missing kids, you twat," Damon roared. "College kids!"
"So you're going after college kids now?" I accused. "Don't pretend like you don't have a hand in this. You threatened me in the hall when I caught you stealing from the alchemy room."
"Because I thought you were going to turn me in for Nightshade."
"Nightshade?" I demanded.
"Drugs," he sneered. "What do you think I was stealing? Drug ingredients."
"Then what's this?" I demanded, conjuring the notebook I'd just found and smacking it on the desktop. "Spells? Rituals?"
"It's drug contacts," Damon growled like I was daft. "You think I'm out there murdering people when all I've done is ferry a few drugs through the student body. My teaching position is hardly enough to provide me with the cushy retirement I deserve."
I was struck dumb as all the pieces fell into place. That night in the alleyway, he wasn't paying off someone to cover up the murderers. He was working with another drug dealer. Fuck, I'd messed up.
"You could join me," he offered. "It's exceptional money."
I scoffed. "You really think I want to sell drugs? I'm trying to save a boy's life."
"I'm afraid it's your only choice, Mr. Taylor," Damon said. "Now that you know, I can't have you running off telling anyone. I won't let you ruin my retirement."
He may not be a murderer, but I was disgusted with this man. "You're supposed to protect the coven. Instead, you're getting college kids to deal your drugs for you?"
"I'm not making anyone buy the Nightshade," Damon snapped. "I'm not hurting anyone. You talk about protecting the coven like it's so noble. Where was the coven for me when they killed my family? As far as I'm concerned, those parents got what they deserved when they lost their kids.
You're deplorable, I yelled. I was done with this asshole. I didn't even move before Damon lifted his hand. A red battle orb shot out of his palm, and I ducked instinctively. It missed me by a hair and soared over my head. The window behind me shattered as the orb went through it. Holy shit, that was one high-powered spell. It could have killed me. Damon already had another spell in his hand. I wasted no time and dove for the door to the kitchen for cover. The second orb smashed against the wall, cracking the drywall.
"You know too much,"
Damon growled as he came around the corner. A stunning spell swirled in my palm, and I lunged toward him to slam it into his chest. But Damon was faster than I was, and he threw up a shield to protect himself. My spell ricocheted and fizzled out at the other side of the room. Damon jumped toward me, and I whirled around to make a break for it. He caught me around the ankles, and I went tumbling toward the ground. My hands reached out for anything, and my fingers curled around the back of a kitchen chair. It crashed to the floor with me and knocked Damon in the side of the head. Blood trickled from the wound, but it barely fazed him. "So you are going to kill me?" I accused.
"You sure as hell aren't going to remember the night."
"Get off me!" I screamed as he tried to hold me down. I yanked my foot from his grasp and slammed it into his nose. His hand shot to his face, giving me enough time to wriggle out from beneath him. Anger marred his features, and he drew his hand back again, a spell already forming in his palm. Adrenaline pumped through my veins, and I moved faster than I thought possible. I conjured the fireplace poker I'd picked up earlier and swung it at Damon like a baseball bat. It clanged against the side of his head, vibrating up to my hands. Damon's eyes rolled back into his skull, and he slumped to the ground. Potion vials slipped out of his coat and rolled across the floor. It could have been Nightshade. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sticking around to find out either. I stepped away from his unconscious body, heaving. The fire iron dropped from my hands and clattered to the floor. Damon was out cold, but he was still breathing. I scrambled for my phone and ended the video, then dialed the police station. I gave them the address and a vague explanation of what had happened. They promised medics would be on their way and told me to stay put. But I couldn't. Damon wasn't the killer, which meant the real murderer was waiting to claim their next victim. The Bennetts were leaving town, but that didn't mean the killer wouldn't take someone else. I stumbled out of the house, my head spinning. I didn't even know where to start. I'd been so certain Damon was behind this. I tried to put the pieces together in my head. 1,000 theories raced through my mind, but were quickly shot down by the facts. The moon loomed overhead. It could already be too late. I made it to the sidewalk when a car honked and slowed to a stop beside me. I jumped, but then relaxed when the driver rolled down his window. "Grant?" I asked. "What are you doing here?"
"I could ask you the same thing," he replied. "I've been driving around town looking everywhere for you. Get in."
I didn't have to be told twice. The last thing I wanted was to be around when the police showed up. If Damon woke, he could have me arrested for trespassing and assault. That would have to wait until after I found the killer. I hopped into the passenger seat. "It's not Damon," I rushed to explain to Grant. "The real killer's going to strike tonight, and we have to find him." I quickly explained to Grant what had happened. "We need to find who's really behind this before it's too late." Grant glanced at me sideways.
"Any idea where to start?"
"No," I admitted. "I thought everything pointed to Damon. I don't know who else could."
"Here."
Grant tossed a hardback book onto my lap before turning his gaze back to the road.
"Why don't we start with the families?"
"I've tried that," I reminded him. Grant's fingers curled tighter around the steering wheel.
"They're hiding more than you thought. We need to get the truth."
I furrowed my brow as I looked down at the book he'd tossed at me. It was a Miriamic college yearbook. I flipped it open to a page that had been folded down in the corner. I clicked the light on above my head and eyed the photos. The spread showed photos of the swim and diving teams. There were team photos as well as snapshots of competitions and team members goofing off at the pool. "What is this?" I asked. "What am I looking at?"
Look closely at the photo in the corner.
Grant stabbed the yearbook with his index finger.
I was going through the swim stats again, gearing up for next week's competition, when I came across this.
The photo he pointed to showed a few members of the swim team in suits and caps posing for the camera near the diving board at school. I leaned in to get a closer look and noticed something in the background. A couple stood in the shadows at the entrance of one of the locker rooms, looking like they were about to kiss. The blonde girl's back was pressed against the wall, and she stared up at the guy with admiration. He wore a swimsuit and had one arm around her. He held the other index finger to his lips, as if the two of them shared a secret.
"Holy shit," I remarked. "Is that Michelle and Keith? Isaac's mom and Caleb's dad?"
"It sure as hell looks like it,"
Grant replied.
"But Keith and Krista were dating back then," I said, putting the pieces together.
Grant cocked an eyebrow.
"Check out who took the photo."
I scanned the caption and saw that Krista had taken it. They were having an affair, and Krista must have found out. How does this tie into the case, though? I was asking myself more than anything, trying to piece it all together.
"I don't know," Grant answered, "but these parents know a hell of a lot more than they've admitted to."
I conjured my phone and began going through my contacts. Then we're going to get the truth. I just hope the truth led us to the killer. The sun had set hours ago, and the full moon was quickly reaching its peak in the night sky. Grant and I waited in the car, watching the parking lot curiously. "I know what happened to your son," I said when I called the families. "Meet me at Coven Park." It was the only way I could get them here, and fast. The park was dark, and the trees rising around us seemed sinister in the night. This was a central, neutral location that was deserted this time of night. A car approached, followed by a second one moments later. I hadn't called the Bennetts because I wanted Travis as far away from Octavia Falls as they could get him tonight. But I sure as hell was getting the truth from Krista, Keith, and Michelle. I stepped out of the car, and the three of them climbed out of their own vehicles. Krista rushed over to me.
"You found him! You found Caleb!" she cried.
"What do you know about Isaac?"
Michelle demanded. "You're going to tell me what you know first," I nearly spat. Grant stood beside me and crossed his arms.
"We know you've been lying."
Beneath the light of the street lamp, I saw Keith narrow his eyes.
"Who are you?"
"He's a friend," I explained. "If you want to know what happened to your kids, it's time to start telling me the truth." Krista threw her hand over her mouth to hold in a sob.
"We've told you everything."
"You've told me nothing," I burst. "I know your children knew each other, even though you said they never had."
"That's not true,"
Krista exclaimed. Keith exchanged a glance with Michelle. He sighed and placed a hand over his wife's shoulder.
"It is true."
Krista's eyes watered as she looked up at him.
"What are you talking about?" "We're sorry,"
Michelle practically begged.
"I know we haven't always gotten along, but Keith and I wanted the kids to know each other."
Krista's jaw dropped.
"You took Caleb to meet Michelle without asking me?"
Guilt marred Keith's features. "I just wanted him to know Isaac and Travis. We always said our kids would grow up together, and I knew you wouldn't approve."
"So you went behind my back?"
Krista raged. "It was just a few play dates. It was nothing." Keith reached for his wife, but she yanked her arm away.
"And you still feel the need to hide it from me?"
she yelled. "Because I knew how you'd react," he stated.
"The kids had fun, Krista,"
Michelle insisted.
"Stay out of this," Krista snapped. "It's not about what happened. It's that you both lied to me."
Keith opened his mouth to respond, but I cut him off. "We don't have time to fight. Whoever took your kids plans to strike again tonight. We need to know everything." Krista glanced between Keith and Michelle, then wrapped her arms around herself.
What do you want to know?
Everything! I cried. Maybe start with how you never turned in that pin to the police because you thought if Professor Damon was after your families, you'd have to admit to what you did to his. Michelle gaped.
How did you?
It doesn't matter how I know. I pressed my fingers to my eyes. But Damon's not the killer. I cut off as I realized something. I turned to Grant. Damon didn't take the kids, but that pin proves that someone from the college did. Grant's features were calculating. Who else would possibly target them? I whirled back on the others, but my gaze focused on Michelle. What other connections do your kids have? Is someone trying to get back at you for the affair? Your ex-husband? Who? Who do they plan to take next? Michelle laughed nervously.
What affair?
Krista was sobbing now.
Stop lying. I know. I've always known.
Keith reeled back. You knew?
Of course I knew,
Krista spat.
And so did Mark. Why do you think he and Michelle divorced?
Michelle looked stunned. Keith kept his eyes on his wife, his brow furrowed. But you still married me.
Because I loved you,
Krista cried, her whole body quivering.
I didn't mean to hurt our kids.
My body froze. Was Krista admitting she had something to do with their death?
Hurt them how?
Michelle asked in a stern, clipped tone. Krista sniffled as tears rolled down her cheeks.
It was before they were born. I thought Keith was going to leave me. I cast a curse upon your firstborn. What I didn't know was that the curse would backfire and curse Keith's firstborn as well. My firstborn.
You cursed our kids? Keith shouted.
It was only a curse of bad luck, Krista said.
That's why Caleb broke his ankle so many times, Keith realized, and why Isaac was always breaking things.
Bad luck?
Michelle got up in Krista's face and spat.
Do you realize what kind of bad luck our kids had? They were taken because of your curse!
Or targeted because of it, I said under my breath. Everything clicked, and I felt the blood drain from my face. I whirled toward Grant and grabbed him by the shoulders. The ritual. They must need a cursed sacrifice to perform it. A cursed child. Travis wasn't cursed, which means he was never a target. Grant's features fell, and he looked like he might puke. Which means anyone who is cursed could be next. There were only 2 people I knew of who were cursed, and I loved one of them like no other. My stomach dropped from my abdomen, and my voice came out a whisper as I considered the worst possible outcome. The killer's next victim.
Nadine.
I barely had a chance to think about the possibilities when my phone rang. My heart leapt into my throat as I saw the name on the screen. Talia? All I heard from the other end of the line was Talia's sobs.
Lucas, I don't know what to do.
What's going on? I demanded, my heart hammering. Somehow I felt I already knew what she was going to say. It didn't make it any easier. My blood turned to ice in my veins as she spoke the very words I feared.
Nadine's gone.
Chapter 22. Nadine. My head spun as I came to. For a moment, I thought everything that happened had been a terrible nightmare. But as my senses came back to me, I realized the nightmare was all too real. The first thing I noticed was the ache in my body. My neck was stiff as I lifted it. I sat in a chair that felt hard as a rock. My arms were tied tightly together behind my back, and my ankles were secured to the chair legs. It took a few moments for the room to come into focus. It was some sort of library, or a study, perhaps. It was dark, apart from the streaks of moonlight coming through the tall windows on my left. The room was nearly as big as some of the classrooms back at the college, but it was completely trashed. It looked as if no one had stepped foot in here in ages. Bookcases lined one wall. Some of them had glass doors that had been shattered, their pieces littering the floor. Most of the cabinet doors were missing, while the others hung at odd angles off old hinges. On the other side of the room stood a large desk, but that too had been destroyed. It sat at an angle, with one of the feet missing. The floor itself was covered in garbage, from plaster that had fallen from the worn ceiling to hardwood floorboards that had bowed upward. Old books littered the floor, and a pile of rusted garden tools lay in the corner. A scythe sat on top of the pile, which felt oddly ominous. Cracks ran through the walls, and wind whistled through the windows. A shiver traveled down my spine, followed immediately by rage-filled heat. The ropes on my wrists tightened, and something stirred from behind me. A moan came, and I realized I was tied to someone else. We sat back to back, a rope securing our arms together. I could feel her wrists pressing into mine. Chloe? I tried to turn my head, but my neck was too stiff from how it had been hanging while we were knocked out. I didn't know how long that had been. Chloe groaned again. What did you do? I didn't do anything. I thought this was your doing. Bitch, I was going to hang your ass. Why would I drag you here instead? Where is here? I growled, my anger building by the second. No idea. Chloe yanked at the ropes that were holding both of us in place, but the more she struggled, the tighter the ropes became. Shit! There's some sort of enchantment on these. Chloe gave up and paused for a few beats, as if taking in the room. I looked out the window, hoping to spot any landmarks, but all I saw were trees. In the silence, I heard something I hadn't caught before. Whoever did this is going to... Shh! I hissed at Chloe. Do you hear that? What? She scoffed. The sound of impending doom? What kind of trick is this? I ignored her accusations and listened closer. I hear something like water lapping against the shore. Chloe went still and listened closely. It's Lake Santos, she said thoughtfully. My stomach dropped to my toes as I realized where we were. This is Pinewood Manor, that haunted house where all those people were killed 40 years ago. Oh, hell no! Chloe cried. She began struggling at the ropes again, and I winced as they tightened around my legs. This place is haunted worse than hell! If whoever took us doesn't kill us, those ghosts will! Ghosts can't do that, can they? I asked, my voice shaking. I sure as hell don't want to stick around and find out! Chloe practically shrieked. How do you suggest we escape? I snapped. You said yourself these ropes are enchanted. The more we struggle, the tighter they get. Fuck, that hurt! Chloe had tried conjuring a battle orb in her hands, but it seared my skin. She let out a cry of pain as the ropes tightened momentarily around us. They let up the second she dropped her spell. I was impressed that she managed to conjure such a powerful spell, considering how new her magic was. Let me try, I suggested. I mentally searched my stash, wondering if I had anything useful in it. It wasn't like I carried knives around, though I was starting to think I should, just in case. The best I had was nail clippers. I conjured them and did my best to turn them in the right direction. My dexterity was shit. I dug the sharp point into the ropes and tugged. I expected to hear a few threads snap. Instead, the ropes tightened on us again, so tight that I dropped the nail clippers. My frustration grew as they clinkered to the floor. Chloe scoffed. Leave it to me to save your ass. From across the room, a sharp piece of glass levitated into the air as Chloe used her telekinesis powers. It flew over to us and landed in her hands tied behind her back. She flipped it around in her fingers. Ow! I complained as the sharp glass sliced the back of my finger. Watch it! You'll be thanking me when we get out of here, Chloe sneered. The ropes tightened again as she worked the glass against them. She sliced for several minutes before I heard the glass clink to the floor. It's no use, Chloe complained, more to herself than to me, I think. There's some spell on the ropes. They won't cut. There has to be a way out of here, I insisted. We'd have to break the enchantment. How do you do that? I asked, my hope surging. A counterspell, Chloe said, before her tone turned sour again. But since we don't know what spell was used in the first place, we can't perform a counterspell. The only other way would be to kill the spellcaster. Perfect, I said flatly. Let me do that with my hands tied behind my back. Ugh, Chloe groaned. Of all the people I have to be tied up with, it had to be you. I'm not happy about it either, I snapped. Would cursing the spellcaster get us out of these ropes? Chloe blew a breath. Good luck with that. We're still novices. We aren't powerful enough to cast a curse that would kill. We'd need some sort of magical boost. Black magic, I stated. It wasn't a question. Like some sort of sacrifice. Exactly, Chloe said. She didn't sound opposed to the idea, but we weren't exactly going to be performing any rituals tonight with our hands tied behind our backs. This would be a hell of a lot easier if I knew what the fuck was going on! You tell me, I scoffed. You're the one who lured me into the woods, somehow. How'd you get me out there, anyway? I felt her shoulders sag. Hypnosis. Hypnosis? I didn't know witches could do that. They can't, Chloe explained. The magic came from another supernatural race, hypnotists that live in the Grand Canyon region. It's an herb only hypnotists can grow, and it's insanely expensive. I mixed it in with the fake meds you took. It's a one-time sleepwalking spell that can be activated any time up to a year after the victim eats the herb. I could have made you sleepwalk wherever I wanted you to go, even made you walk off a bridge. You'd have no choice. Chloe cut off as the sound of footsteps approached the room. They came from behind the doors to my right. There were several pairs, and I held my breath. The door swung open, and 3 shadowy figures stepped into the room. I didn't recognize them at first, until the moonlight hit their faces. The woman in front had a long nose and gray hair piled atop her head. Beside her were 2 other women, one who wore cat-eye glasses, and another with long white hair cascading around her shoulders. My breath caught. It was Betty, Agnes, and Sandy, the women who owned the gingerbread house candy shop along the catwalk. Chloe didn't waste a moment. She summoned her powers, and a pointed shard of glass whizzed through the air, aimed straight toward the first woman's face, Betty. She was expecting it. The witch caught the glass in her hand and smirked as it cut into her fingers. She seemed amused by the attempt. Blood dripped onto the hardwood, and she tossed the glass aside like it was nothing. Betty wiped the blood on her skirt. Your attempts to intimidate are comical, at best. I caught sight of the scythe in the corner wavering as Chloe tried to lift it with her powers. But Chloe was a brand new witch. She couldn't control larger objects yet. What the hell do you want with us? I snapped. The Imperium Council will have your heads for this, Chloe threatened. My grandmother does not take threats like this lightly. Betty threw her head back and cackled, like a full-on evil witch laugh. These ladies had seemed so sweet when I'd met them at the career fair. Now the sight of them caused a bitterness on my tongue and made my skin feel as if 100 centipedes were crawling all over it. They no longer hid the sinister motive from their eyes. They didn't have to. Oh, my dear, Betty practically sang as she stepped forward. You think we took you to intimidate your grandmother? Why would we bother messing with a priestess? Plenty of reasons, Chloe spat. What kind of ransom do you have out on me? Is it money? Or perhaps legal demands upon the coven? Agnes, the one with the cat-eye glasses, laughed. So naive. I love it. Can I have this one? Sandy stepped in front of me. She bent to my level and ran a chilling finger across my cheek. If you get her, I want this one. Watch it, I snarled, and she backed away. Touch me again and I'll bite your fucking finger off. Sandy shot me a dark glare that seemed even more dangerous in the shadows. I'd like to see you try. Come back over here, Grandma, and I'll show you what kind of damage I can do, I threatened. I was so pissed I wouldn't hesitate to hurt any one of them. If you're not holding us for ransom, what the hell is this? Chloe demanded. Isn't it obvious? Betty smirked in amusement and crossed the room to the windows. She yanked the dusty drapes open all the way and gestured toward the moon. What happens on a full moon, girls? A beat passed. Come on, Agnes pressed, clicking her tongue like she was disappointed in us. You should know this from your classes. Rituals, I snarled under my breath. Ding, 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 Sandy sang. Oh, I do love this one. Chloe blew an angry breath. What ritual? Why us? For the love of Mother Miriam, don't tell me you put dead people in your candy, I said. Betty cackled again. What a wonderful idea! Fortunately for you, this ritual has nothing to do with our candy shop. Then what? Chloe snapped. You're feeding on the youth of Miriam College to keep yourselves young? Betty's eyebrows shot up. Very good guess, my dear, but no cigar. We deserve to know what you plan to do with us, I said. All the while, I was working through plans in my head to escape, but most of them required the use of my hands. Fuck. Betty smiled, but it was a sinister smile that made me want to stab her in the eye. My dear, it won't matter after we're finished with you. My mouth went dry. If you're going to kill us, then it won't matter if we know. Oh, can I tell them? Sandy bounced her toes, like she was about to tell us a bedtime story rather than recount a scene from a horror novel. I hate keeping secrets, Agnes agreed. I've been dying to tell someone. The way she said dying made my whole body shiver. Betty waved nonchalantly. Fine, go ahead. They'll be dead within the hour anyway. Sandy and Agnes laughed gleefully. Sandy leaned down and sniffed me, like she wanted me for her next meal. I told this bitch if she got close to me again, I'd hurt her, so I didn't even hesitate when she got near. I lashed out like a rabid dog, catching her ear between my teeth. I bit down hard and tasted blood. Sandy jumped away from me, cradling her bloody ear. A moment of shock overtook her features, then morphed into anger. I barely saw her hand coming before it cracked against the side of my face. My head whipped to the side, pain radiating up my cheek. Sandy shoved her cold fingers into my hair and yanked backward, forcing me to look up at her. I knew you two would be a handful, she sang, like she enjoyed it. I narrowed my eyes. What the hell does that mean? Sandy stared down at me, but it was Agnes who answered. Cursed children can be quite dramatic. How do you know we're cursed? Chloe demanded. I rolled my eyes. Like it's a secret. Everyone at school knows we've been fighting all semester. Yes, Sandy said with a smile. We heard the rumors, but we had to confirm they were true. Remember those lucky lollipops you had at the career fair? They weren't lucky at all, I accused. I hadn't forgotten what happened to me later that day, how Chloe had hexed all my hair to fall out. Of course they weren't lucky lollipops. Betty seemed pleased that someone had finally caught on. They were made specifically to change color when someone with a curse ate them. How do you think we found the other cursed children? All the blood in my body drained. You're talking about Caleb and Isaac, I said breathlessly. I remembered the witch's candy booth at the Halloween festival last year. They must have used the same ruse to target the kids. Chloe seethed in her chair, causing the ropes to tighten on us both again. What did you do to those poor kids? Betty smiled, like Chloe's reaction amused her. Nothing you weren't about to do to your dear friend here. Betty reached out and ran her fingers through my hair. I shrugged her off and curled my nose at her. They killed them, I told Chloe. Betty's eyebrows shot up, like she was impressed. You sound so sure. Well, you're going to kill us, aren't you? Chloe growled. All for what? For an incredible payday, Agnes cried happily. You have no idea what kind of rare magical supplies we're getting for our troubles. My stomach twisted. Someone hired you. I see why you like this one, Betty said to Sandy as she paced around my chair. Yes, a ritual to raise the dead is far more complicated than anything we would need ourselves, but we couldn't pass up such a payment. Raise the dead? I balked. Why would you? I cut off as a memory tickled the back of my mind. Last semester, my friends and I had a run-in with a zombie in the cemetery. Lucas had said it wasn't necromancy, that it was darker magic. These witches must have had something to do with it. We try not to ask our employer too many questions, Betty went on. This ritual is complicated enough as it is. No need to add in extra issues. What kind of issues? Chloe demanded. I could hear it in her tone. She was gathering as much information as she could, so we could figure out a way to escape. We were both stalling. Agnes groaned. Don't get us started. There have been too many. I smirked. Humor us. Betty seemed more than happy to oblige. It was like these women were proud of what they'd done, and were happy to finally have someone to brag to. It made me sick. Have you noticed anything strange about this month's full moon cycle? Betty asked rhetorically. It happened to coincide quite nicely with a meteor shower. We didn't realize when we started that the ritual required such an astronomical event. We made a mistake and had to hold the first boy here while we waited for such an event to occur. Lucas had remarked himself how strange it was for the killer to wait so long from the time Caleb disappeared. Now it all made sense. But that was only the first mistake of many, Betty went on as she paced around the room. We tried the ritual with him the night a comet coincided with the full moon, but the ritual required a full meteor shower, not a comet, and so we thought we had the kinks worked out when we took the second boy. But the stars were not aligned that night, for the shower came after the full moon. We know now that the brew required for the ritual must be mixed on the night of a meteor shower, and the ritual performed under the full moon. We were delighted when we found 2 cursed students at the college, Agnes added. And that you'll both have powers by tonight. We suspect using 2 individuals with powers will create a much more potent ritual. You bitches waited until I had my powers? Chloe raged. Well, it's a perfect fucking night for that! Betty beamed. How fortunate for us. Why us? I insisted. You could have cursed anyone to use in your ritual. I'm afraid it's not that simple, my dear, Betty said in a condescending tone.
It is the dark energy of a curse that makes the ritual strong enough to raise the dead. Even the dark magic of an ordinary sacrifice is not so strong. A fresh curse would not be as strong as one that was cast ages ago.
None of this explains how you managed to hide this from the coven, I pointed out. You're alchemists. How did you keep the coven from tracking you?
A very good question, Betty said, and one that I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to share. Let's just say our employer has many tools at their disposal.
Betty glanced out at the moon again, as if gauging its position in the sky for the time.
Now, if you'll excuse us, we have a few final preparations to make for the ritual. Time is running out, and we will not fail a third time.
Betty turned on her heel, and the other 2 witches followed her out of the room. I struggled in my chair. Nobody tied up Nadine Evers, and they certainly didn't dodge her questions. You bitches are going to get what's coming to you. You will rot in the abyss. The door clicked shut behind them, and Chloe laughed under her breath. What's so funny? I snapped. For once, we actually agree on something. I scoffed. We're going to have to agree on more than that, because we need to get out of here.
If we could agree, we'd never be in this situation in the first place, Chloe shot back. You'd have left town 2 months ago.
I didn't have to, I cried, yanking on the ropes until she gasped. I'm a curse breaker. I've been trying to tell you for weeks I can break this thing.
If you're so powerful, why haven't you broken it yet? Chloe challenged.
Because I trailed off and ducked my head. Because I need your help.
What was that? Chloe asked. Nadine Evers needs my help?
Don't let your head explode with that ego.
I'm the one with a big head, Chloe laughed. Okay.
You've been doing everything you can to hurt me since I moved here.
Don't act so innocent, Chloe sneered. You've had your fair share of payback. One of your tricks cost me a hot date. That cursed earring? I balked. That's what you're worried about? Goddess, you're impossible. I didn't mean to do any of that to you.
Let me guess, Chloe said flatly. The devil made you do it? That's exactly the kind of claim that should get you hanged. Not the devil, I snapped. This curse.
Did you forget I'm cursed too? Chloe asked.
I didn't forget. Are you saying your darkness made you do those things to me?
My darkness?
Chloe laughed sardonically.
You talk about it like it's separate from you. What do you think this curse is? A possession?
Something like that, I replied curtly. Well, you're wrong, Chloe stated. The darkness you're talking about is yours. The curse just brings it out. You get to decide what to do with it. Every action you took is your own. You've convinced yourself otherwise so you don't have to take responsibility for everything you've done. I opened my mouth to respond, but I cut off as her words hit me. My stomach twisted at the frightening reality. Chloe could be messing with me, but it didn't seem right given the circumstances. She sounded like she was telling the truth, and deep down, I knew that she was right. Even Grammy had mentioned something similar in my first curse-breaking lesson. Even if that dark magic is there, a person has a choice whether to act upon it or not. All my friends thought I was a curse-breaker because I'd proven I could resist the darkness. Everything that happened this semester proved that they were wrong. Dark Nadine had taken over time and time again, but only because I'd let her. My pride crumbles as I caved to the truth. You're right, I admitted aloud. That's why I haven't been able to break the curse yet. I've been trying to draw it out of myself as a separate entity, but it's been there so long I've grown with it. The curse is a part of me. The darkness is mine. Now you're getting it, Chloe said. I frowned as it sank in. I don't want to be a bad person. Chloe chuckled. Too late, you already are. Her accusation would normally make me lash out, but my anger felt nearly non-existent as stronger emotions rose to the surface. I had a renewed sense of clarity, which was both comforting and frightening. I relished in the comfort I felt for the first time. You know what? You're right. I'm a total bitch, I stated aloud. I didn't know how admitting such a thing could make me feel so comforted, but it was like I'd been running from the truth for so long. I was relieved to finally stop lying to myself. An invisible weight that had been lying on my shoulders for so long seemed to lighten the smallest bit. I thought I was justified in everything I did to you, I admitted to Chloe. But I've been nothing but cruel, and I'm sorry. I expected the words to taste bitter on my tongue, but they didn't. I felt something break free within me. Though the ropes tying us down didn't loosen, it seemed that something holding me down inside had. I... Chloe stammered. She was at a total loss for words. I guess I've been a bitch, too. I laughed, but I wasn't mocking her. It was truly comical, the way we'd been fighting all semester, only to end up here together, with both our lives on the line. You guess? I asked. You tried to hang me. Chloe laughed along, like she too found the situation silly now that we were here. Her tone softened. On some level, I was using the curse to justify my actions too. The curse was never an excuse for anything I did to you, I told her, feeling the truth deep in my belly. I'm responsible for everything I did. The curse may have made it easier to give in to the darkness, but I still did. I made those choices, myself. Me too, Chloe admitted. I know it doesn't matter much anymore, seeing as we're both probably going to die tonight, but for what it's worth, I'm sorry. I actually do wish we could have worked things out. Are you just saying that because we wouldn't be in this situation if we'd worked things out? Yes and no, Chloe said. I'd much rather be back at school in my bed right now, but what I meant was, fighting with you has been fucking exhausting. Another thing we can agree on, I pointed out. The two of us laughed. How we were laughing right now, I didn't know. It seemed insane. And maybe we were. All I knew was it felt good to apologize. At least I could say we worked things out before we died. Those bindings inside of me seemed to loosen even further. My anger and rage remained, but I had the choice on whether to control them or to let them control me. Something else stirred in my gut. It wrapped around my emotions, influencing them and fighting for control. Dark Nadine was struggling to emerge. She was a manifestation of my curse, but I would no longer let her control me. I owned my darkness. I owned my choices. Dark Nadine would not speak for me any longer. She whispered thoughts into my mind, begged me to take actions that would perpetuate the feud between Chloe and me. But I wouldn't do that anymore. It didn't matter if I died here tonight or made it out by some miracle. I chose a different path. I chose to be a better person. Something broke within me, and I felt the curse separate from my emotions within me. It would bind me no longer. Dear Goddess, Chloe breathed. What is that? I turned my head to the left and gasped. In front of the window, a huge ball of magic had formed. It was made of black wisps, swirling together so tightly the magic was beginning to block out the moonlight. The ritual must be starting, Chloe stated, her voice wavering. I narrowed my eyes at the entity forming before my eyes. It was dark energy for sure, but it felt familiar, like I'd known it all my life. That's not the ritual, I replied confidently. Then what is it? Chloe demanded. It's our curse, I said breathlessly. Our curse. Chloe sounded as if she was trying to wrap her head around the concept. We're drawing it out, I realized. All this time, I thought the curse was wrapped in my anger and resentment, but that was only part of it. The curse lies within our feud. By admitting our wrongs and apologizing, we're fighting the curse. This is a manifestation of it. If we keep this up, I can draw it out even more. Chloe gasped. And if you break the curse, the witches can't use us for their ritual. Exactly, I stated. Look, I'm not just saying this to get us out of here, but I get where you were coming from all this time. You were only trying to protect yourself. As were you, Chloe admitted. I kept telling myself I deserved the coven more than you did, but it wasn't like you chose to be born outside of it. You didn't choose for your parents to die or any of that. I get that this is the only home you have now. I just didn't see a way we could share it. I didn't know if we could either, I replied. We could have figured it out, though. The more we spoke, the more magic began to swirl within the ball manifesting before us. Maybe if we were never cursed, we could have actually been friends, Chloe suggested. I smiled at the thought. I don't even know who I'd be if I hadn't been cursed, but I bet you're right. We would have gotten into so much trouble together. Oh, we've done plenty of that, Chloe teased. Aren't you suspended? I shook my head in disbelief. Earlier this week, my suspension seemed like the end of the world. Now it doesn't even matter. If we make it out of here, I'll take whatever punishment the school board has for me. Can I tell you a secret? Chloe asked. Sure. What do you have to lose? You're not going to believe this, considering what I did to you earlier tonight, Chloe started. But during my evoking ceremony, I had a vision where I could either get you thrown out of the school or get you pardoned. I chose to stick up for you. Her confession floored me. You did? I told you that you wouldn't believe me. I do, I said quickly. I did something similar for you during my ceremony. Really? She sounded shocked. What did you do? Remember that prank you did last semester when you hung a dummy from a tree and it was supposed to be me? I asked. A classic, she teased, before softening her tone. No, but really, I am sorry about that. I hate that I came up with the idea. Well, in my vision, you were hanging from that tree, I admitted. I saved you. Wow, Chloe said softly. You'd really do that for me? I would, I replied honestly. I never wanted to kill you. I just wanted to protect myself. A beat passed before I added, if you got me pardoned in your vision, why did you try to hang me in real life? I don't know, Chloe said thoughtfully. In my vision, it was like the dark part of me couldn't get to me, and when I woke, she wouldn't leave me alone. You have to do this, Chloe. You have to save yourself. She wouldn't shut up, and I... Chloe choked up. You hear voices too, I stated softly. Chloe sniffed. She just talks. I chose to give in to her, but it's the only way to shut her up. That's not an excuse for what I did to you, though. Holy shit. Chloe was crying now. A lump rose to my throat, and I knew my tears weren't far behind. I understood exactly where she was coming from. I'd gone through the exact same struggle myself. I just thought if I listened to her, maybe the coven would be better off, Chloe explained. It's common for the priesthood to pass down through families, and with my grandma on the council, there's a good chance I'll be there one day myself. I have so many ideas for how to help the coven. Social programs, industry expansion, education requirements. I felt like I could do so much, and I knew I'd never get a chance if the curse claimed me. I thought getting rid of you would let me help the coven in other ways. I thought it was best. Sympathy swelled in my heart as Chloe spoke. I never thought I could feel anything for her but resentment, but right now, I felt sorry for her. It was unfair what this curse had done to her, to us. Remember the night I woke up screaming last semester, and the whole hall came out of their rooms to see me freaking out? Chloe asked. How could I forget? I was the one who'd caused the nightmare with the potion my friends and I had brewed. I'm sorry about that, I said genuinely. Thanks, Chloe replied. Do you want to know what freaked me out so badly? It wasn't the spiders or zombies or some freaky thing like that. My nightmare was that I didn't make it on the Imperium Council, and you did. In my dream, you basically took over the coven, and everyone turned against each other. You sat on this throne made of thorns, laughing while the rest of us hanged or burned at the stake. I would never do that, I told her. I know, but that doesn't make it any less terrifying. Why are you so afraid of what will become of the coven if you're not there to run it? I questioned curiously. I don't always agree with the coven's methods, Chloe said. Burnings and hangings are offensive to the coven, considering what happened during the witch trials. It makes them much worse when they happen today. But they shouldn't happen at all, and I'm afraid they'll only get worse. My grandma always taught me it would be my responsibility one day to help make decisions for the coven. I wish I could learn how to trust others to protect us. My stomach sank. You sound so noble, while I'm over here being selfish and just trying to find my place in the world. Chloe snickered. The girl who tried to hang you is noble? I shrugged. Though she couldn't see me, I know she felt it. You saw me as a threat to the coven, and they're more important than I am. You saw my hanging as the one to end them all. I forgive you. Chloe hesitated a moment. How can you? I guess on some level I understand. We were both nasty to each other, and if I were in your position, I think I would have done the same thing. I'd like to think I'd be able to forgive you if you tried to hang me, Chloe said. I don't know how I'll forgive myself for going to such extreme lengths. You have to trust yourself that you won't go down that path again, I offered. It was something I needed to hear as well. I won't, Chloe promised. I don't know what I would have done if I'd gone through with it. You were right. I'd have been kicked out of the coven for sure. I don't ever want to risk that. I'm here to help people, not hurt them. Me too, I agreed. I don't want to become like those witches out there. No matter how far I'm pushed, I will fight against evil, rather than become it. A beat passed as Chloe considered my words. Finally, she spoke sincerely. Then I forgive you, too. At her words, the magic before us swelled, growing into a swirling ball twice my height. It darkened until I could barely make out the shapes and shadows in the room. I turned my attention inward, to mine and Chloe's hearts, and drew out the final bits of cursed magic still tethered to us. I winced as the curse fought against me, but after everything Chloe and I had said tonight, its hold on us had finally become weak. Finally, the tethers broke, and the swell of magic reached its peak. It diverged into two pieces and shrank until the magic formed two humanoid shapes. They looked so real as the moonlight glinted off their skin. It was nothing more than a manifestation, a sort of hallucination induced by the curse Chloe and I had worked together to free from ourselves. Dark Nadine stood tall, glaring down at me. Beside her stood a version of Chloe I'd never seen before. Her raven hair was cut short to her chin, and she had a long scar running down one side of her face. It was almost as if Chloe had inflicted it herself while battling her darkness. The two versions of ourselves wore matching smirks and looked like the perfect pair of villains, co-conspirators in the battle Chloe and I fought against one another. You! The real Chloe sneered at the spitting image of herself. You have no power over me. I do. Dark Chloe replied in a sinister tone. Her voice sent a shiver down my spine, and it sounded even more threatening and sinister than the Chloe I'd come to know. It only made me feel for Chloe more, that she'd been fighting this bitch the whole time. I've always had power over you. You don't have power over us anymore, I spit at the two of them. Dark Nadine clicked her tongue and paced around my chair. I urged to shy away from her, but I forced myself not to move. She wasn't real. She was made of magic I could control. She couldn't manipulate me anymore. Nadine, she sang. All this time I thought we were getting along and having fun. You're nothing without me. She's everything without you, Chloe snapped. I smirked at Dark Nadine, who was staring me down in a way that was meant to intimidate and belittle me. You wouldn't exist without me, I snarled. I own your ass. Dark Chloe laughed maniacally. I couldn't see her from where I sat, but I felt her energy pulsing around the room as she paced in front of Chloe. You two think you're so strong, but you're nothing but puppets. You're wrong, Chloe yelled. I'm done listening to you. The things I've done in your name are deplorable. You will no longer whisper in my ear. And you, I sneered at Dark Nadine. Your hold on me is over. From now on, I decide what's best for me. This curse will no longer bind us. Chloe and I are both staying in Octavia Falls. As the sole curse breaker of the Miriamic coven, I declare this curse broken. I heard the sound of bones snap as the magic of the curse began to consume Dark Nadine and Dark Chloe. The two of them shrieked in unison as I ordered the dark magic to change intentions. No longer would this curse drive Chloe and I apart. This dark magic would become something new, a curse that would not destroy us, but would save us. Dark magic swirled around our counterparts until they were nothing more than shrieking shadows. I heard the pound of footsteps racing down the hall, and I held on a moment longer. The doors burst open, and the three witches scrambled into the room to see what was going on. It was then that I unleashed the dark magic, focusing all my intent on the evil witches before me. What in the name of the abyss is going on? Betty began, but she cut off as the shadowed remains of Dark Nadine and Dark Chloe sprinted across the room toward her. The shadows dissolved until there was nothing but a mass of unidentifiable dark magic sweeping their way. I couldn't change the energy signature of the curse, as Grammy had taught me, but I could change the intent. Tonight, I sought out justice. The witches would pay for everything they'd done. Never again would they touch another one of the coven's children. This curse would be the judge of them. Thick wisps of dark magic slammed into each of the witches. It diverged into 3 strands, assaulting the women by entering their mouths and noses. Their heads snapped backward, and they cried out in pain as the dark energy entered their bodies. The whole house shook at the sound of their screams. The last bits of magic entered through the orifices on their face until the wisps disappeared completely. As if in a coordinated movement, the 3 of them fell to their knees. Betty made a choking sound, then landed on all 4s. She sucked in deep breaths. Her hair had fallen halfway out of her bun and hung in tendrils around her face. Betty's nostrils flared as she lifted her gaze, shooting an angry glare at Chloe and me. "What did you do to me?" she snarled, clipping each word. "You've been cursed," Chloe said proudly. Agnes fell onto her back and screamed out in pain. Sandy gasped like she was suffocating. A look of terror came over Betty's face. "You'll pay for this." She began mumbling an incantation under her breath, and my veins turned to ice. "What's she doing?" I asked Chloe. "I don't know," Chloe said in a rush, sounding as worried as I felt. "Cursing us? Starting the ritual? I have no idea." "Sisters!" Betty cried. "Speak it with me!" Though the witches were in pain, they pushed past my curse and began speaking in unison in a language I didn't recognize. The language sounded Celtic of some sort, with Scottish or Irish roots. It was as if this was some ancient spell only the darkest of witches would know. The ground shook beneath us, and dust rained down from the ceiling. Chloe and I struggled, but the ropes tightened. It wasn't as much as before, as if the witch's spell over our bindings was degrading. The witches' voices grew in intensity, and Betty lifted her arms. Wind that seemed to come from nowhere whipped through the room, sending the pages of old books tumbling across the floor. Tendrils of my own hair snapped against my face. The witch's incantation switched abruptly from the ancient language to English. In unison, they spoke. "From the depths of the abyss, I release you." The moment they finished, the wind in the room stilled, but my heart pounded harder than ever. From a room nearby, I heard something heavy land, and the floor quaked beneath us. Then came a ghoulish cry that made my whole body quiver. Heavy steps sounded down the hall, coming closer and closer at top speed. A hellish creature burst through the doors, and the air left my lungs. I'd never seen anything so sinister in my life. It was as if death himself had shown up at our door. There were two creatures. The first was a horse-like monster, but it was made entirely of bone as dark as obsidian. What little flesh remained hung off its skeletal frame and dripped blood onto the floor. Its eyes blazed red, and a row of sharp teeth lined its jaw. Its rider was even more horrifying. It had the shape of a man, with spindly arms and legs and long nails. The monster was bald and almost completely naked, apart from ripped pieces of fabric draped over its form. Gray, powdery skin hung loose on his ghoulish figure. He had pointed ears and a mouth that was far bigger than it should be, with rows and rows of sharp teeth that rivaled the terrifying teeth the horse bared. The horse reared upward and let out a chilling shriek that sounded like someone being slaughtered. "What is that?" I screamed. I wasn't sure I expected anyone to answer. Chloe's voice wavered as she cried out. "It's a slua!" "What the fuck is a slua?" I demanded. "Monsters of Irish lore," Chloe rushed to explain. "Some stories say that they're a rogue form of lesser fae. Others call them sinners who return as malicious spirits. But there's one thing all the stories have in common. Slua come to steal your soul." And the witches wanted the slua to take ours. I barely had a second to take in the monster before Betty pointed a twisted finger at Chloe and me. "Get them!"
Chapter 23. Lucas. Grant and I rushed back to the school the second Talia called. It was past midnight, and the halls were quiet, but we could hear Talia's sobs from the top of the grand staircase. I sprinted down the hall and came to a skidding stop outside her open doorway. "Tal, what happened?" I demanded. Talia was such a mess on the phone I barely got 2 words out of her. She wasn't doing much better now as she knelt at Nadine's bedside. Talia held the sheets close to her chest, her tears soaking into them. Issa and Gus paced the room, both looking agitated.
I don't know,"
Talia wailed.
"Issa woke me up and Nadine was gone. I tried to use my magic to find her, but I can't make sense of the visions. I called Headmistress Verla at home. She gave me her number after the vandalism incident, but I couldn't get a hold of her. I don't know what else to do."
"There has to be something here, some sort of clue," I insisted.
Nadine wouldn't leave without Issa.
I began rushing around the room, tossing things aside and looking for a clue. Any clue. If Nadine was in danger, she'd be sure to let us know somehow, right? Grant knelt beside Talia and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder.
"I know how hard this is right now,
but you need to take a breath. Your magic won't work unless you're focused. We're going to find Nadine." Talia wiped her eyes and sniffled.
"Something terrible happened. I just know it."
My heart stalled in my chest. "What do you see?" Talia's breath wavered as she brought the blanket to her nose. She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, pushing the tears away as she concentrated.
"It's really dark, so it's hard to make out. Nadine got out of bed, but she looks like a zombie or something. It's like she's in some sort of trance."
"Fuck," I growled, my hands curling into fists at my side. Grant's face paled. "Someone used magic to lure her away." I raked my fingers through my hair as I paced around the room. Whoever had taken my dear Nade was going to know torture for eternity. I wasn't sure there were enough fires burning in the abyss to handle such a vile person. She had to go somewhere. I couldn't just stand here. I had to move. I had to do something. "Tal, can your magic retrace her steps?" Her sobs had turned into sniffles, though her eyes gleamed when she looked up at me.
"I can only see an object's past. My vision ends when she left the room."
"Then we followed the trail," I said. "Let's figure out where she went after she left the room." Talia took a breath and stood. She was wary on her feet, but Grant held her upright. She nodded.
"I'll do everything I can to find her."
Talia walked to the door and closed her eyes as she ran her fingers over the doorknob. I shook in my shoes and was ready to race to the ends of the earth to find Nadine. Patience was the last thing I had right now. Finally, Talia opened her eyes and pointed to her left.
"She went this way."
Grant and I followed Talia down the hall and toward the grand staircase. Issa and Gus followed. They both sniffed the air as if trying to track her themselves. Talia slowed when she reached the staircase and placed her hand on the banister. I could tell by the way her eyes fluttered behind her lids that she was having another vision.
"She definitely went this way."
Talia descended the stairs and hurried to the main foyer's double doors. She only touched the handle a moment, and already knew Nadine had left through the main entrance. Talia's vision seemed to speed up as she discovered a newfound sense of hope. I felt it too, but it was greatly outshadowed by the worry that twisted in my gut. What if we didn't find her? What if it was too late? I couldn't let myself think like that. I had to believe we could get to her before she was hurt. I couldn't let anything happen to her. Talia's visions led us deep into the forest. She knelt down several times to inspect roots or rocks, each one of her visions leading her forward. We were nearly a mile from the school when Talia pressed her hands into the dirt and hesitated.
"What is it?"
I asked breathlessly.
"This is where Nadine woke up."
Talia glanced around, like she was trying to match the scenery to her vision.
"She was really scared and took off running. I think something was chasing her."
Grant's tone wavered.
"Let's hope it didn't catch her."
Neither Talia nor I responded. We didn't want to face that possibility just yet. Talia must have seen something in her vision because she sprang to her feet and started running through the trees. Grant and I rushed to keep up with her. Though Talia moved quickly, the moonlight illuminated the look of deep concentration on her face each time she slowed. She ran her hands along trees as if those were the same ones Nadine had touched when she took this path earlier tonight. My heart raced, but as we broke out of the trees, it dropped straight out of my chest. The protection trees stretched high above our heads. The moonlight cast ominous shadows through its gnarly branches, and a noose lay on the ground.
"Dear goddess,"
Grant breathed when he saw the noose. We all stepped forward like we didn't want to believe what we were seeing. Even Issa and Gus moved warily through the clearing. To the coven, a noose was a symbol we all feared, a symbol of death. I shook the thought from my head. My Nadine was still out there. I hadn't heard her last thought. We still had time to find her. I bent to pick up the noose, but Talia stopped me.
"You should let me. I need the vision to be as clear as possible."
My mouth went dry as I stepped back. "Please find her," I begged. Talia's eyes filled with sorrow. It was as if she wanted to promise me she would, but she couldn't bring herself to lie. Talia knelt on both knees and picked up the noose. The clearing went eerily silent as she fell into another vision. It was longer than the others, the seconds ticking by into an eternity. I held my breath, praying to Mother Miriam that Nadine's thoughts would be kept safe tonight. I couldn't handle hearing her in my mind. I'd done it once before, and it had torn my heart to bits. Tonight there were no reapers, and no way to summon them. I couldn't bring her back to life a second time. Grant shifted beside me, but I kept my eyes on Talia. I didn't know what she was seeing, but the longer we waited, the more significant I felt it was. I didn't dare interrupt her. Talia tilted her head. She spoke slowly, though her eyes continued to move rapidly, like the vision was still happening.
"This was Chloe's doing."
Red-hot rage built up inside of me. I hated that the girls had been fighting all semester, but right now, Nadine's last encounter with Chloe seemed justified. I'd pummel her myself if I found her. Grant looked confused.
"So this has nothing to do with Lucas's investigation?
Or is Chloe working for someone?" Talia gasped. "What?" I demanded. "What do you see?"
"Chloe lured Nadine out here, but it was personal," Talia said. "She didn't know someone would target them both."
My breath caught. There was someone else here? Talia furrowed her brow, concentrating harder on the vision.
"I see 3 figures. They stunned Nadine and Chloe. Hang on, they're talking."
Nobody said a thing as Talia concentrated on her vision. All at once, Talia dropped the noose and her hand shot to cover her mouth. She gasped as her eyes went wide. "Tal!" I cried, kneeling down to shake her a little. She stared off into the distance as if she couldn't believe what she'd seen. It wasn't until Issa meowed and dug her claws into Talia's leg that she seemed to come back to reality. Her tone came out sounding hollow.
"Nadine and Chloe were taken to Pinewood Manor."
That was all we needed to hear. The 3 of us raced to Grant's car, and he took off like a firecracker down the road. The car's tires skidded across the gravel as we came to a screeching halt in front of Pinewood Manor. The mansion stretched up 3 stories and looked frightening in the glow of the full moon. Most of the windows were smashed, and I saw nothing but darkness beyond them, as if I was staring into the black pits of the abyss itself. Siding hung from the exterior walls, and the paint had peeled over the years, save for a few lines of graffiti here and there. Most of the graffiti was only half done, as if something had spooked the artists away before they could finish. The hair on the back of my neck stood at the sound of the howling wind. Just the sight of the mansion gave me the creeps. On any other night, I'd have run from this place as fast as I could. Tonight I wasn't leaving until I was certain Nadine was safe. Talia had explained in the car what she'd seen in her vision. Those witches from the gingerbread house had stunned and taken Nadine. I was still trying to wrap my head around how they were involved, but I didn't waste time with too many questions. All I wanted to know was where to find Nadine. The rest could wait. We jumped out of the car. Issa prowled beside me, her big green eyes scanning the trees for anything suspicious. Talia held Gus close to her chest for comfort. She stared up at the haunted mansion and took a step back. Grant was right behind her, draping an arm around her shoulder.
"I'm scared too," he whispered. "But we have to find her."
"Are you going to be okay?" I asked Talia. She looked awfully pale.
"I can do this. It's just this mansion. There's so much history here. I don't even have to touch it to see that horrible things have happened here."
I didn't think Talia saw anything specific, since her eyes weren't moving behind her lids the way they usually did when she had a vision. Instead, it was an instinctual energy reading. Based on her gift, I could only guess how much stronger she felt it than either Grant or me. Grant looked over to me.
"This place is huge. Where do we start?"
I gestured to the front door. "Let's see if they took her through here." We climbed rickety stairs to reach a pair of massive double doors. Talia brushed her fingers over the thick brass handles, but she winced as if witnessing something painful.
They didn't come this way.
What did you see? I asked curiously. She shook her head.
I told you, this place has a dark history.
Grant's shoulders fell, and he spun around to gaze across the property.
Where would they have taken her?
He lifted his hands to cup them around his mouth.
Nade!
He started to shout. I grabbed his wrist to silence him.
Shh, I warned. Remember, we're not alone. If the witches catch us before we find the girls, they might accelerate the ritual.
Grant dropped his hands.
I wasn't thinking straight.
I can hardly keep it together myself, I admitted. But I had to. This place is too big to explore the whole thing. We need clear-cut answers, which means if they didn't bring Nade and Chloe through here, they took them somewhere else on the property. Let's keep moving, and hopefully Tal can pick up something. We snuck around the side of the house. Nearby, a private graveyard stretched across the property. Tall tombstones were tilted, as if they may collapse at any moment. I kept my eyes peeled for any signs of a mausoleum or another building the witches could be holding Nadine and Chloe in, but all I saw were the shadowed outlines of old gravestones. Issa sniffed the air, then rushed forward, entering the cemetery.
Issa!
I hissed, but she didn't listen.
Ow!
Talia cried as Gus jumped from her arms, scratching her. He ran after Issa, neither of them turning back to see if we were following. I exchanged a glance with my friends. Maybe they're trying to tell us something.
Then we'd better check it out,
Grant whispered in a shaky tone. I shared in his wariness. On any ordinary night, cemeteries didn't frighten me. I had my evoking ceremony in a freaking mausoleum. But at Pinewood Manor, a witch had every reason to be frightened. It was as if I could sense the ghosts watching me. Dread filled my stomach like malicious spirits might spring from behind the gravestones and hurt any witch or warlock who dare stepped in their path. Issa and Gus stopped at a fresh mound of dirt and circled it.
Please, for the love of the goddess, don't let this be a grave,
Grant prayed under his breath. I hoped for the same thing, but the sinking horror in my gut told me otherwise. Issa began digging, then shoved her nose into the dirt. She came up holding a piece of fabric between her teeth. A clue? What is it you found there, girl? I bent to inspect the piece of fabric. As I yanked on it, my heart leapt into my throat. I reeled back as a hand came up out of the dirt. It was barely a hand anymore, with a brownish-black complexion and skin hanging off the bones. I dropped the fabric, and the hand fell limply back atop the shallow grave. My stomach hollowed, and Grant gagged from behind me. No, 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 I mumbled. The hand was so small, the size of a child's.
Dear goddess,
Talia whispered breathlessly. She knelt beside me and placed her hands on the edge of the grave. She yanked back a moment later, trembling all over, as a vision of what had happened here assaulted her.
It's them, she wailed. It's Isaac and Caleb.
I didn't want to imagine what horrible visions Talia had just seen, even if it had only been a mere glimpse into the past. Though I'd known for quite some time that the boys were dead, it didn't soften the impact of finding their bodies. I didn't know how someone could do something like this to these children, and then just toss them into this shallow grave like their lives meant nothing. To these witches, perhaps they didn't. I had no reason to believe they would treat Nadine and Chloe any differently. If I could, I would unbury those bodies and lay them to rest in a proper grave. But there was no time for that, or there would be another 2 graves to dig tonight. I got to my feet. Guys, we can't stay. Nade and Chloe are still here somewhere. We have to find them before the witches complete the ritual. That got both of their attention, and they climbed to their feet. I pointed around the side of the mansion. Let's keep going. We left the cemetery and walked along the edge of the mansion. Talia's fingers trailed over the walls, and she winced every now and then, though she didn't say anything. My breath grew shallower the more we walked. as if my worry had taken space within my chest. I peeked in the windows as we passed. There was no sign of life. Only one dark, abandoned room after another. We reached the last window along the edge of the mansion, and something caught my eye. Through the glass in the light of the moon, I could make out a parlor room. An old couch faced an empty fireplace with a wide area rug placed between them. I expected to see dust and debris, but the room was clean, as if someone had been taking care of it. I scanned the room briefly until my gaze landed upon a pile of modern children's toys in the corner. Toy trucks, a chalkboard, and various puzzles. My stomach sank. This must have been where they kept Caleb. They kept him alive for months after they took him. Talia touched the window, her eyes filling with tears. It was like she was watching Caleb play and felt the weight of his loss tenfold. How could anyone? Shrieks erupted through the night, and my whole body turned to ice.
That sounds like Nadine and Chloe,
Grant gasped. I ran toward the screams as fast as I possibly could. They were muffled and coming from inside the house somewhere. I turned a corner to the back of the mansion, but the screams stopped abruptly.
Where are they?
I demanded frantically, asking no one in particular. I rushed past the windows, looking through each one briefly for signs of life. Chilling fear coursed through my veins. If they had already started the ritual, we could be too late. Each room was as empty as the last. Then I heard a howling cry, like that of an animal instead of a human. It had to be only a few windows down. Issa sprinted faster than I could, but I took off running as fast as I could. Grant and Talia's footsteps followed, but all I heard was the cry echoing in my ears, drowning out the thumping of my pulse. I skidded to a halt outside a wide, tall window. I barely took a second to take in the scene. Nadine and Chloe were tied to chairs, their backs to each other. Beyond them, 3 witches looked in pain in the shadows. I recognized them from the gingerbread house. Sandy, Agnes, and Betty. They cowered near the doorway on their knees, as if they couldn't help themselves.
Get them!
One of the witches shouted. Glowing eyes appeared out of the shadows, and I made out the sight of a ghoulish monster. I knew it was a sluagh, a creature I'd only ever seen in drawings in class. It rode the back of a horse that was nothing but a skeleton and rotting flesh. The eyes of both creatures glowed a matching red straight from hell. The horse-like creature bowed its head and bared its sharp teeth. It scuffed its hooves against the floor as its rider gave orders to charge the girls. I reacted instantly. A battle orb erupted out of my palm and sailed through the window. Glass shattered everywhere. I leapt through the tall window frame before all of the pieces had shattered to the ground and landed in a crouch, just in time to witness my magic slam into the horse's rider. The orb had to be strong enough to kill any living human being. But this creature was no human. It went flying off the horse and smashed into a bookcase nearby.
Lucas!
Nadine cried, her voice a mixture of terror and relief. My heart swelled at the sound of her voice, but it was immediately crushed when I saw the horse aim its red eyes straight at Nadine. Adrenaline coursed through my body so fast I reacted without thinking. My fingers curled around the first weapon I found, lying just a few feet away from me. A scythe. It fit perfectly in my hands, as if I'd been handling the weapon all my life. I leapt to my feet, but the horse was already charging Nadine. I acted upon instinct and ran forward, planting myself between the monster and the girls. I swung the scythe upward just as the horse was about to pummel into me. The blade sliced through bone, severing the creature's head from its shoulders. The head went flying, landing on top of one of the witches who was on her knees. Victory surged through me as the creepy skeleton horse went still, then crumpled to the floor like a puppet released from its master. Though the creature was made mostly of bone, blood spilled out of its vertebrae and pooled on the floor.
Look out!
Nadine shrieked. My victory was short-lived. One of the witches raised her hands, and a spell burst from her hands. I didn't have time to form a shield. Instead, I raised my scythe and intersected the orb's path. To my surprise, the blade sliced the orb in two, and the spell fizzled out. I didn't understand why until I realized the blood of the monster was still on my blade. It must have had magical properties that had enchanted my weapon. Mere seconds had passed since I burst through the window. Grant and Talia weren't far behind. They skidded to a halt in front of me, and Isa and Gus both bared their teeth and hissed. The three of us formed a protective barrier between the witches and Nadine and Chloe. "You handle them," I commanded. Grant conjured a potion that glowed green, while Talia formed a battle orb in her hands. I whirled around to Nadine and Chloe and worked as fast as I could. I dug the tip of my enchanted scythe into the ropes binding them until their hands broke free.
"Thank the goddess,"
Chloe cried in relief.
"How did you find us?"
Nadine asked as I cut the ropes around her legs. "I'll explain later," I said quickly while I worked on Chloe's bindings. Chloe got free and leapt to her feet. She raised her hands and shards of glass from the broken window rose into the air, following her command. I'd almost forgotten it was her birthday. Her powers had been awakened. I grabbed Nadine's hand and helped her to her feet. I stared into her eyes for signs of injury. I expected her to at least look scared, but she stood firm, courage written all over her face. "Are you okay?"
"For now,"
Nadine replied. That was all I needed to hear. Battle orbs went off behind me. Whatever potion Grant had brought along must have hurt like hell, because the monster was screeching as if it had been burnt with acid. Chloe's glass shards must have hit one of the witch's shields because they bounced off of something and skittered across the floor. And still, the sounds of a fight seemed insignificant to the sound of Nadine's voice. I'd worried that we'd be too late, but she was well and alive. It was like a blessing from Mother Miriam herself. I couldn't help it when I flung an arm around Nadine and squeezed her close to me. My nose pressed into her hair, and the chill in my veins seemed to be chased away by the warmth of her body. Nadine took my face in her hands and planted a passionate kiss to my lips. I nearly melted in relief right then and there, still oblivious to the magic whizzing around the room. But Nadine drew away abruptly, pulling me back to the screams, and reminded me I held an enchanted scythe in my hand.
"Look out!"
Nadine grabbed my shoulders and yanked me downward, just in time for us to avoid being hit by a high-powered battle orb. It slammed into the edge of my scythe blade, knocking the weapon from my hands. I whirled toward the fight, barely having a moment to take it all in. Grant faced the sluagh. The green potion he'd conjured covered the monster's skin and sizzled. The monster began advancing. Grant aimed battle orb after battle orb at the monster, but they bounced off of him without damage. The witches seemed to be breaking through whatever spell had left them curled up on the floor. They threw up shields to counteract each of Chloe's and Talia's attacks. The woman in front, Betty, got to her feet. Another battle orb grew in her palm.
"You are nothing but children," Betty spat. "Your magic cannot defeat us. You will all die tonight."
I threw up a shield in front of Nadine as fast as I could, but she was ready to fight. She planted her feet in a defensive stance and held her hand up. A blue battle orb glowed in her palm.
"Do you really want to take that bet? Burn in hell, you filthy old hag."
Boom! Nadine never got the chance to release her spell. The shadow of a man appeared in the doorway, and the air burst around us as he shot off a high-powered defensive spell. The spell slammed into my gut, and the blast of energy sent my friends and I flying across the room. My head cracked against the wall, blurring my vision. Nadine slumped to the ground beside me, gasping for air that had been knocked from her chest. My head spun so fast I couldn't find my bearings. Nearby, Grant, Talia, and Chloe groaned in pain. Isa and Gus yowled in unison. The man stalked forward, but I was so disoriented I couldn't completely make him out. He reached for Nadine and yanked her to her feet.
"Let me go!"
she screamed. "Don't touch her!" I yelled at the same time. I scrambled to my feet but stumbled as I struggled to find my balance. Nadine conjured a spell, but the man yanked her hair so hard her head twisted to the side. She cried out in pain, and the spell fizzled out.
"I told those witches students would be nothing but trouble,"
he snarled. My stomach plummeted to my toes as I recognized that voice. The killer was a professor from the college, as we suspected all along. I just never expected it to be Professor Carlyle. I couldn't even process the realization. He'd allow me to pursue an investigation. Hell, he helped me with it. How could he be the one orchestrating all this? I realized then that it was his dream Mandy had seen, not Professor Damon's. Anger rocked my body as my vision came back into focus. A headache pulsed through the back of my skull, as if someone was trying to hammer their way through from the inside. But I ignored the pain. Carlyle dragged Nadine out of the room, and all I could manage to focus on was the need to go after them. Magic began to whiz around the room again as my friends came to. I finally gained enough balance to race after Carlyle. The sluagh and the witches were a mere afterthought. I stumbled into the long, dark hallway.
"You will answer to Mother Miriam for this,"
Nadine sneered at Carlyle. "Shut up," Carlyle snapped. "We're completing this ritual once and for all." Carlyle shoved Nadine forward. She stumbled, landing on her hands and knees in front of a double doorway. Candlelight flickered from inside the room, casting shadows down the hall through the open doors. He kicked her into the room, and she cried out in pain. "You won't use her for anything!" I raged as magic formed in my hands. Battle orbs blasted from my palms as quickly as I could come up with spells, each one growing in intensity. Stunning spell, burning battle orb, explosive magic. I managed to distract Carlyle long enough that he stepped away from Nadine, but he threw up shields as fast as I conjured orbs. Each of my spells bounced off his shields and slammed into the walls. Burn marks seared the wall from one of my spells, and plaster exploded from another before the spells fizzled out. "It was you all along!" I raged as I advanced toward him. For a moment I hoped that it was some sort of mistake, but the wild look in Carlyle's eyes was nothing short of a confession. Carlyle dodged another one of my attacks and laughed, like he was amused it took me so long to catch on. "Of course it was me! You had all the clues! You were only too stupid to put them together." I threw another high-powered orb. He deflected it with such precision that it ricocheted back in my direction. I ducked as it nearly hit me. A high-pitched scream echoed down the hall. "Talia!"
"Goddess!"
Nadine cried. I took my eyes off Carlyle momentarily to witness the hesitation in Nadine's eyes. She'd gotten to her feet and steadied herself against the wall. "Go help the others," I told her. She didn't follow my instructions right away. A moment of hesitation told me she didn't want to leave. Then another scream sounded and her eyes went wide. "I'll handle him," I insisted. This asshole was mine. "Talia needs you." Nadine knew there was no time to stand around contemplating her decision. She whirled around and raced back to the study to help our friends. Mere seconds had passed, but Carlyle had already conjured another spell. The dark green magic flew through the air, aimed straight for my gut. I could tell by the way it crackled on the edges that it was high-powered as hell. I threw myself to the floor just in time for the magic to whiz over my head. It hit a nearby wall and blasted straight through into the next room. Holy shit, that motherfucker could have burned a hole straight through me. Carlyle wasn't fucking around. He was ready to kill on sight. I retaliated immediately, jumping to my feet and blasting another stunning spell at him. But something strange happened. The spell never reached him. Instead, it hit an invisible barrier and came back toward me. Instead of fizzling out the second I dodged it, it ricocheted again in my direction, like the magic had been contained inside an invisible bubble and wouldn't stop until it hit the one target within the barrier, me. The stunning spell zipped around me so fast that I couldn't track it. It slammed into my side, blasting me off my feet. I soared through the open doors beside me and landed flat on my back, inside the room where Carlyle had been taking Nadine. It took me a moment to process what had happened. I realized Carlyle had projected his shield around me, so that my spell would backfire. Thank the goddess it hadn't been anything more than a minor stunning spell, and since I was the one who cast it, my magic could counteract the effects later. And still I couldn't move right away. I lay on my back, gasping, though the rest of my body had been paralyzed by the spell. I stared upward at the ceiling, watching the candlelight flicker off the cracked plaster, as I waited to regain control of my limbs again. It took all my strength to turn my head. I was inside the mansion's master bedroom. A huge, arching window took up the entirety of the wall opposite the doors. Beneath that, the full moon illuminated a queen-size bed. The bed was surrounded by ritualistic paraphernalia, candles, crystals, herbs, and all kinds of symbols I didn't recognize burned into the floor. On the other side of the room was a fireplace, where a cauldron bubbled over a burning fire. A shadow passed over my face as Carlyle's footsteps came closer. He stared down at me in satisfaction, like he was going to have fun finishing me off.
"This doesn't make any sense," I gasped through labored breaths. "You tried to help me. How could you be the one behind this?" "I was watching you," Carlyle seethed as he leaned over me. "I only agreed to the newspaper column because I didn't want you investigating on your own. At least under my supervision, I could keep an eye on you."
"That's why you shut me down," I accused. "Not because you were scared for my safety. You feared I was learning too much." Carlyle smirked and lifted his foot. The spell that had hit me kept me immobile as Carlyle brought his heel down on my face. Pain shot through my nose, and I immediately felt the bruises begin to form.
"I did warn you," Carlyle mocked.
His words came back to me.
"Men like Professor Damon won't hesitate to harm you to protect themselves."
Men like Professor Damon my ass. Carlyle was warning me about himself. "Then let me warn you of something, Professor," I said, sensing control of my body returning. "You won't get away with this." I conjured a weapon, a knife I'd kept in my stash since the night I was attacked on the street, just in case I had to defend myself. The knife materialized in my hand, and I finally regained my strength. I swiped the knife outward. It sliced across the front of Carlyle's leg. Carlyle let out a cry and collapsed onto one knee. Blood dripped from the deep wound and pooled onto the hard wood. I leapt to my feet, and Carlyle lifted a hand. I lashed out on instinct and sliced my knife toward him again. This time it connected with his palm. The spell he'd been about to conjure fizzled away as he screamed out in pain a second time. "My friends and I won't become your next victims," I growled. Carlyle muttered an incantation under his breath. A blast of defensive magic whipped by me, knocking me backward. I landed on my back, and my knife went skittering across the floor and under the bed. Carlyle was already on his feet, pushing past the pain in his leg as he lunged for me. I grabbed for the first thing my hands could find. My fingers curled around a candle, and I thrust it toward him. The flames seared his skin, and he jumped backward. I took the opportunity to scramble to my feet. I was so fucking pissed that I slammed straight into him, taking him to the ground. Carlyle's cancer meds must have been working wonders because the old man was stronger than he looked. He grabbed me by the collar and rolled the two of us over until he gained the upper hand. Magic began to form in his hand until my fist cracked against the side of his jaw. He rolled off of me. I jumped on top of him to hold him down. I thought I had him, but the next thing I knew, sharp claws were digging into my back, and the screech of an animal pierced my ears. I reared backward and reached over my shoulder to nab the animal. My fingers met fur, and I grabbed a handful of scruff, yanking the animal off me and tossing it across the room. A gray cat rolled across the floor, coming to a stop next to the fireplace. It struck me where I'd seen this cat before. It had sat in Carlyle's office so many times, but it had also been on the street the night I was attacked. I grabbed Carlyle by the collar, seething. "You were the one to attack me that night on the street." "Of course I was," he snapped. "You were getting too close." All the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. "The healing potion we found near the Bennett's house. It was yours. You were sneaking around that night. You're the one we heard knock the garbage can over." "So I investigated the kid," Carlyle said like it was nothing. "It turned out he wasn't a candidate for the ritual." "And my girlfriend was?" I growled. My fist connected with Carlyle's cheek, not because I needed to defend myself, but because that asshat deserved it, and far worse. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded. I drew my fist back again in warning. This time a battle orb crackled. It was powerful enough to burn his skin if I let it. "I'm doing what's needed to be done," he cried. "My powers are the only magic within the coven that would ensure the boys could not be tracked." "How did you do it?" I demanded. "It doesn't matter," he spat.
"You won't live long enough to care. Suffoko!"
Carlyle spoke the incantation so fast I didn't have a chance to react. In the blink of an eye, pain radiated up my throat as if a fire was burning my insides and an external force was crushing my windpipe from the outside. It was some sort of defensive magic I didn't even know existed. Or a type of curse, perhaps. All I knew was it hurt like a motherfucker. Carlyle shoved me off of him and I gasped for breath on my knees. A satisfied smirk touched Carlyle's lips as he got to his feet, looming over me.
"You seemed like such a smart kid. I see now I had no reason to worry about you." "How did you do it?"
I rasped again through labored breaths.
"I practically gave you the answer," Carlyle snapped. "I showed you my powers to misdirect you, to look helpful. But you should have known there was more to them. After all, no seer in the coven has magic quite like mine."
I sucked in deep breaths, but each one caused a blazing inferno in my throat to intensify. The pain began moving downward toward my gut. Carlyle paced around me, looking satisfied as I clutched my stomach and curled forward. My mind raced with spells that might counteract this one. I didn't have much time, but I had to keep him talking or he might decide to finish me off before the spell took its full hold on me.
"I'm going to die anyway," I struggled to say. "You might as well tell me how you kept the coven from tracking you." "I told you my gift was multifaceted," Carlyle reminded me. "I'm a projector. My magic works by casting visions into other people's minds. You can't project onto a projector."
It all made sense now. With Carlyle involved, no one could track him with magic. Mandy's magic must have worked differently somehow because she'd seen into his dream, like the dream was a projection itself. "You made a mistake," I realized. "You weren't with the other witches tonight."
"A mistake they made," he sneered. "They got impatient and went against orders. Now everything's been ruined."
"What do you mean, everything?" I gasped as the pain dipped deeper into my abdomen. "What exactly is your plan? What kind of ritual could possibly drive you to murder members of your own coven?"
"I had to," he insisted. "I'd be dead without it."
"Better to be dead than to be a murderer," I seethed. "Is that what this is? A ritual to brew your cancer potion?"
"The cancer medication is my payment," Carlyle growled.
"Stealing those children was the only way for me to gain the medicine that keeps me alive.
I couldn't afford it on my own, even with my salary. I was going broke. The coven didn't need those kids. I'm a professor for Miriam College. All the knowledge I've gained will die with me. The coven needs that knowledge to survive."
"So write a fucking book," I wheezed. "People die every day. Your life is no more important than those boys you killed. After everything you've done, you're worthless." I never saw his hand coming. Carlyle slapped me so hard that my head spun.
"You know nothing about worth," he growled. "You're nothing, Lucas."
"You're nothing, Lucas." The words echoed in my mind. It was something I'd heard my father say more than once. A memory tickled in the back of my mind, an incantation Erica taught me years ago before I even got my magic. It wasn't something we learned at school, but I'd memorized it in case I ever needed to use it to defend myself against my father. I'd never gotten the chance. It was then that the answer came to me. I pushed past the pain of Carlyle's curse and forced one last breath through my swollen windpipe.
"Preligo hostilis,"
I managed to rasp out, though my voice was barely audible. Carlyle's arms froze at his sides and he collapsed to the ground. He tried to move, wriggling on the dusty floor, but my spell would not permit freedom. It was a spell meant to bind your enemies. Satisfaction swept through me. I wouldn't let this man hurt anyone else. As my binding spell took hold of Carlyle, his magic melted away. I regained control of my lungs and sucked in a deep breath. I got to my feet and loomed over him the way he had to me. A battle orb formed in my palm, and I prepared to deliver the final blow. Carlyle began to laugh, catching me off guard.
"What are you going to do? You don't have it in you to kill me."
I paused as his words hit me. I could kill him, I thought. It wouldn't take much. A deadly battle orb, my knife to his heart. He had nowhere to run. But just the thought of stooping to his level, of killing another person, let alone a member of the coven, made me sick. And what would that make me? A murderer, worthy of a hanging myself. Death would be merciful, after all Carlyle had done. Caleb and Isaac deserved better. They deserved for their murderers to be brought to justice, in this life and the next. The law was more important than my personal feelings. As a journalist, my job was to gather and report the facts, not deal out punishments as I saw fit. I had Carlyle within my grasp. All I had to do was to stun him long enough to turn him over to the Imperium Council. He would confess all he told me here, and the priestesses, the high power in our coven, would decide what to do with him. It didn't matter to me if he was sentenced to a hanging or a burning at the stake, or if the council allowed him to rot in prison for the rest of his days. I wouldn't shed a tear. But I'd taken an oath to protect the coven the night of my evoking ceremony, and though I didn't believe Carlyle deserved a place in this coven, it wasn't my call to make. I would not become a murderer like him.
I don't speak for the coven, I snarled. You will confess to the Imperium Council and suffer their wrath. The coven will decide your fate. I hope you get the death you deserve.
I shifted the intention of my spell and thrust it forward. A stunning spell slammed into Carlyle's face. His features went blank and his eyes rolled back into his skull. His cat yowled, but Carlyle was out cold. A scream echoed down the hall. My raging anger was instantly overtaken by a sinking horror. Nadine. Carlyle was knocked out. He could wait. I took off running down the hall to aid my friends. What I saw when I reached the study chilled me to the bone. I came to a skidding halt in the doorway. I barely had a second to take in the scene. It all happened so fast that I had no time to fight. Chloe lay motionless on the floor next to the scythe. I wasn't sure if she was dead or alive. The witch with the cat-eye glasses had Talia by the hair, and her hands blazed red with magic as she lowered the spell toward Talia's face. Talia had been beaten so badly that her face was almost unrecognizable. Both eyes were covered in dark bruises and swollen shut, and blood dripped from a deep gash on her nose. Grant wasn't far from Talia. He lay on the floor, writhing in pain from a spell the long-haired witch had cast on him. His left arm was bent at an odd angle, obviously broken. The final witch and their leader, Betty, muttered something under her breath, and the gangly monster advanced on Nadine. Nadine was the only one still free of the witch's hold. Though she'd suffered bruises all over her body and a gash ran along her face, she remained on her feet. Her gaze flickered between Chloe, Talia, and Grant. I witnessed realization cross her face. Despite the spell cast over them earlier, the witches had gained the upper hand, and they were about to finish off our friends. Rage unlike I'd seen before twisted in Nadine's features. It was even more frightening to witness than the day she beat Chloe and sent her to the infirmary. She was a fire that could not be put out, and that fire would burn every creature who stood in the way of her and her friends. Nadine screamed as a spell gathered in her hands, then blasted outward at the monster. It knocked the creature several feet away from her. Without missing a beat, Nadine spun toward Agnes, who was about to finish Talia off. Before Agnes's spell could touch Talia's skin, Nadine grabbed hold of the bitch and yanked her so hard that she dropped Talia.
"Go to hell!"
Nadine yelled, shoving Agnes in front of the monster. What I saw next was something out of a horror film. Agnes stumbled into the sluagh, and it grabbed her. Satisfaction was written in its features, as if it would take any soul offered to it, and I knew that it would. The only way to dissuade a sluagh was to place another soul within their path. Agnes screamed when she realized what had happened, but it was already too late. The sluagh dipped its head and opened its mouth. Its breath turned to red poisonous wisps that instantly took the witch's life. I felt the void of death enter the room.
"This is a cruel death,"
her words played in my mind. The burden of her last thoughts handed to me as the Reaper's apprentice. Agnes's body slumped out of the sluagh's hands, but an imprint of her form remained, translucent in the moonlight. The sluagh wrapped her soul in his arms. His torn cloak billowed around him, and he rose into the air, defying gravity. A hellish screech erupted from his lungs, and he took off through the broken window, carrying Agnes's soul with him to the abyss. "Agnes!" Betty cried. In a split second the monster was gone, and Nadine was already on to the next witch. It happened so fast I barely saw it. Nadine sliced her hand through the air, performing battle magic I'd only ever heard of the most powerful witches casting. Her magic hit Sandy's throat, slicing through it like a cleaver. Blood spurted from the deep wound on her neck, and her hands instantly went to cradle the wound, as if she could hold the blood inside. All it did was run through her fingers like a broken spigot. Sandy's wide eyes met Nadine's, and she gaped like she wanted to say something, but no words came out, only blood. She sank to her knees before her eyes rolled back in her skull, and she slumped lifelessly to the floor. The spell she'd cast on Grant broke, and he stilled from where he'd been writhing on the floor. I barely had a chance to process it, as another thought entered my mind.
The coven will come to regret this.
The feeling of death seemed to permeate into the walls of the mansion.
"My sisters!"
Betty wailed, her cries echoing off the walls of the mansion. Magic swelled in her hands as revenge overtook her features. I thrust out a shield as quick as I could, projecting it between Nadine and the witch, but Nadine was faster than I was. Whatever magic Nadine was using passed through my shield and assaulted Betty. The witch screamed so loud the walls of the mansion shook. Her back arched, and she fell onto her knees, her features contorted in pain. "Stop, Nad!" I shouted. I could barely wrap my head around what she'd already done. I couldn't stand the thought of her taking another life. But Nadine didn't hear me. She kept her gaze locked on Betty as the spell twisted its way through her body, making her convulse at Nadine's feet.
"What are you doing to me?"
Betty screeched.
"The curse I cast upon you was cast with the intent to deliver justice," Nadine told her. "I'm only speeding up the spell. Say hello to your sisters in hell."
"Nade!" I screamed. This had gone too far. Nadine had taken it upon herself to be judge, jury, and executioner, but it wasn't her place. She'd already gained the upper hand. Betty was vulnerable. We could take her to the Imperium Council with Carlyle, let them deal out their sentence. But Nadine had no intentions of slowing down. That was clear in the rage that burned in her eyes. Nadine's curse took hold of the witch, and it was as if she'd called upon death itself. Horror washed over me like the cold chill of a ghostly haunting as I witnessed the life get sucked straight out of the witch. Her soft pale skin turned black and began to peel off her body in chunks. Betty's wailing cry of pain pierced my ears, sending tremors down to my bones. Blood dripped down Betty's clothes as Nadine's curse tore her apart, layer by layer. Muscle separated from bone and became goo that trailed down the paths of blood and pooled onto the floor. Her eyes popped from her skull until there was nothing left but bone, her screams becoming nothing more than echoes in my mind as death silenced her voice.
"This witch is no better than us," Betty's voice said in my head. "She will rot in the abyss for her sins."
I sensed death stronger than ever through the power of my gift. Nausea hit me like a rogue battle orb, slamming into my gut so hard I doubled over and puked. I gagged a few times before coming up for air. The last I saw of Betty, her bones had transformed to ash, and her whole body crumbled to nothing. Just like that, it was over. And yet it all happened so fast that it felt like it had only begun. The images of the witches' deaths played in my mind, their words echoing on repeat. I had wished the worst for these women after what they'd done, but I never imagined Nadine would be the one to deliver their end. I'd been excusing everything Nadine had done this semester, but it was time to admit the truth. Nadine Evers fucking terrified me. I was so shocked by what happened that I had to steady myself against the doorframe to stay upright. Nadine took a step toward me, but I held a hand up. "Don't," I snapped. Confusion and hurt crossed Nadine's features.
Lucas, are you okay?
What kind of a fucking question was that? "You just killed all those witches!" I gasped, the shock still riveting through me.
I did what I had to do,
Nadine said softly. My girlfriend had just become a murderer, and she was trying to justify it? This had to be her darkness. She wouldn't do something like this without remorse.
"Nadine, you saved us,"
Grant gasped. He cradled his broken arm to his chest and inched over to Talia. She felt out with her hands until she found him, then clung to him tightly as her whole body shook. "I don't want to spend another second in this place," Talia sobbed. Nadine glanced toward the door.
What happened to Carlisle?
"He's not going anywhere for now," I answered. "We have to call the Imperium Council and report what happened here."
"I agree," Grant said. "Let's get out of here and let the council take care of him."
Grant's broken arm hung limply at his side, but he used his good arm to help support Talia. I went to Chloe's side. She was still breathing, thank the goddess, but she had a huge gash across her forehead that oozed blood. The scythe next to her caught my attention briefly, and I grabbed it without really thinking about it. I subconjured it. Though it was one of the largest items I'd ever stored in my stash, it disappeared immediately and effortlessly from my hand. I lifted Chloe in my arms and carried her out the window behind the others. None of us moved very fast, as we'd had all the fight beaten out of us inside the mansion. Nadine looked about ready to pass out after all the magic she'd used, and I didn't know how long it had been since Grant had eaten anything. He tried to stay strong as he helped Talia navigate across the grass, but he was slow and obviously fatigued. Low blood sugar was setting in, and I feared he might pass out as well. I had the thought to force him to eat the second we got in the car, but we never made it that far. We turned the corner to the front of the mansion, and the car came into view when, boom! A deafening explosion sounded, echoing across the lake. The blast was so close that it rocked the ground beneath our feet like an earthquake. We were all tossed to the ground at the strength of the blast. Chloe landed on top of me, and she groaned as she began to come to. She rolled off of me, but still seemed out of it. My adrenaline spiked again, and my heart hammered. I sat up only to see the roof of the mansion begin to crumble inward. The building cracked and groaned as it toppled in on itself. "Get back!" I shouted. Chloe snapped to attention, and her eyes widened as she looked upward to see the building falling down. Nadine and I each grabbed one of her arms, and Grant and Talia took off running. We scrambled away from the mansion as fast as we could, until we were finally out of range of the building. Nobody said anything. We just watched in shock as the walls crumbled. Even Isa and Gus looked terrified, their hair standing on end. It seemed to happen in slow motion, and yet seemed to take no time at all. Soon, the wing we'd been standing in only minutes ago had been leveled to nothing but a pile of building materials.
"The coven is nothing without me,"
a voice came into my mind. Carlisle. My stomach hollowed. I'd left him trapped inside the building, and the weight of the explosion had killed him. An orange-red glow emitted from somewhere inside the rubble. It didn't take long for the fire to begin eating away at the remains of the mansion. There'd been a fire burning in the master bedroom fireplace, and it was spreading quickly. Chloe shook as she gazed over the destruction. The growing flames flickered off the contours of her face.
What just happened? No idea, Nadine said, trying to catch her breath. Maybe the witches cast some sort of fail-safe spell to cover up everything that happened here.
Nobody seemed to have the energy to move, only watch the blazing fire. We all slumped to the grass at the edge of the cemetery, feeling relieved that the night was finally over. At least, I should have felt relieved. Inside, adrenaline continued to pump through my veins, and I was still reeling in shock of everything that had happened. So many people had died tonight. I heard so many thoughts. These thoughts should have been easy to let go of. They'd come from the most vile members of the coven, and they didn't deserve my attention. But each thought had been laced in unmatched evil that burrowed deep into my gut. Letting these thoughts go would be harder after what I'd witnessed. Forgiveness was not something these people deserved. It was not something I thought I could give to anyone right now.
Lucas,
Grant wheezed, sucking in a deep breath as he shifted slightly.
there's a first aid kit in the back of my car. Can you go get it?
Yes, absolutely, I replied. I'd only just gotten to my feet when the sound of tires crunching on the gravel caught my attention. We whirled around to see a black vehicle hurtling down the drive. Instantly on alert, I threw up a shield around us. The car came to an abrupt halt. I breathed a sigh of relief when Headmistress Verla rushed out of the vehicle. She was in such a hurry that she left the driver's side door open. I dropped my shield.
Dear Goddess, she cried as she ran to us. I got Talia's message. We've been searching everywhere for you.
Nadine stood from the grass on shaky feet.
We?
The Imperium Council, Verla said. They'll be here any minute.
Verla reached out and squeezed Nadine's hands, then did the same to me and the others. Tears brimmed her eyes like she couldn't stand the thought of losing her students.
Thank Alora you're all okay. What happened here?
Nadine and I were kidnapped.
Chloe immediately dove into an explanation of what had happened and what the witches had confessed. I was only hearing it for the first time myself, and all the missing pieces of my investigation fell into place. Chloe failed to mention that she'd tried to hang Nadine earlier in the night, and Nadine didn't bring it up either. But there were other parts she left out too, like how Nadine had killed the witches. It was like Nadine and Chloe had entered an agreement to protect each other.
We got out just before the blast, Chloe concluded with, I don't know how anyone inside could have survived.
I can't believe Professor Carlyle was involved,
Verla said.
He hired the witches,
Chloe explained. I'm not so sure about that, I countered. All eyes turned to me. He was in on it for sure, I quickly clarified. But he said something about his cancer meds being his payment.
So, there's someone else out there responsible for this?
Verla asked. A shiver traveled down my spine. There must be.
Did he tell you who?
Verla sounded worried to hear the main culprit was still at large. No, I said regrettably. That was unfortunately the piece of information I didn't get out of him. I had hoped he'd confess everything to the council, but then, well. I gestured to the collapsed mansion, but my eyes went to Nadine. I couldn't help but glare at her.
What matters is that you're all safe,
Verla said.
I'll get the fire department and medics out here right away.
We found bodies, too, I added. Verla's face paled.
Bodies?
In the cemetery. I pointed to where the shallow graves had been dug. It's the missing boys, Isaac and Caleb.
I'll inform the police immediately, Verla promised. I'll be working closely with the Imperium Council to catch anyone else involved. You have nothing to worry about.
She conjured her phone and began dialing. Grant asked Chloe more questions about the kidnapping, and Talia leaned in close as Chloe went into more detail. Nadine turned to me and took my face in her hands. She felt cold. I instinctually drew away. Pain was written all over her features, and it wasn't because of the physical injuries. She could feel that I was avoiding her touch.
Are you okay?
Her tone was laced in desperation.
Your face looks pretty bad.
She touched one of the bruises under my eye, and I winced. I'd nearly forgotten about them. I'll be fine. It's just... I glanced toward the others. Though no one was listening to us, I didn't want to talk out in the open. Let's talk somewhere private, I suggested. I took Nadine's arm and led her into the trees nearby. I dropped my voice so we wouldn't be overheard. I didn't know how to admit the truth to her, but the words came tumbling out anyway. You really scared me tonight. Her shoulders fell, and she reached out to take my hands.
I know it must have been terrifying not knowing where I was, but I'm alive.
I squeezed her hands, wanting desperately to convince myself I wasn't frightened. But I couldn't do it. That's not what I was talking about. Of course I was scared when I found out you were missing, but what you did to those witches, Nadine drew away, her brow furrowed.
"You're mad I killed them?"
she hissed in a low whisper.
"You're pissed off that I got rid of a couple of child murderers to save our friends?"
I searched for the right words but couldn't seem to find them. I didn't realize what your darkness was capable of.
"My darkness?"
Nadine blew a breath.
"Lucas, you need to stop this. You've been doing this all semester. You think my darkness is like some demon inside of me. She was separate from me, but not in the way I thought. Chloe helped me realize that every decision I made was my own. I have to take responsibility for my actions. Of course there were times when my darkness took over, but only because I let it."
"No," I insisted. "It'll be different when you break the curse."
"That's just it,"
Nadine replied, before lowering her voice again.
"I did break it. Tonight. Right before I killed the witches."
I reeled backward. You killed them all by yourself?"
"Yes, I transferred the curse into the witches. I never could have performed that last spell without some sort of external magic supply."
"But you, I stammered. If this had been a product of her curse, I might be able to accept it. The curse made her do things outside of her control, right?"
"The curse is gone. The voices are gone,"
Nadine said.
"I have to accept that the decision I made tonight was my own. Can you?"
I hesitated. I wasn't sure I could. "To be honest, that terrifies me." Nadine tilted her chin upward.
"It doesn't terrify me. You know why? Because I know now how strong I am. I know what lengths I'm willing to go to protect the people I love, and I will stand by that decision. You said it yourself that I do bad things for good reasons."
"Maybe I was wrong. We could have turned them in." Nadine's teeth gritted, like she was getting irritated with me.
"I did what had to be done. Those witches were going to kill Grant and Talia."
"The last witch wasn't anywhere near them," I hissed. Her jaw dropped, and her voice grew louder and more intense.
"What do you think was going to happen if I let her go? She could have killed you. She could have killed any of us. I had a decision to make. Are you seriously going to stand here and tell me I made the wrong one?"
Yes, I thought. Nadine had taken things too far. I'd been making excuses for her all semester because I loved her. But after what I saw tonight, I wasn't sure I could keep doing that. There had to be another answer, I argued.
"I took the one that made sense at the time," she growled. "Sorry that's too intense for you."
"Of course it's intense," I snapped. "You should be using your curse-breaker powers for good." Nadine opened her mouth to respond, but she stopped dead when her eyes locked on something behind me. Horror filled her features. The sound of footsteps came a moment too late. Slowly I turned to see the 4 priestesses of the Imperium Council approaching us through the trees. They wore dark robes that marked them as the coven's highest governing authority. As soon as the words slipped from my mouth, the priestesses came to an abrupt halt. I wished I could take back the words, but I couldn't. Nadine's secret was out in the open now. The whole council knew.
"A curse breaker?"
Priestess Margaret gasped. My stomach hollowed. I'd begun the night intent on saving Nadine. Instead, I'd betrayed the woman I loved.
"This is unexpected news,"
Priestess Margaret said.
"Nadine Evers, the Imperium Council hereby summons you to the Imperium headquarters tomorrow at dusk. You are expected to be there or reap the consequences."
Chapter 24. Nadine. Warm water enveloped me from all angles, but even that couldn't keep the shivers from traveling down my spine. I should have felt comforted to be lying here in the tub in Grammy's bathroom. I was alive, after all. At several points last night, I didn't know if I'd make it until morning. But images of the previous night assaulted me. Parts of it felt like a dream. Other parts felt all too real. I sank deeper into the tub until everything but my nose was covered. Thoughts raced through my mind 1,000,000 miles per hour. Mine and Chloe's feud felt like a distant memory. The curse was gone, and there was no pressure to fight anymore. The images of the witches dying was seared into my memory, but the images didn't scare me. I'd done what I had to protect my friends. I wasn't ashamed of that. But there was one thing I couldn't seem to get past, one thing I couldn't bring myself to forgive just yet. Lucas had given up my secret. His words echoed in my mind. I'd spent all semester trying to protect myself, and in the blink of an eye, my secret was out there. The Imperium Council had requested a meeting with me. It was just as I had feared, just as Grammy had warned. The second people knew what I was, they would turn on me. Maybe I could trust the council. I hoped, but a weight like bricks settled in my gut as I anticipated our meeting later today. I feared what they had in store for me. At least the council hadn't overheard what I'd done, how I'd killed those witches. Even murder and self-defense would earn me a trial. The fire had destroyed all evidence, and I hoped it would stay that way. None of my friends seemed inclined to share that secret. Even Chloe's lips were sealed on the matter. A knock came at the bathroom door. I didn't notice it at first until I heard Grammy's muffled voice through the door. I lifted my face from the water. "Grammy?" I asked. "Is everything okay?" "I'm just checking on you," she said. "You've been in there a while. Isn't your meeting soon?" "Yeah, I'm almost done," I told her. I'd slept most of the day, and it was late afternoon already. It felt like I hadn't slept at all. Grammy had been frantic when I showed up at her house early this morning, before sunrise. My adrenaline had kept me going, but by the time I stepped in Grammy's door, I felt like I could finally give in to my fatigue. I'd passed out right in front of her, and the bruises all over my skin didn't help convince her everything was fine. It wasn't fine. Fine was a lie I'd told myself so long that even in the wake of trauma, it felt true. And that was the biggest lie of all. Chloe and Talia both had to get stitches. Chloe had a concussion, and Talia's nose had been broken. Grant suffered a severe broken arm and would be in a cast for weeks. Out of all of us, Lucas was in the best shape. The police had dropped me off after the medics had cleared me. I knew I should have gone to the hospital, but I had a lot of experience convincing people I was okay when I wasn't. I just wanted to see Grammy. She was a comfort after everything that had happened. Being with her felt normal when nothing else about that night had. I was barely inside for a minute before I broke down in front of Grammy. She'd held me tight while I opened up to her about everything that had happened. I didn't keep anything back, not even about what I'd done to those evil witches. Grammy hadn't said anything, just sat and listened. There was no judgment in her eyes, just relief that I had made it out alive. I could tell she was trying to keep quiet when I told her how Lucas had let my secret slip. She didn't want me to be scared of the Imperium Council, but I knew how to read the purse of her lips too well. She was pissed at Lucas, same as I was. I couldn't skip out on my meeting with the Imperium Council. Such a thing was one step short of ignoring Mother Miriam. I climbed out of the tub and reached for my towel. Every muscle in my body protested, and my head spun. I wrapped the towel around myself and sat on the edge of the tub, waiting for the dizziness to pass. I'd used so much magic last night, I felt worse than normal. A bout of nausea hit, and I lunged across the room just in time to reach the toilet. I leaned over it and spewed my guts. When it was over, I leaned my head back against the cold wall, shivering. I waited for Grammy to knock on the door and ask if I was all right, but she must have gone to the other side of the house and hadn't heard. It was probably better that way. She'd try to nurse me back to health when there wasn't anything she could do. I just had to push through it. Eventually, I pulled myself up from the floor and wrapped a plush robe around myself. I brushed my hair into a ponytail, but I didn't waste any magic applying makeup. Maybe if I looked sick, the Imperium Council would see I couldn't help them. I returned to my guest room and got dressed, then found Grammy in the kitchen making eggs. She scooped scrambled eggs onto a plate and turned to me when she heard me approach. "I made you breakfast." "Isn't it a little late for breakfast?" I teased. "It's almost dinner time." "Consider it breakfast," she said. "You had a long night." She could say that again. Grammy scooped the rest of the eggs onto her own plate, and we sat at the breakfast nook together. Grammy's eggs were heavenly, fluffy, and perfectly seasoned. I ate slowly, savoring every bite. After a few moments of silence, she set her fork down. "Nadine?" "Yes?" She waited for me to meet her gaze before she continued. "I didn't get a chance to say this last night, but I wanted you to know. I'm proud of you." I stopped chewing as I digested her words. "Proud of me for what?" Grammy reached across the table, placing her soft hand over mine. "You went through a lot last night, and you still managed to break your curse and save your friends. You're a much stronger witch than you realize." I offered her a smile. "Thanks, Grammy. But I'm sure a strong witch wouldn't feel like shit every time she used magic." Grammy's features fell. "If you need to rest and skip your meeting—" "No, it's the Imperium Council," I said. "I'm obligated to go." "Whatever they say to you, we'll figure it out," she promised. "Thank you for being on my side." Her lips lifted at the corners. "Always." I finished my eggs and felt a little better after I ate. Issa and Grammy's cat, Cornelius, were lounging in the living room when I passed. Issa jumped off the couch and rubbed against my leg as I went to the front door. I bent to pet her. "I'll be back soon, girl. I love you." I took my car to the Imperium Council headquarters, located on the top level of Octavia Hall. The door was open when I arrived. The room had a vaulted ceiling and dark wood tones, with all types of witchy paraphernalia on the walls and bookcases. All 4 priestesses sat around a table in the center of the room. A 5th chair sat empty, and a fire burned in the fireplace. It should have given the attic space a warm, comforting vibe, but I shivered when I stepped in the door. "Nadine," Priestess Margaret greeted. "Please, have a seat." I walked over to the empty chair and sat. The priestess with a skull tattoo on her wrist, I thought her name was Priestess Charlotte, stood and closed the door. "There's no need to be nervous, my child," one of the priestesses said. She was the youngest of them all, and though I couldn't see her tattoo, I figured she was a seer based on the tattoos of the others. That meant she was Priestess Stella. "This is a safe room. It's been enchanted so no one can overhear us." "I'm not nervous," I lied, holding my head up high. "Then we shall get started right away," Priestess Lillian said. She was Chloe's grandmother, and there was obvious disdain on her face when she saw me. Even though the curse had been broken, it was clear she still held a grudge against my family. Although the priestesses tried to appear gentle and kind, I felt uncomfortable in their presence. Lillian's feelings about me were evident, but I suspected the others were simply better at hiding it. Their smiles seemed fake, and their kind, sweet voices felt like a ruse to lure me in. I didn't like it one bit. Priestess Margaret cleared her throat. "I think it's obvious why you're here. As the only curse breaker in the coven, you are the sole candidate eligible to sit upon the council to represent your caste." I gaped at them. "You want me to become a priestess?" Priestess Margaret nodded. "Yes." I reeled back, nearly falling out of my chair. I didn't even know what being a priestess would entail, or what kinds of duties I'd be expected to do. Officially, you will not be inducted as a priestess until Halloween, Priestess Stella clarified. As that is the night the veil is the thinnest, all priestess inductions are performed on October 31st. What would I have to do if I was a priestess? I questioned. I wasn't sure this was something I wanted. Being a priestess is a lifelong commitment, Priestess Charlotte explained. As a priestess, you will be trained in Mariamic law. You will be responsible for creating and upholding laws, as well as representing the coven in foreign supernatural relations. Foreign supernatural relations? I repeated. Like meeting with other supernatural races? Yes, Priestess Charlotte answered. We have many treaties to uphold and are always working to improve relations among various supernatural races. I mulled over what she said. I wouldn't have to perform any spells? Oh, my dear, Priestess Margaret laughed. Of course you'll have to perform spells. With a curse breaker in the coven, our magic will be unmatched. There are so many spells we can perform now. Our economy and infrastructure could grow tenfold just by having all 5 members of the coven working together. I remember how I'd been told the space-bending spell on the school had been performed by members of all 5 castes. The coven hadn't been able to perform spells like that since my grandfather died. How many spells would they ask me to cast, and how quickly? I don't know that I'm cut out to be a politician, I admitted. I'd much rather work in the police force, enforcing laws rather than creating them. What if I say no? Priestess Lillian laughed in a way that bordered on mocking. You misunderstand, Miss Evers. There are rumors of unrest in Malovia. A new king by the name of Elijah Zlodia is being crowned as we speak, and our intel has gathered that he intends to grow the Malovian army. We must take this as nothing short of a threat. We need all castes to come together should the Fae rise up again. You are the only curse breaker in the coven. You don't have a choice. I didn't get a chance to process what she'd said, let alone object. Priestess Margaret clapped her hands together and said, Now that that's settled, let's move on to our first order of business. As mentioned, you will not become an official priestess until your induction ceremony on Halloween, but there are matters that cannot wait. Training begins today. I glanced between the 4 of them. Other matters? You have heard the rumors affecting magic at the school, how people's magic is disappearing for days at a time, Priestess Margaret said. It is unfortunately a problem widespread across the coven. You want me to break the curse, I stated flatly. To be honest, I don't even know how to handle something this big. No, Priestess Margaret said quickly. We have not been able to identify the source of this issue. Initially, we suspected this was some sort of attack from the Fae. However, after all the evidence that came to light last night regarding the missing boys, it's been proven that we cannot even trust our own people. We suspect someone in the coven is draining our magic. Do you think it has anything to do with the ritual the witches were going to perform last night? I asked. The investigation on the matter is ongoing, Priestess Margaret said. So basically, they had no idea if there was a connection. She continued. The only way to combat this, whether the threat is coming from inside or outside the coven, is to unite the oaken wands. A shudder traveled down my spine. Chloe had mentioned the oaken wands, that they were the source of the feud between our grandparents. What are the oaken wands, exactly? I asked. The oaken wands are powerful relics created during the Great Supernatural War, Priestess Margaret explained. There are 5 wands, 1 for each caste. I was curious, to say the least. What's so special about these wands? Most wands are merely a tool for focusing and amplifying magic, and can be transferred from one witch to another, Priestess Margaret said. The oaken wands contain magic themselves, as they were carved from a branch of the protection tree itself. They were carved from oak, I realized, hence the oaken wands. Not just anyone can use them, though, Priestess Margaret went on. The wand must choose you. They work by attracting the power of each cast to the wand. During the Great Supernatural War, we feared the Fae might try to steal our magic, and so the oaken wands were created to get your magic back if it was stolen. They were created as a failsafe, if you will. You said you wanted to unite them. What happened to them? I questioned. 40 years ago, they were stolen from the council, Priestess Lillian sneered. By your grandfather. Lillian, Priestess Stella said with a frown. You know that was never proven. Are you forgetting that Jeb possessed one of the oaken wands as well? Priestess Lillian blew a breath. My husband was only trying to protect them. Either way, Priestess Margaret cut in. The oaken wands need to be found. It is the only way to ensure our magic is not threatened further while we investigate the cause and culprit behind this. Is there any chance the oaken wands were destroyed? I asked. Priestess Margaret shook her head. They can't be destroyed. It's impossible. I eyed the 4 of them curiously. And how do you think I can help? Priestess Lillian's lips pressed into a thin line. Well, your grandfather was the last known warlock to possess the Cursebreaker wand. Perhaps your grandmother is hiding it. You think my grandmother would betray the coven? I demanded. Nobody accused Grammy of such things. Priestess Margaret held up a hand to calm me down. It was merely a suggestion, Miss Evers. The Cursebreaker wand was never found after Nicholas died, Lillian added. Then maybe your family has it, I accused Lillian. It was, after all, your husband who killed him over it, wasn't it? You will accuse him of no such thing, she cried. I cocked an eyebrow, and Priestess Lillian held my gaze. If they thought I was going to play nice on the council after accusing my family of such things, they were wrong. What happens once you have all 5 wands? I asked. We will have control over all Miriamic magic, as the council rightfully deserves, Priestess Lillian answered, tilting her chin upward. I crossed my arms. So you'll be able to decide who in the coven gets magic and who doesn't? It sounded like a dark, dangerous road to go down. I didn't think I could support such a thing. Women like Lillian would hand out magic to whoever she felt had earned it. After what happened to those boys, the council felt out of control, and they wanted to gain that control back, at the expense of the rest of the coven. It wasn't a sacrifice I was willing to make. Miss Evers, please, Priestess Margaret pressed, her voice turning harsh. You swore to protect the coven. This is the way to do it. If you refuse to seek out the oaken wands, your refusal will be considered a betrayal against your people. Her unspoken words hung in the air. Traitors got burned at the stake or hung at the gallows. It was the way of the coven, like what they'd done to Nicole Verla when she tried to chop down the protection tree. My intuition about the council had been correct. They didn't want me here because it was protocol to have a Cursebreaker on the council. They wanted to use me because they thought I had the oaken wand they wanted. But the implications of such power seemed minor at the moment. Of course they were using me, but Priestess Margaret had been right. I'd vowed to protect the coven. Magic was being threatened now, and I had a chance to stop the person responsible. It didn't matter what I wanted. There was only one choice that made sense. I had to accept my position as a priestess and hunt down the oaken wands, before all magic in the coven was lost. All right, I agreed. I'll join the council and help you find the oaken wands so that nobody else gets hurt." "Very good," Priestess Margaret said with a smile. It felt more sinister than welcoming, though. "I'm glad you came to your senses and want to work together on this. Meeting dismissed." I was still trying to wrap my head around what I'd agreed to when I left the Imperium Council headquarters. I drove through town on my way back to Grammy's house, mulling it over. There seemed to be so many outcomes, some of which led to my hanging if I failed to live up to the Council's expectations. I wasn't sure I truly understood what I had gotten myself into. But at least if I was on the Council, I had some sort of power. I wasn't sure it was power I wanted, but perhaps this was what Mother Miriam had chosen me for. I didn't understand why. I had murdered members of my own coven last night. That didn't make me pure of heart, as a curse-breaker should be. But maybe that wasn't what Mother Miriam needed in a curse-breaker. Perhaps she needed someone who was willing to make tough decisions. It was clear to me I didn't have all the information I needed. The Council had provided me with only the bare minimum. But one thing was for sure. Whatever they planned to do with those wands, I would be there to make sure they were used for good. I needed a place to think. Instead of heading back to Grammy's, I made a U-turn and drove toward Lake Santos. I parked my car in the lot near the catwalk and walked the trails until I reached the scenic overlook. Pinewood Manor was nothing more than a silhouette in the fading light. It looked completely different after last night's explosion. Only half the mansion remained standing. The other half was nothing more than charred remains. I took a seat on the bench that overlooked the lake, staring out at the mansion. I'd made the right decision last night. I was sure of it. So why did I feel so conflicted? I grabbed my phone from my back pocket and pulled up my most recent contact. I held my breath as I waited for him to answer. "Lucas, we need to talk."
Chapter 25. Lucas. The sound of Nadine's voice left my chest feeling hollow. It was like I was drowning as I raced to meet up with her at the catwalk. Grant had let me borrow his car, and it wasn't a long drive, but it felt like it stretched 100 miles. Nadine had sounded worried. I had the horrible feeling something bad had happened, or was about to. I was still trying to understand how the woman I loved could scare me so much. I wanted to run away from her as fast as I wanted her to run into my arms. I couldn't make sense of my own feelings. I ran down the path, then slowed when I spotted Nadine. She sat on the bench at the scenic overlook, staring out over Lake Santos at what remained of Pinewood Manor. "Nadine," I said breathlessly as I approached. "Is everything okay?" She turned to look at me. There was sorrow in her features, but whatever she was feeling seemed to go much deeper than that. I couldn't read it.
"I'm trying to process everything, but I'm so confused," she admitted in a wavered tone.
I sat beside her on the bench, though we were at least a foot apart. "I feel the same way."
"You're talking about what I did to those witches,"
she stated flatly. It wasn't a question. "Well, yeah," I said. "I've excused your behavior in the past because I thought it was outside of your control. Last night proved that I was wrong. It feels like..." I held my breath. The words pinched like needles in my throat. I couldn't admit it out loud.
"It feels like what?" Nadine pressed. "If you have something to say, I need to hear it."
I took a deep breath. "It feels like I don't know who you are anymore." Nadine's jaw dropped.
"I'm the same person I've always been. Did you not expect me to defend myself? Defend my friends? I protected you last night, and all you did in return was throw me under the bus."
"I chopped a monster's head off to save you," I countered.
"And how's that any different from what I did?"
she demanded. "I killed a monster from the abyss. You killed people.
I heard their last thoughts, Nadine. This is a cruel death.
They were right. Nadine's bottom lip quivered.
I didn't call you here to fight about this. I can't sit here and justify it to you because you obviously won't understand.
You acted with no remorse, I stated.
I had to stay strong,
she shot back, her tone growing intense.
You think I didn't feel something? I hate what I did, but it was a choice I had to make.
You didn't have to make that choice, I argued. Nadine narrowed her eyes.
You're right. I could have let those witches kill us all.
You're forgetting we still don't know who paid them to perform the ritual, I reminded her. Now we'll never figure it out because you killed the people who could have given us information. Nadine's breaths became shallow.
You think this choice was all black and white, but it wasn't.
I know what kind of choice it was, I snapped. I had the chance to kill Carlyle, and I didn't.
Well, aren't you nice and fancy up there on your high horse? She growled. I had to sacrifice my morals to do what was right.
I guess that's the problem. The Nadine I know wouldn't sacrifice her morals.
Then you don't know me at all.
My chest compressed as Nadine's voice grew. Initially, I wondered how she could say such a thing. But I realized that perhaps she was right. Maybe I didn't know her.
I don't get you, she cried. You'd rather let your friends be killed just to save the lives of child murderers?
I'm saying no one had to die, I emphasized.
You're a hypocrite, she accused. You said yourself you'd make whoever did this pay for what they've done. You had a chance and you didn't do anything. You wanted to hand them over to the council because you're too much of a coward to make a decision yourself. At least I took action.
You're pissed I didn't kill Carlyle?
I'm pissed for a lot of reasons, she fumed. You told the council my secret. Now they want to use me, just as my grandmother feared. They're going to induct me as a priestess of my caste.
I furrowed my brow. Why is that so bad? She blew a breath.
I don't want to be a priestess. I haven't figured it all out yet, but I don't have a good feeling about this. I don't want to be made into someone else's pawn.
I never meant to give up your secret, Nadine. You have to understand that.
Don't call me by my full name like it makes a difference, she spat. Did you know my threat of expulsion has been dropped?
I didn't understand what she was getting at. Maybe Chloe decided to drop the charges.
She did, but it also reeks of the Imperium Council pulling strings. How much do you want to bet that if they found evidence of what happened last night, they'd cover that up too? It's because I'm valuable to them. Even if I can trust them, once I'm made priestess, the whole coven will know what I am. Then everyone will want a piece of my magic.
Nadine's nostrils flared.
As it is, they want me to help them find the Oaken Wands.
The Oaken Wands? I asked. I'd heard of them before, but only in the context of lore. I didn't know they actually existed.
They're supposed to help fix whatever the hell is happening to our magic, she explained, waving her hands as she spoke. But I don't know how the council intends to use the wands, or if I can trust them. The coven's magic is strongest when all 5 castes come together. I'm the only key to the most powerful spells the Miriamic coven can cast, and I can't be responsible for something so drastic.
Nadine gritted her teeth.
I'm exhausted all the time. After the magic I performed last night, I don't even know how I managed to get out of bed this morning.
That proves you're stronger than you realize, I pointed out. She shook her head.
Magic makes all my symptoms worse. And I just don't think I can do this. I can't be the witch other people look to.
If you just do as the council asks.
If I do everything they're going to ask of me, I'm going to reach my limits and crack. And if they ask me to do something that could hurt innocent people and I refuse, I can't say no or I'll be hanged. This is your problem, Lucas. You're too passive. Just do what they tell you. It'll all be fine. I don't buy that bullcrap.
What do you mean I'm too passive? I demanded. Nadine scoffed.
You sit around doing what you're told. You never take risks.
Yeah, that's why I investigated the missing kids, I replied sarcastically, because I was doing what I was told.
It depends on how much it scares you,
she said. I cocked an eyebrow. Like what? Nadine couldn't take it anymore. She shot to her feet and paced several feet away from me.
I do. I scare you. The second you saw a glimpse of the real me, you panicked. You put me on a pedestal and think I'm perfect, but that's not fair. You've based all your happiness around me, and that's too much to expect of me. You're not mad because I fucked up. You're mad because I've broken this illusion you had of me. I've proven that I'm the kind of person who makes mistakes, and you can't deal with it. Curse or not, I was at least going to try to make things work between us, to give you everything I thought you deserved.
You were going to try? I scoffed. What does that mean? You're done trying now?
Maybe I am. You seem pretty hell-bent on pushing me away. Did you ever want to be with me, or were you just using me the whole time to distract from your depression?
My chest twisted into knots at the accusation. That's low, Nade. Of course I wanted to be with you. I do want to be with you.
Then why can't you accept all parts of me and help me work through the things I need to change? She demanded. It's like you don't want a girlfriend. You want a savior who can rescue you from your emotions. Are you even listening to yourself? I yelled. You're being irrational. If I ever pushed you away, it was because of the Reaper's shadow curse. I don't want you to get sick, sicker than you already are. So you'd break up with me because I'm sick? She bellowed. I deserve better than that.
You're right, I agreed. You don't deserve to be cursed. Silence fell as Nadine took in what I'd just said. I hadn't even realized the meaning behind my words. I hadn't countered her question about breaking up, and I wasn't sure that I could. It tore a hole straight through my guts to even think about, let alone admit, but maybe we simply weren't right for each other. Nadine's eyes glistened with tears, and she took a step back.
Wait, does this mean we are breaking up?
I raked my fingers through my hair. I don't know, I stammered. I don't want to break up, but...
Don't,
Nadine said in a clipped tone. Tears spilled over her lids and down her cheeks.
Don't say but.
I don't know what to do, Nade. You were right. I thought you were perfect and that your darkness wasn't part of you. Now I see that it is. You're not the Nade I fell in love with. Her bottom lip quivered, and it felt like someone had placed hot coals inside my chest cavity.
Are you saying you don't love me?
What the hell was I saying? Of course I loved her, but maybe that wasn't enough. A lump rose in my throat. It took everything I had to shove it back down. I'm not okay being in a relationship where other people are dying for me.
Those witches murdered children,
Nadine cried. And nothing will erase the blood on their hands. But I shook my head as if that might erase the images flashing through my mind. I can't live with myself if you die for me. Her gaze felt like a knife carving out my insides, one organ at a time.
So this is about the Reaper's shadow? You don't even want to try breaking the curse?
I don't know if you can, I growled. We were both so angry now, neither of us could seem to hold it together. You said yourself, magic takes its toll on you. Either way, breaking the curse or giving in to it, you could die. I can't keep convincing myself I'm okay with those odds. The only way to save you is to let you go. It was the final nail in the coffin, and something I hadn't been able to admit to myself until now. Breaking up with Nadine was like hurtling myself off the edge of a cliff. I knew the fall was coming, and there was nothing but jagged rocks at the bottom. But I did it anyway, so that she wouldn't have to. Every bone in my body seemed to shatter, tearing through every muscle, ligament, and tendon. Forget the term heartbreak. This tore my whole fucking body to shreds.
The only way to save me is to let me go? She repeated in disbelief. You're not afraid of the Reaper's shadow. You're afraid that things are too real between us, and you're running from it.
I'm not running from anything, I cried. Your mother wanted you to stay safe. The least I can do is make sure you do. She took a step back.
What are you talking about?
It was your mother's last thought, I said. It was a secret I'd kept from her for so long. Maybe it was enough to push her away for good, so I'd stop hurting her.
You told me she said she loved me, she spat. Was that a lie?
No, I said quickly, but there was more to it. I thought if you knew you'd go running into danger.
I've been in danger since the day I joined this coven,
Nadine raged.
And you just kept this from me?
I didn't mean to keep it from you for so long.
Tell me what she said, Lucas,
Nadine demanded. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as she spoke through shallow, angry breaths. She said, "The coven's in danger. Stay safe, Nadine. I love you." Her nostrils flared.
You never thought to mention this to me? What if she was talking about the missing boys? What if I had known something?
Did you? I asked. Nadine pressed her lips together, her breath wavering.
No, but that's not a reason to keep this from me. I asked you what she said, and you lied to me. If you kept this from me, what else are you keeping?
Nothing, I swear. She shook her head, the betrayal evident in her eyes.
I don't know if I can trust you. You outed me as a curse breaker, and you lied to me about my mother. I guess it is time to let each other go.
Saying it myself was one thing, but hearing Nadine agree with me was a whole new level of agony. I'd barely had time to consider it, and the world was already crashing down around me. I crossed my arms. Do you really think that? She shoved her hands into her hair.
All I know is you're too afraid to love me. You're afraid to be in a relationship. You push everyone away like we're all going to treat you like your parents did, or leave you like your brother did.
My anger flared and my hands curled into fists. How dare she throw that in my face? I'm sorry I didn't get over my brother as fast as you got over your parents. Her jaw dropped and tears glistened in her eyes, but I didn't let her speak. I was on my feet in a second. I let the words pour out as anger and frustration consumed me. You act like you have it all figured out, but I'm not the only one with issues in this relationship.
Oh, I have issues?
She crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow.
Other than giving up my soul for you and being ready to go to hell, what did I do that was so bad?
Come on, Nade. You're way out of my league. We both know you attached yourself to me because you were desperate for love after your parents died. Disbelief washed over her features.
I'm not desperate for anything.
You just said it yourself, I insisted. You were so desperate that you nearly gave up your soul and went to hell. Being with me is dangerous for you, and you just keep pushing those boundaries. It seems like I'm the only one who cares about your well-being, because you certainly don't. She blinked a few times, her eyes glistening.
What are you saying? That I'm with you to punish myself? I'm with you because I love you.
You just want to fuck me, I spat. I wasn't even sure why I said it, but it was out there in the open now. I couldn't take it back.
If that's all you think this was, then you're going to die alone, she shot back. We're done.
Nadine turned on her heel and stomped away from me. Within moments, she was out of sight. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Nadine's words were final. It was over. I thought I would feel numb, but losing Nadine was like a dagger tearing through me. It was unlike any pain I'd felt before. Tears spilled down my cheeks, and I sank to my knees. It was as if the jagged rocks of that cliff I'd spiraled down earlier were spearing into every limb and crushing me to the point where blood oozed from every pore in my body. Nadine might as well have taken my broken body and cast the most intense, painful spell over it. Nadine had once been my entire world. She was my sunlight and my stars. And I'd just been cast out into darkness. I didn't know how much time had passed before I stood and stumbled back to the car. I shook the whole way back to campus and took the back way in through the school so I wouldn't run into her. All I wanted to do was hide in my room where I wouldn't have to face her. Grant was lying in his bed when I arrived, staring at his phone. Doodles covered his fresh cast.
"You okay?"
he asked. I must have looked like shit. Nadine and I broke up, I said, but there was no inflection to my voice. It still didn't feel real.
"Oh, man, I'm sorry,"
Grant said genuinely. I don't want to talk about it. I flopped onto my bed and threw my arm over my eyes. Tell me something to take my mind off it.
This might help," he offered. "Professor Damon was arrested for dealing drugs."
I huffed. How long do you think it will be before he reports me for breaking and entering?
"There are a lot of rumors flying around online, but nobody's mentioned that," Grant said. "He's probably in so much shit he's trying to cover his own ass first."
I sat up as a slew of thoughts rattled around in my head. So if Damon won't be dealing drugs anymore, they won't be a problem around campus. Grant frowned.
"I wouldn't jump to any conclusions. Professor Damon's confession went pretty deep, and it's way bigger than just here at the school. According to rumors, Damon's dealers have been trading Nightshade with other magical races, specifically the Elementi."
Why? I wondered. I mean, Damon talked about the drugs making him money. Are the Elementi paying a higher price or something?
"They're trading the drugs for unicorn hair," Grant said. "Rumor has it that's one of the main ingredients in Nightshade."
What's so good about it? Why do the Elementi want it?
"They're in the middle of a civil war," Grant reminded me. "The drug is supposed to boost your energy and make your magic stronger."
My eyebrows shot up. Oh, wow. No wonder it's being sold at the school. That's a good way to cheat your way through exams.
"Yeah, but there are side effects," he added ominously. "It's supposedly highly addictive because the withdrawals are brutal. When you come off the stuff, it apparently screws with your magic big time."
My spine straightened. Screws with your magic?
"I heard Samantha tried a few doses to get through her midterms, but once she went off it, her magic was totally gone for weeks. She had to see a therapist and everything to combat the withdrawals."
The drugs are stealing our magic, I said thoughtfully. This had to connect to what the Imperium Council had asked of Nadine.
"Well, you have to be on Nightshade before withdrawals set in," Grant clarified. "We don't know that it connects to the other stuff going on. Amy never took Nightshade and had issues with her magic, and I'm certain Ryan and the tarantulas never went off it. And we both know if there are drugs on campus, they're taking them."
We have to learn more, I said with firm conviction. I don't know what the connection is yet, but there has to be one there. A spark ignited in my chest. Losing Nadine was by far one of the hardest things I'd ever have to go through, but I had to help her, because I was the one who'd put her on the Council's radar to begin with. The Council wanted Nadine to help them solve this mystery, and I wouldn't let her do it alone. Nadine had been right. I didn't like making hard decisions. I didn't like taking risks. It was time I finally learned how, because I was going to help Nadine find the oaken wands, catch the culprit behind this, and save the coven. Nadine was my Reaper's shadow. I'd pushed her away to save her from my curse, but that didn't mean I wasn't still in love with her, and that I was going to fight like hell to protect her.
The end. This story will continue in The Cauldron's Curse, College of Witchcraft, Book 3. A note from the author. This book contains characters with the following medical conditions. The information included is meant to educate readers on disabilities featured within the College of Witchcraft series. Lupus. Lupus is an autoimmune disease that affects approximately 5 million people worldwide. Symptoms may include chronic pain and fatigue, sun sensitivity, and rashes, among other complex symptoms. Lupus affects each patient differently, and symptoms can come and go throughout the course of the disease. Type 1 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes affects insulin-producing cells in the pancreas. Insulin is the hormone responsible for allowing sugar into the body's cells. Patients require insulin injections to regulate their blood sugar levels. Without treatment, symptoms may include fatigue, blurred vision, and, over time, life-threatening complications such as nerve damage, kidney damage, and eye damage. The College of Witchcraft series is part of the Hidden Legends universe, a paranormal fantasy world created by authors Megan Linsky and Alicia Rades. Included in this universe are the following series: the Academy of Magical Creatures series, the University of Sorcery series, and the Prison for Supernatural Offenders series, with more to come. Each Hidden Legends novel features magical romances with disabled characters fighting for a better world. You can find out more about the Hidden Legends universe by going to www.hiddenlegendsbooks.com. This has been The Reaper's Shadow, Hidden Legends, College of Witchcraft, Book 2. Written by Alicia Rades. Narrated by Logan Young and Jonathan M. Matthews. Copyright 2020 by Alicia Rades. Production copyright 2021 by Alicia Rades. Continue the series in Book 3, The Cauldron's Curse.